Welcome to Beaver Politics. This is Politi-Talk. We discuss things going on in the world, things going on in Canada, have a debate format. So if you want to talk about things that are going on, come on down. Come on down. We do have so if you can we can get the likes going. Keep on tapping that screen. Get the shares out. If you don't, hold your finger down right here, right on my finger there. If you hold your finger down here, a screen's going to pop up, and then you can go send to all your friends. If you don't have any friends, you can just hit that little share button down at the bottom and copy link, and then that works. What else? We also do have our gift goal up at the top. I have the rosas because I just like saying rosas. Hello, Lauren. And do your heart me, the one coin heart me. And last but not least, don't forget to join our Discord. A couple of people joined yesterday. And we also post everything on YouTube afterwards. So give me a little bit. I'm still going through 9 videos or actually 10 videos from yesterday and getting those things done, plus trying to sleep as well. But those will get up in the next little bit. So, all right. Now that we have done all of that stuff. Oh, also, by the way, the opinions expressed by the panelists on Beaver Politics don't necessarily reflect the opinions of Beaver Politics. As well, this is for educational purposes only, TikTok. Fantastic. All right. Michael, how did I know that you were in the comment or in the requests?
How are you, host? Good to be back.
I'm good. How are you, Michael?
I'm doing well, host. Good to be back and talk to you as I always do.
Yeah.
What did you think about yesterday?
Disappointing.
I knew he was going to win another majority, but I didn't think it would be so early. I thought it would be 10, 11 o'clock.
Yeah. When it's that big of a majority, they usually don't. They usually will call it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I guess we were hoping for like a minority government kind of thing. But yeah. I think we were hoping for a minority government. But,
Obviously,
can't always get what we want.
I think the reason why he won is because he showed voters he can stand up to President Trump.
Yeah, but I don't think that's really I don't think it was really a sign of the fact that he can stand up to Trump. I think it was I think it was showboating. Honestly, I really think that he was showboating. 44%, is that what they said? So that's what, 1% more than last time.
That is pretty good. 44%.
That's pretty terrible, Michael.
45.4. I was looking at it earlier today. It was 45.4. Unless they've updated the Elections Ontario, it was that around 5 p.m. today.
Yeah. It was an interesting day today with the Oval Office.
Right. Okay. Let's not jump all over the place, Michael. I know you want to talk about all the things. We got to do one topic at a time. Okay. I'm looking up this. The place I'm staying right now has this huge curved monitor, and I'm freaking loving it. Okay. Elections Ontario. Voter turnout. On Elections Ontario. 45.4%. Yeah. 45.4%. So up 2% from last time.
Obviously, it was not a great night for you progressives at all last night. The Liberals did better than they did in the last few elections. Up to 13 seats. The NDP is still official opposition. Obviously,
Liberals have 14 seats.
Yeah. Bonnie Clumby lost her seat last night, I believe. Mark Stuss will be still. I believe she did. Mark Stuss was.
Did I cut out or did Michael cut out?
No. No, Bonnie Crombie will still be NDP leader. Doug Ford will still be obviously. Um, I don't think there will be any more elections for a while.
Sure. Well, I mean,
Yeah, and
it's like 4 years max, right? So
no, I don't. Yeah, there will be well, no, I mean in the country there won't be any elections well anytime soon.
what?
I mean,
There
Federal
will.
election this year,
we
Michael.
have an election
Yeah, I know.
before October.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that there will be no. Well, I mean in the short term until May, so we have a few months to relax.
Okay.
Yeah, the federal
When
election.
you say anytime soon, when it comes to elections, that's like within the next few years. So,
No, I mean I mean like for the next month there won't be any elections. Yeah, there will be a federal election this spring, and I'm in favor of that. I want I want the Lobos to have an election right away.
There's a
Paige, just give me one
process.
second. Paige, just give me 1 second. I just have to. A pumpkin spice was next. I do a thing where we do hands up in the chat,
Okay.
and I still have to get some information from you first, just for yeah. So pumpkin spice, and then I'll come to Paige.
Yeah. Okay, so I watched last night's election results with JB, the person who made smartvoting.ca. He made some interesting posts today. We can actually see in the writings that we did actually have some impacts from the use of smartvoting.ca. There were writings that were expected to go, there was 12 of them that were expected to go conservative that didn't go conservative because of the fact that people strategically voted. There were several writings, I think like 22 of them, where they were already slated to go in the direction that they went, but you can actually see the margin went way higher for that candidate than it was supposed to because of the fact that people were using smart voting. So
Nice.
abysmal turnout, obviously. Abysmal. But slightly better than before, but again, abysmal turnout.
Yeah.
Imagine if more people turned out. That would have been a completely different election. Some of those writings were so close that it was within 20 votes. I think one of them was within like 20. So,
And the same thing happened in BC.
yeah, it's wild. Like, just absolutely. Like, I knew it was going to go majority. The polling doesn't lie. It was slated to go that way. They would have had to pull something extraordinary, and as much as I hate that for the Ontarians, none of their parties were bringing out inspiration and hope, right?
Yeah.
Like, and there was a lot of vote splitting. It's unfortunate because more people voted towards the left than there were towards conservative parties, obviously. Hilarious that the Liberals actually got so much more votes compared to the NDP, but got so many fewer seats. It makes me so mad that we didn't have voter reform. So angry. Like, I'm really
Voter
cursing
reform
Trudeau
would
on
have
this
only
one.
been federal, though, right? It wouldn't have affected.
It would have
provincial
affected
elections.
all of them. It would have probably affected
Really?
all of them. Yeah, probably.
Oh, so you want weapons and
Michael, just want Michael. Remember, I do a take turns thing.
Okay.
Okay.
But yes.
Thank you.
But honestly, anything would be better, Michael. Anything would be better than the current system that we have right now. Where you just have to be lucky enough to do 1% more than the total amount of everybody. You know? Bad voting process.
Yeah. Paige, can I grab age, province, and who you plan on voting for federally?
61.
Yeah.
And I'm in London, Ontario.
Ontario.
And I'll be voting probably federally Liberal. I just casted my vote for Mark Carney today. It was so nice to be a member. First time I've ever signed up. I don't know why I never signed up before, but this time it was important because I feel like Trudeau was bullied out of office, and our only hope is Carney, because his resume is amazing and he's not 3-word slogans. He's actually got a good resume and he could get us through whatever is going to happen with the craziness next door, you know? We're sitting on top of a crack house. Literally, it's been a going joke for forever. And now it's come true. But I was so disappointed with yesterday. I mean, I didn't even look. I felt like, oh, I'm going to jinx it, right? And then I woke up this morning and I seriously wanted to cry. I don't understand how he's gotten pulled back in because all the things that he's done, and everybody's crying about, oh, Trudeau's been in office too long. Well, this is Dougie's 3rd term. Oh, they don't have an issue with that, even though he's a liar and a thief. So like, I don't understand. I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but it's like they're cheating somehow. But it's the 3-way split on the left-leaning parties. Every time, no matter if you strategically plan it, we're not getting enough seats. We need to knock it down. And I feel like the Liberals and the NDP need to join forces so that we're not facing this every time, because we're never going to get dug out at this
The
rate.
problem with that, though, is that the Liberals are still too centrist for NDP.
Yeah, I
right?
know.
Like,
It's true. And I'm more NDP leaning, really,
so am I. Yeah.
you know, but I go with the
We all
Liberal.
lament about the days of Jack Layton. So
I knew Jack Layton. I used to work with him at AMO, which is the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. I used to sit on 2 committees with him. He was an amazing man. But the problem is there's no amazing replacement, except for Mark Carney. Literally, he makes me happy just because he's so smart. He's warm. He's intelligent. He's funny. Did you see him on Jon Stewart? Oh my God.
yeah, it was great.
Anyway, yeah, I just want the best for everybody, and I don't want to pay for our health care. We're already paying for it through taxes. Like, everybody's like, oh, privatize it. And then who's paying the $800 a month for that health care? Because
Right.
that's what it's going to come down to. The United States, people I know in the States, private insurance is like $800 a month. And then they can turn around and say, nope, we're not going to cover that.
I just have a question for you.
Michael.
Michael, I waited my turn.
You know how I run my panels.
You can type it in the comments there, Michael.
Yeah, or even just like say in the comments that you have a quick question or something like that, and I can allow you to interject, right? But I have a list. I have a list of people in their order that want to talk. So
Anyway,
ask a quick
but
question,
yeah,
Michael.
I just want to see everybody not go bankrupt over one medical emergency. And like Doug Ford, I have been waiting 3 years for a heart ablation because, and I'm not a anti-vaxxer. I'm allergic to vaccines, but I had it anyway. I took the COVID vaccine and I did end up having a reaction, and now I need an ablation and to make my heart stop racing. But I would do it again because it made it so I could see my mother. And it's fixable and it's controllable by medication until it's fixed. But 3 years waiting for a procedure in Ontario? My father just died and he signed up for MAID because he was terminal. There was a waiting list. Yeah. And if he wanted to do it at home, like he wanted to do it at home, there was a 2 to 3 month waiting list.
Wow.
Yeah. So like our healthcare has gone to hell. You can't even get MAID. And people on Ontario disability, like my brother, he's on disability. They don't even give them enough money to survive. Like, and this is what we signed up for 4 more years of. I'm just sad.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all I have to say, really. Just
yeah. Michael, what was your question?
Yeah, I wanted, Pumpkin, I followed you on TikTok. And the other thing was, what was Jack Layton like behind closed doors when the cameras were off for the day?
Exactly what you saw in front of the cameras. He was
Oh,
funny. He was personable. He was very helpful man. Like if he knew somebody needed help, he'd take his shirt off his back and give it to him. I didn't care for his wife though. They
yeah.
actually met at AMO.
I'm not a fan of his wife. I like Jet Layton. Um, he was very funny. You could have a beer with him. Very inspirational. I'm not a fan of the NDP, but I think a lot of people like Jet Layton, and I think there's a reason why people continually vote for the NDP. It's because they remember Jet Layton. That's why.
Well, unfortunately, I think the present NDP leader will never get elected because there's too many people in Canada that just will not vote for a man that wears a turban, and that's the God honest truth. I would vote for him in a heartbeat, but you talk to people and the way they talk, not good.
Yeah. I would not vote for. Well, obviously, I'm biased towards the Liberals. I'm a liberal through and through. Pumpkin, you know this as well. I'm a liberal through and through. So I'll mute myself now.
Well, I think the NDP leader has also taken some hits for the Rolex watch and his daughter wearing $1,000 winter coat. And, like you got to read the room right now. A lot of people are struggling just to put food on their table and keep their lights on. So seeing excessive wealth when you're a government employee is kind of hard for most Canadians to swallow. So I think NDP leader needs a new leader. Like how many elections has he lost? Usually when they lose the election, they step down. But he has been around how long? I don't even remember.
He's
I don't
been
even know.
around for 7 years, 2017. Um, I don't. Obviously, the Let's Watch is not really a big thing for me. Obviously, I was born comfortable, a little bit of a silver spoon in my mouth, and all that. I live at home with my mom and grandma, as some of you know. Um, is Jim Meeting out of touch? No, not no. Obviously, I'm a liberal through and through, as I just said. I'm not. I think Jim Meeting it's time for a new leader of the NDP. A lot. I think Joe Mason has also taken some hits for not just that, but his pension. He always has the pension.
No, he
Pierre,
deserves that pension. Sorry.
yeah, I know that. Pierre Poilievre's pension is way bigger than Joe Mason's. He's been there for 20 years. I think obviously my mom is not living paycheck to paycheck. She already paid off her student loans like years and years and years ago. But at the same time, am I relatable to people? I live past Pickering. I'm not dealing with homelessness. I'm not dealing with crime. I'm not dealing with that. Joe Senior's not dealing with that. Like, we're not dealing with that. So that's why I always give politicians a break, because I can relate to those guys. I know those guys were who had the hot tops, the hot, like the pools, the big TVs
Okay.
in the basement. I knew them.
Okay, thank you. Pumpkin wanted to address something, and then I'm going down to Tom.
Yeah, so just usually when a leader fails, they will step down. But you have to understand that the NDP has never actually formed government. So when we talk about failure for the NDP, it's a different kind of failure. If they were to have lost a lot of seats, then Jagmeet would have stepped down. But the thing is that they gained seats in the last election, so he wouldn't have stepped down because he had succeeded in getting more seats, right?
That's true.
I wanted to bring that up because the fact that for the NDP, we have to keep in mind that for them, having a lot of seats is actually a very big success. This current situation was so successful because just like in the time with Tommy Douglas, they were able to push forward their agendas by being the balance of power. Jagmeet Singh got a lot of smear against him, unfortunately. There was a lot of a lot of smear that went on him because of the fact that he did work with the Liberal government, and a lot of smear against him because of the fact that, you know, he would have already had his pension because he was also in provincial politics previously. So, like,
That's why
he
I think
already
I got
has
confused.
a pension. Like, he already does have a pension, and also he's a lawyer, and like he would be making way more money than he currently does if he was working as a lawyer. So, I mean, like, I don't know why we're bringing up pensions and stuff like this when it's so incredibly irrelevant.
Yeah. I don't know if I. Yeah. You make a good point, Pumpkin, and I would love to discuss this with you more privately. So I followed you on TikTok.
How long ago did you do that?
Like a few minutes ago, I followed you.
Okay. I don't usually accept
Oh.
requests to
Okay.
follow me, but let me think about it, okay, Michael?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Tom, you're next. And then we're gonna get up to Sure's, I think it's Sure's cold. Sure's cold out, A.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm thoroughly disgusted. When I say disgusted, I mean like sick to my stomach, disgusted about this whole thing. Doug Ford. Doug Ford is no strong man. He's a big old wimp with a big old smile on his face who got upset because Trump was going to take over Canada before he had the opportunity to sell it out to his friends. Okay, that was the only reason why Doug Ford got upset about Trump. One and only reason. Okay. Now you want to talk about him pulling liquor off the shelf, off the shelves? Well, I kind of got to wonder. I'm not a real drinker, but I kind of got to wonder: did he pull it off the convenience store shelves? You know that they just started out that he's making a profit on. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and like I'm sorry, I know people. I have voted. I just want to before I say this, I just want to clarify this. I have voted for different people. I from different parties all my life, and I do not understand why people do not vote out the people who are not doing what they say. But it's like Ford's been going on constantly, cutting our healthcare, cutting our education, losing millions of dollars to, and then finding money for Super Bowl ads. Um, he's a crook. He's a thief. He's the most Trump-like politician we have in Canada. But people keep re-electing him to office because he's a conservative. Like, give me a break. But like, if you want things to change, vote somebody else in. You know,
Yeah.
you don't have to do a lot of thinking about it. You vote for reform. Like if somebody is not doing what they promised to do, vote them out.
I
Like
think,
it's not a hard thing
Michael,
to.
I've got you on the list.
It's not a hard thing to comprehend. And I'm sorry if you voted for Doug Ford in this election, then you are a fascist and you are a Nazi. That's where he's leaning
Yahtzee.
for.
Yahtzee. Tom
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee.
That's what he's leaning for and because of this the way you voted for, you will likely see one like before his 4-year term is up, you will likely see a medical you will likely see a bankruptcy due to medical bills within the next 4 years in Canada.
Yeah.
Probably the first.
So two things, because I know we talked extensively yesterday about everything in Ontario and everything, right? I think part of it is people aren't educated enough to know what what level of government is responsible for what? So people keep on thinking that the federal government is responsible for things that they're not. So when things don't get done provincially, they just blame it on the feds, and it's an easy scapegoat, right? Because they don't know better, because they haven't been educated on it, right? Yeah, they all do need a civics class, 100%. Education is the biggest thing. And I mean, this is something we talked about last night too, was that it, it's the conservative provinces that have the ones where they keep on. I mean, my trash province isn't a perfect example of it. 44 years of a PC government, right? Of a conservative government before we finally broke that, loop-de-loop we were on and voted in an NDP, and then they weren't even given enough time to change anything. So they made some good changes, but then they all got reversed as soon as the PCs took over again. So, and then the other, I don't remember what the other thing was I was going to say. Okay. Sure is cold out, eh? Can I grab age, province, and federal party, please?
Oh, hey, it's Lisa.
Hi.
I'm 37. Saskatchewan is my province, and I'm not 100% sure who I'm going to be voting
Is
for
this Lorazepam?
federally. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
My
But
voice
ABC,
sounds a little
right? You're
different
ABC.
because I'm getting over a cold, but
Gotcha.
I wanted to come up because I'm thinking about voting Green Party this year.
Mm-hmm.
Normally I either vote Liberal or NDP, sometimes Green Party. But the thing that I wanted to bring up was that a lot of people were talking about Mark Carney, and I've looked at. I'm really not sure what to think because, well, for one, I saw a picture. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not saying it's real or not real. I'm just saying I saw a picture of him and, Epstein's wife. And I thought, like, it's so hard to tell with AI if it's real or not.
Fake. So AFP fact check. Fake images, fake Mark Carney images emerge as Canada leadership race heats up.
Okay, so it's a fake?
Yep. All fake.
Okay, see, it's getting harder and harder to tell because like that recent Trump Gaza thing. I thought that was a joke at first, and apparently I was wrong. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to sound stupid. It's just it just seems like it's harder to spot.
Right.
It's harder to spot propaganda about politicians unless it's completely obvious. But I don't know. The other thing I don't understand, like the other thing that's kind of hesitating me from voting like Liberal is like I was looking at Carney's resume, and he does have a long, accomplished resume, but I don't know. I find it kind of like, I guess you could say it's unsettling to know that he was working for Wall Street, because when I think of Wall Street, I think of exploitation and greed. And I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not trying to make claims that he is or anything. I don't know. I'm just kind of confused where the Liberal Party's going now, but I know for sure that I won't be voting Conservative. That's definitely not on the table. I'll never do that. And that's why I'm kind of like, I know people say you're throwing your vote away by voting for Green. And it's like, well, I don't know, maybe, but I don't know, it's hard to bring myself to you're essentially picking who is the least worse in,
Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess I was
I
just
think
sort
I think that Mark Carney has a lot more to offer, though. I think that there's always going to be things out there, but like even just with like I put Mark Carney and photos like leaked photos or something, and it says fake Mark Carney images emerges Canada's leadership. Like there's a whole bunch on here. Like yeah,
Okay, well, I'll check that website out. Just because I don't know, I don't want to come across as gullible. I'm just finding it kind of,
yeah.
it's hard to spot what's, so, okay, well, thanks for letting me come
So
up.
if you go Mark Carney photos and then fact check, and like literally that's the first thing that comes up is just fact checking. Yeah. So even like another one, University of Buffalo fact check, image showing Canada's Mark Carney with Epstein in pool is not authentic. It's likely an AI creation. So
Okay, thank you.
yeah,
I
no
really
worries.
hope I didn't sound dumb or anything. I'm just kind of nervous. But
Yeah, you're good.
I wanted to just get that off my chest because I was kind of like
Yeah.
receiving. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me chat.
Can I just make
Yeah,
a
no
comment about
problem.
her voting?
Thank you. Sure.
You never ever think that voting for anything is waste of time. If you want to vote for green, go out vote for green. What you're at the very least, what you're doing is you're voting for reform. You're voting for something other than what's in power. So by all means, go out vote. But don't ever think that's just because that it's a wasted vote because you're voting for the Green Party. Like I know what they say. I know the theory behind it, but it's not when you really look at the big picture. When I a long time ago when I voted for the Green Party, they actually became a real party. I mean, they actually had enough seats in the House to become a voice in the House. So by all means, vote Green if that's what you feel you need to do.
Well, it's not just that I don't like the other three. It's also that like I I think the biggest crisis, right? Well, putting human rights aside, the biggest crisis we have is the world is dying, and what kind of world am I going to leave to my nephews and my
Which is
nieces?
exactly why I voted the Green when I did. Exactly, because I thought our resources need to be protected from the states naturally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks for your insight. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks.
Okay. Bye bye.
Okay. See you.
Um, obviously, I would never be a leftist. Do you guys? Nor would I ever be a leftist. Okay.
It was your turn next, but I need to say I have stuff I'm saying in between things and everything, okay? I don't run it the way Small Town does or anybody else. I run my panel differently, remember? Okay? And Shania, if you keep on leaving and coming back, you keep getting pushed further and further down the list, just so you know. Because you're on the list and you were going to be coming up soon, but you keep leaving and coming back and taking you off. So, all right. So, I wanted to address something. The people in the comments, they can keep chirping. They're not doing anything except for boosting the live with their conversation. Unless they say anything that is like absolutely egregious, I'm gonna let them just keep on chirping because like literally every comment boosts the live and it gets more people in here so we can have conversations. So it's we're talking kind of federal, kind of Ontario right now. But yeah, it's just so everybody knows, like I'm not gonna again unless it's like outright like slurs, racist, like big like outright stuff, doxing, threats, that kind of stuff. They're just chirping. That's it. Okay. Also, can I just make sure that everybody's tap in whenever you're not looking at the screen, or not looking at the screen. Make sure you're looking at the screen, otherwise you're going to accidentally request. But whenever you're not actively speaking, if you can make sure that you're tap in, and then share the live out to a few friends. I don't know what we're actually sitting at right now. We're at 187 shares right now. So if we can get that up to like 225, if everybody in here did that, one share each, we would easily get to 225, no problem. Yeah, and I still have the Rosa goal up at the top if you guys want to help out. Don't forget, we also do have subscriptions if you do want to support the channel. They're $4.09 a month, and 15% off if you sign up for your first month. So, all right, Michael, now you can go, and then we have Pumpkin Spice and then Paige.
Yeah, sorry, host, for interrupting you. I'm still learning when it's my turn to speak.
Yeah, you're good.
Obviously, I would never be a leftist. That's not me. I like how things have been run between liberals and conservatives back in Ottawa. Do you think populism works or not?
Did you say populism?
Yeah, do you think it works?
I don't know.
No, I mean, like, I'm like referring to the NDP. Do you think that would work if they be more populist?
Give me 1 second. I'm just looking something up. I don't know. I'm checking to see what you mean by that.
No, like tapping into the anger, like how Pierre Polyev does.
Okay. I mean, well, populism is a political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel like their concerns are disregarded by established elite groups. Not necessarily, I mean, like, if you look at like fiery populism or it's yeah, exactly, pumpkin spice. It's like it's effective, but also it focuses a lot on the negative, right? And I really don't think that I think that when you're this is the way, when I was younger, I remember our election ads used to be, this is what we can do for the country. And you talk about everything that you were doing. And there wasn't the attack ads like we have now, right? And you always saw that down in the States, but you didn't see it here. So it was like something switched, and then all of a sudden now everything's attack ads, and you're not actually talking about the policies and what you should be doing. And now people are just like, the thing is like, when you have a good experience, you don't usually tell people about it unless it's like an amazing experience. And even then, you don't tell as many people as you would if you had a terrible experience. Because the terrible experience, you're going to go and talk to more people about it. And then those people are going to tell about it. Those people will tell about it. So I don't think that negativity is going to, no, I don't think that going towards people's concerns or like, and trying to display the negatives is a good thing. I think it should be like, when you're displaying the negatives, you should be doing like, this is my solution to this, not this is a problem and these people aren't doing anything about it and we're gonna stop them. But then that's all they say. They don't actually come up with solutions for it, which is what conservatives tend to do.
Yeah, I would never be in favor of populism at all, either if it was from the left or the right. That's not me. But I was just wondering, like, for the NDP, should they try to be more populist next time to appeal to their voters? Obviously, I would never vote for the NDP, but that was just a question I was asking, like, people who are actually more progressive. But I'm not.
Michael, I love the way you're always like, obviously I wouldn't do this. And I'm like, I don't know, I know you well enough to know if that's obvious or not. So
I'm talking to the rest of the panel.
I understand, but you got to remember that most of us don't know us know you well enough to know if that's obvious. So
yeah. Well, you do.
Sure.
well, you've known me for quite some time, man.
A little bit. I've known you for a little bit now. Yeah. All right, let's move to pumpkin spice, and then we got Paige, and then strong women.
You know, I honestly don't know, Michael, that is. I think that actually, my hot take is that Carney could very easily be the head of the Green Party. So, if you like Carney, I also think that you agree with the Green Party. I know you don't agree with leftism, But technically, the Green Party is more of a center party anyway. Just putting it out there. Pro-environment, and they're also capitalist. Sorry about that.
You're good. You're good.
Just my hot take is that he really does belong with the Green Party as well as the Liberals. Like the two of them are he's matched well for both of them. But when we talk about populism, I do think that there is an argument to say that the NDP should be talking more about the things that they can do to alleviate the problems that we have, right? In a real, actual way, rather than going the Pierre Poilievre direction with it. Because the problem with the right is that they use populism to make everybody upset about the situation, but then they don't actually offer real solutions. They just give us, like, vague statements. But what they're doing is they're using left rhetoric to make you want to vote for them, which is super weird because they are rightists, right? Like, they're like, the corporations are bad, but like they want to help the corporations. So, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that Pierre Poilievre gets to literally attack all the things that are bad, but then be on the fucking right while he's doing it. When that should be the MDP's like vaguest. I'm not saying they should be using populism, but they should be discussing how they can actually address all of the very accurately displayed situations that people are struggling with. I'm not saying that Pierre is very good at adequately, like he does on some occasions, just actively observe that there's a situation happening, but a lot of the times he also inflates those situations exaggeratorily. And he taps into people's feelings about it because of the fact that there is a small truth behind what he's saying. He's just exaggerating it so much, right? Mm-hmm. That is such a frustrating thing when you see somebody being like, yeah, and the problem is this, and then they almost touch on what the actual problem is, but they don't. But like, their base understands that the corporations are the problem. They can't clue in that the conservatives are for the corporations. It's true. Confusing.
But they've also been led to believe that the corporations, without them, we wouldn't exist. But the problem, like the reality is that without us, the corporations wouldn't exist. And that's what they have to remember, is that like the people are the ones who actually have the power, not the corporations.
Yeah, that is why general strikes are so effective, because of the fact that if you hurt the corporations, they have to listen because we control the balance of the power.
Paige, you're next.
Going with that, that is the biggest part of all of this that we all need to wake up and realize we way outnumber them. Okay, like when it comes down to it, if we all would just stand up and fight back, and I'm sorry, that's what it's going to come down to. We need to fight back and say, no, we're not going to do this anymore. For example, Doug Ford here in Ontario, it was about 4 years ago, he took all the infrastructure and put it on the municipalities, which when you put it on the municipalities, who are you really putting it on? The taxpayers. Because they have to come up with the money for it. But he's giving free infrastructure to these builders who are making billions of dollars building on this land. Why? Was this even allowed to happen? Like, why are we paying the infrastructure for somebody else's new house? I already paid for it on my house. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't have to pay for the builders to make billions of dollars. They should be paying for it. It should be included in the price of the house. But this is what's going on in Ontario. Like, it was like back when Mike Harris took the hospitals and started selling licenses to run old age homes and sold them to all his rich buddies. And now, and I'm sorry, anytime you make healthcare for profit or care for profit, it's not a good thing, because it's not anymore about taking good care of those patients. Now it's about how much money can I make off that patient. That's why private healthcare is a bad idea. And if we ever go completely that way, it's going to be hard to to get it back, if not impossible. It took, I think it was the 70s when we finally got full healthcare guaranteed in Canada. We don't want to lose it now.
Tommy Douglas.
Yeah. You know, it's sad that Canadians have always been about helping each other. You know, if you're down, we give them a hand up. What happened to that? Like back in the day, like you were talking about elections before, they were more clean. Now it's dirty. It's nasty. It's like since Trump got elected that first time, all bars hold. You know, it's just like it's a free for all.
Yeah.
Anybody can do whatever they want. Like he can say things like grab him by the, you know, like
Still get elected.
whoever would have, like, think of John F. Kennedy times. Who would ever thought that their president, not ours,
Right?
no, not ours,
Right?
would
People
ever
are all
say
over
something
him
like
for,
that?
like, Maryland.
Yeah, like it's disgusting what has happened. And back in those days, sure there was a little dirty fighting during elections, maybe, but in the end, when the election was over, they were all friends. And they work together for the betterment of all Canadians, not fighting each other the whole time. And like Pierre Poilievre, he makes me sick. All he does is talk about his socks, his beard, his hair. It's like he's like in love with him or something, and he just can't like get enough. And like now that he's
like a
you
jealous
know
ex.
leaving, you know, what is he? And now he's trying to tie Carney into Trudeau, like carbon tax Carney, and
Trudeau
it's so
2.0.
frustrating. You know, I just find it's just like the insults that Pierre threw for how many years. I'm surprised Trudeau lasted as long as he did, because I can tell you, I would have been this shit. I'm out. You know, like. I think the straw that broke the camel's back was the skiing trip where that woman came up and told him to get out of her province.
Right?
When his kids were there.
Yeah.
Like no respect. And Pierre Poilievre talks about his spending habits like Trudeau's, but he's also living in a 19-room mansion that we're paying for, with a chauffeur and a cook and a housekeeper and a nanny for his kids. And that's all on our dime. Why don't the Conservatives remember this or throw that? He is actually living in a bigger house than Trudeau is, because the main house that is for the prime minister is falling apart. It needs major renovations. And Trudeau doesn't want to spend the money on it because, you know, everybody's going to like, meh. Anyway, so he's living in the cottage, which is like a 4-bedroom little cottage. I mean, that's still a substantial house, but you know, like the hypocrisy just makes me want to like scream. And the weirdest thing, Pierre Poilievre, and you can look this up for fact, he's been getting water bills for $7,000 in the summer. What is he doing with the water? Like, is he like selling it to the
Watering the
neighbors?
grass every day.
$7,000. Like it was in this
wild.
report I saw. I was just like, oh my dear. Like his house expenses are costing, like, because that all has to be reported, right? So you can look up his house expenses. But yeah, he's costing us a small fortune.
Angela, who are you talking about almost disappeared? Who almost disappeared? Like Trudeau almost disappeared? He's been out and about.
I don't know if there's fountains, but
So
that's weird. $7,000 in water bills. Like, why? Make it make sense. I have a pool and my water bill is not even $300 in summer. You know, like it's an extra $50 for the pool. Like,
you don't live in Alberta.
no, I've heard. Are you in Alberta?
Here.
Are you in Alberta?
I'm in Trashberta. Yeah.
Oh God, I've heard about your utilities bills have been like just like skyrocketed.
I thankfully don't pay the utility bills, but still, it's yes, we've been paying way more than what we were supposed to be paying. way more. And then you look at, there's so much going on.
But even like
Sorry, I'm
looking
still getting over the last 2 days.
right,
So,
the UK
oh
had an
God.
issue last winter too. Remember that the heating bills were so high. I don't know if I haven't heard much about it this year, but is it still happening?
I don't
Like they
know.
have
I don't know.
very high
I
electric bills.
there's so much to pay attention to over here that I
I
can't
know
even pay
there's so
attention to
much.
everything over there
I
too.
think the whole world is like just losing it. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
God help us. That's all I can say.
All right. We're gonna go
Just
to
a quick
strong
note.
women. Oh,
Hang on a sec. Just a quick note on the House of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Trudeau has he chose not to live in the 24 Sussex, but he has no control over the status of what's going on with 24 Sussex. That's it's property run by the NCC, like most of the properties that are in Ottawa or around. It's federal property, and they're maintaining and trying to decide what they want to do with a heritage property that's filled with asbestos and other disasters.
fun times.
Well, I wasn't disputing that. I'm just saying
Yeah.
he would
Oh,
also
yeah.
have to make approval for it through his committees.
No, it's all run by NCC.
Ah.
That's completely separate from them. Yeah, a lot of people keep saying that he's choosing not to do this or do that. The properties of the NCC, he's got very little oversight over. No, none of the political parties have any oversight over them. It's all run and managed by them. They get their mandate, they get their budgets, and off they go. And 24 Sussex right now is one of those that's they don't know what to do with because it's such a it's been hasn't been haven't had any significant maintenance on it in such a long time. Even during the time of Harper, it should have been, and Harper just delayed it to toss it over to the next person. So
I want to move
this
on.
Good
is
to
why we're
know.
probably not going to have anybody in 24 Sussex for quite a while.
I want to move on to strong women because she's been waiting a
Yeah,
while.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's okay. No, I'm just listening. I think what Paige was saying is that basically it's so just weird that Pierre Polyev is living rent free in his position, and there's no reason to criticize the prime minister, any prime minister, for his living conditions. It comes with the job. It comes with the job. You know what I mean? There's certain jobs, all jobs in life. Like you gotta come to terms with that. There's certain positions. That's the way it is. You know what I mean? Like you work somewhere in Scotiabank and you're high up, you're getting tickets or given things. Like there's all kinds of things that happen in positions all up. Like I just think it's so silly for him to pick apart these privileges that the prime minister has, then when he's enjoying the same privileges himself. It's kind of ridiculous. You know what I mean?
David, we are going to get there. So once you start, we can get there for sure.
Can we talk about Trump? Oh yeah, I would love to talk about that.
Yeah, we'll get there for sure. There's 2 other people that wanted to talk, and then we can definitely. But
Okay.
yeah, what else did you want? Did you have anything else you want to say, strong
I
woman?
just wanted to say I'm in Ontario. I have a little bit of an election hangover, disappointment. I feel kind of sad. I'm really proud of my candidate. He's new on the scene. And in our actual town, the PC, who's been in the incumbent since 2016, he had 24,000 votes, and ours had 20,000. Now there was 4,000 to the NDP. But you know what I had to think about today? I was all about smart voting, and who's to say that that wasn't smart voting? I don't know, right? I don't know if there was smart voting. Maybe out of those 20,000 that went to my candidate were people smart voting. Obviously, we can't expect 100% of the people to vote. The only way we're going to do that is if we actually say the day before the election, okay, this is the person in second place, so we're dropping this candidate, which is never going to happen. I don't know. This is kind of I never used to think like this, but I don't know. I don't know if still, and I don't know. I'm not saying this for sure, but I don't know how people feel about, is Ontario ready again? I mean, we had Kathleen Wynne as a leader, but I just don't know if people thought when they looked at those 2 women that they were strong enough to take on that bully in the States. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know if they thought that to get seats or get out and vote. I don't know.
Right.
Anyways, I'm just in a bit of a hangover. I'll join the conversation back when we get into Zelenskyy, because it's a bad day for that too.
I'm feeling it too. We ran a 29-hour live on Beaver Politics So we went from 6 p.m. on Wednesday to 11 p.m. last night. I had the 3 to 6 on Thursday morning, like 3 to 6 my time, so mountain time, and then 6 to 11 last night, the other 5 hours. So I'm feeling very tired today. Plus, I was hosting trivia the night before too. So, and now I'm here for 6 hours again. Yay! So I'm feeling it definitely.
Yeah, it's went by fast. Wow, they count fast.
It went so fast. It
Went so fast. It's like all
And
of a
the thing that
sudden.
sucked is I was having technical difficulties right as the results started coming in.
I'm like, oh,
So
like
I
I think
couldn't,
it
and I
was.
was posting them on our screen and everything, and my computer decided to crash then. So that was
I
great.
mean, it was so quick they declared a majority. It's like, hold on a minute,
8
hold on a
minutes.
minute. Yeah, like it was so fast. It's so sad because
Yeah.
all of us were, we were. I mean, we really thought we could change it around, and then it's like that's what we're supposed to be doing, using our voice,
Yeah.
using our vote. Anyways, we'll circle back. I'll join back in. I'm not
Yeah,
leaving, but
absolutely.
I'll just mute.
No worries. Tom and then Joe, and then we'll go to David.
I have to say, like, I don't understand the mentality of most voters where they're looking for someone else to vote for. Like it does not make any sense to me. Why don't you look at what the person did while they were in power? Like what they accomplished? Did they do what they promised? How did they handle the situations when it came to, like, I literally feel like it just keeps popping into my head and I can't get it out of my head and it's just driving me nuts. But I literally feel like there's a bunch of that in Ontario today, that people truly believe there's a bunch of house hippos running around with Doug Fort's face on them. One's about unions and one's about how the rising cost of healthcare, and it's just, and they're gonna find out that he doesn't give two shits about healthcare. That as soon as those unions that he says sponsored him, as soon as they strike, he's gonna do what he did with the teachers and try to use the notwithstanding clause to get them back to work, and completely violate their rights. Like, and and basically, yeah, I see Doug Ford as being a big, like, as a house hippo running around, and I don't understand why people don't see that. Why can't they accept the fact that he didn't do his job and he will screw you over every chance he gets? Like, he's not. And even if you don't believe that, if he didn't do 100% what you thought he would, and you want things to change, even if you just want things to change, vote for somebody else. Like, the very fact that you're voting for somebody else, it means you want something to change. But if you just vote for Doug Ford again and again and again, nothing's ever going to change.
David, you were off the app too long, so TikTok kicked you off. So just re-request up, okay?
Yeah. Anyway, that's my opinion.
I think I got stuck on the house hippos, and then somebody else in the comments did too. So that's why I was laughing, because people really think that house hippos still exist. Like,
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing about the house hippo. Is it's it's too good to be true. You should know it's too good to be true, but you don't.
I
But
mean, I
but you
wish
don't.
they
You
did.
can't. But for some reason, all these people all over Ontario can't accept the fact that it's not. It's not
Yeah.
true. Like, he's not the best thing for Ontario. He was never the best thing for Ontario. But they keep voting him in.
Yeah.
You know.
The house hippos are best friends with the dust bunnies, guys. All right. Joe.
I truly think more people believe house hippos are real than it was back
I
then.
want them to be real.
Oh, I know that. I know a lot of people want them to be real, but I just feel there's a lot more people now are just susceptible to the idea that just some of the craziest things are real. We we're dealing with people who just believe a completely alternate set of reality, and it's just bizarre. Um,
Yeah.
Amongst all the other great things that occurred, the sad things and other also some good things from yesterday. I'm seeing in regards to the Charlie Angus video, and I'm also seeing the response from the guy who Charlie Angus told to go fuck himself, or no, sorry, fuck off. Um, and he's just, I can't believe the aggression and the violence from this MP who's in power had towards me. I'm like, we all saw the video. Like, he told you to go piss off and to go away, and you didn't. And I'm not sure how you feel that you're the victim in this. You went from downtown specifically to his location to talk to him. He didn't want to talk to you. He told you to F off repeatedly, and yet somehow you feel you're the victim. And it's that particular point of there's so many of these people who are just constructing realities that just not even close to the current to the standard one of everybody's.
Yep.
Sorry. That's my
You're
rant.
good. You're good. You're good. I'm just trying to get a video up here so that we can maybe play that, and then we can start talking about the other topic that everybody wants to get to, which is cool. It's a good thing that people brought it up to me today because I was not prepared to talk about it at all, but I watched the video and I was like, this is fucking gross. So I'm gonna switch my camera around and we're gonna make it, oh geez, I'm gonna make it big. You guys will have to put yourselves, like, your phones sideways so you can see it because it's not gonna work any other way. Just take that
I
out.
have to do work now.
Yeah, you have to do work. Look, oh look, I'm sideways. Oh, help, help. Okay.
How is she not falling?
Which one is
I
this?
don't know. How am I not following? This is
Oh, this is
this
this
video.
video.
It's a little long, but bear with us.
Aye.
Bear with me on this. I gotta make sure my volume is good too. Oh geez, this went huge. Oh god, way too big. Oh no, why is there no sound?
Phrasing.
It's not my. Stop it, computer. My sound is on. Oh, I know why. I think I know why. I think it's connected to my Bluetooth. Nope, it's not. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Why are you not playing this? It was playing earlier, I swear to God. I hate his face. Speaker out. No, speaker out. Sorry, guys. If anybody wants to, David, if you want to start, actually, David, can I grab age and province and federal party that you're gonna vote for, please?
21. Just city or province? Sorry,
Province.
province. I live in Ontario, and
Yeah.
I'm going to be voting for PC.
Okay. That's interesting that you want to bring up this video and you're voting PC. Okay. All right.
Okay. So, let's start with you guys. I'm obviously assuming you think Trump was being a bully and was doing bad stuff.
Yeah, you're strong arming 100%.
Okay, so I'm going to disagree on that, obviously. So, what Trump is trying to do is pragmatism. So it's basically pardon?
Hello? I said, have you spoken to him and you know this directly? Or...
No, I watched the whole thing in the Oval Office. I listened to what he said.
Yeah.
Can I go now?
He said do this or we don't help you.
No, he didn't actually say that. He's trying to give solutions. So can I explain my point, or are you going to interrupt me?
Well, actually, you know what? I'd rather watch the video first before you decide to try and explain what you think it means. I'd rather
Okay,
have
watch the
everybody
video,
else
and
watch
then
the video.
okay, let's watch the video.
So, if I can get it to work, that would be fantastic. Let me see if I can get a different version of it. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just going to turn it back around to me. Let's talk about something else really briefly while I figure this out, because I think I need to restart my computer in order to get it to work properly. So yeah, give me 1 second. Restart. My volume is turned up on this thing, right? All the way up. Yep, all the way up there. Should not be working. All right. What's called out twice? Pixie, I can't see anything that you're writing. You're just writing. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about Trump. Yeah. While I'm waiting for this to reset, guys, if you can make sure we're tapping the screen. We're not even at 20K likes yet, and I've already been going for an hour. So if we can get the likes up there, everybody power tap. Let's get the shares up as well. Share it out to some friends. Oh, we're at 228. Look at that. We made our goal. If we can get the likes or the shares to 275. We can do 50, 100%. If everybody does one share or even 2 shares, then you can totally get it. So hold your finger down here, and then the screen's going to pop up, and then you can go send, or you can just go send, or send it out to the ether twice. It's totally fine.
My share joined. Do I get extra points for that?
Your share joined? Oh, well, I'm glad that they joined. Excellent. That's the whole point, is to try and get people in here.
I shared to Joe, and then Joe came on.
Oh, okay.
Does that count?
Joe always comes on here.
That's true.
I know. You're trying to yuck my yum. I'm trying to have credit.
I'm sorry.
Would you like me to try to get that for you?
What? The video? No, I'm good, guys. I'm good. Guys, I'm good. I got the tech stuff. I know there's 2 guys trying to help me, but I can totally do this.
I believe, yeah.
I appreciate the help, but
just
I'm
offering
very help. I'm very, you know, I can do this. I can do this shit.
Oh, you're much more.
It's only a 7-minute video. Why does it have it on so long on all these other ones? It doesn't make any sense. Okay,
Yeah, there's a bunch of 46s and one I found that's about 10
I know.
minutes.
The one I had, it's only a 7-minute video, and it's actually on CNN's page. So, hey, let me see if I can get this. There's still no volume on this. There's something wrong with my mixer. Okay, fine, Joe. Oh, I figured out why. Wrong output. It was trying to put it through to the TV or to the monitor. Ha! Told you I had this. Okay. It was just, you know, it didn't like where I was trying to send it. Okay. It's gonna go this way. And then hopefully I can, like, I don't want to make this so big.
For 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I
he killed.
was not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on
position
this
to
question.
dictate that.
That's exactly
Remember
what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
You will
good.
feel influence.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and
of
he
the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a
Mr.
good
Brown,
position.
I
You don't
was-
have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm
Yeah,
very
you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you
You're
speak about?
gambling
What
with
do you
World
speak
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to
respect to
you.
your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
With
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire
today.
meeting, have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's
Can I-
in big
can I-
trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn
We-
good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment.
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course,
It's
yes.
going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
Except
times to American people.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running low
I
on
know.
soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't play
you're running
Mr.
low
President.
on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
What a fucking dumbass.
That was one of the greatest things I've ever watched.
What the fuck?
You have some serious issues then, David.
Not really. So can I explain now or no?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm not going to have you
gaslight
go on a whole diatribe, so you can speak for a little bit.
No, yeah. I probably only need like maybe 2 minutes, maybe. Probably less though. So there's some things that he said were incorrect, Trump. Like it's not 350 billion. That's false. It's about 200 billion or like 175. So he's false about that. That's wrong. And you can definitely, I'm not here to debate that he was being a nice guy. That's definitely not a way you should talk to someone. That's not very nice. But in terms of their goals and the things he was saying, even though he was saying them in an aggressive, extremely aggressive way, the things he's saying are actually correct. Now, what I tried to say before is he's preaching pragmatism, which is a practical approach to problem solving and decision making that is based on what works best in a real world. Just listen to what I'm saying.
How is that pragmatic?
Because it's based on what it's based on what's going to work in the real world. That's what's going to work best. In a perfect world, would it be amazing for Russia to just say, all right, we're going to stop. We were wrong. Yes, of course, in a perfect world. But we don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world that's imperfect. So, unfortunately, if you could take an imperfect ceasefire, which is what Trump said, where you give a little bit of land to them, again, it's horrible. It's not a good thing.
No.
Just listen. Let me finish speaking, please.
No, I'm
Let
not
me
going to
finish
listen.
speaking.
Don't tell me to listen.
Why can I finish speaking?
No.
Why can't I finish speaking?
Because I'm not letting you.
Because you're not going to let me say a point that's actually correct.
No, because David, stop. Do you understand what stop means?
Okay, go. Say your point.
Thank you. No. Ukraine doesn't give up land. It is their land. They don't give it up. Trump doesn't get to go make negotiations for Ukraine and say, this is what you're going to get and this is what you're going to give us. That's literally what this whole meeting was about. It was, hey, we want your resources and the war is going to stop. But Putin gets the land. That's literally what it was. And Zelenskyy gets nothing out of it aside from no land.
No, he actually has land and he gets a war that's being stopped, like I said, in a perfect world.
It's BS. It's
It's
BS. I don't care
unfortunate,
about
of
your
course.
perfect world scenario, David. I don't care about your perfect world scenario. The thing is when you say in a perfect world this would happen, but we don't live in a perfect world. You
Exactly.
know what? Let's try and make it. Don't talk over me. These are my people. I am Ukrainian. These are my people out there. All right?
Okay.
You don't get to say in a perfect world and then but we don't live in a perfect world, because that is a defeatist attitude and we should just give in to the bullies. That's what he was fucking doing in there, was he was being a bully. He was strong arming him, and Vance started it in the first place by giving his little diatribe about, well, we're here doing this, this, and this. What do you have to say about that? Like, he literally said that it was planned to make Zelenskyy, to try and make Zelenskyy look bad. And Trump looks like an ass himself for trying to strong arm another country for a war that he shouldn't even be negotiating.
Okay, so if he shouldn't be negotiating in it, do you think the U.S. should just completely not even help them then?
They have a Budapest memorandum. It doesn't mean he can negotiate. It means he can help out because Russia started attacking them, because they gave up their defenses in order to not be attacked by Russia. And as soon as Russia goes and attacks them, no, we're helping them out. Everybody's helping them out. That doesn't mean we don't help them out. It means we don't speak for them and make decisions for their country on their behalf. They make decisions for their country. If Zelenskyy does not want to do it, he doesn't do it. And the war continues. If the war continues, the war continues. But we're not giving up land.
Okay, well then if that war continues, he will lose that war, is what he's trying to say, unfortunately.
Because you don't think the U.S. should honor their Budapest, their part in the Budapest Agreement?
I kicked him.
Oh, sorry.
I think the overarching thing, if I can just say, is this is typical Trump, that he decides for every country, every situation, what he says is right, and that's it. Like, he just makes the decisions. Like, Canada should be the 51st, state. Like, no, nobody. It's just because you say it. And oh my gosh, with the thank yous, I was so irate. Thank you. What
It was
you
so
saying?
like that. There is narcissistic. It is narcissistic tendencies right there, and it is Darbo. You need to thank me for doing this for you, but we're going to screw you over in the process. Why am I not getting a thank you for this? Why am I not getting a thank you? Why am I not getting a thank you for putting you in a position where you have to give up part of your land and your resources?
And you're in bed with Putin, that we all know you are. So why should we trust you? That
Exactly.
anything you're doing, like, we're not trusting you. And furthermore, the rest of the world doesn't think like this. We supported Ukraine. Everybody has supported Ukraine. Why we don't get to tell them what to do? We're there as human beings, as a country. We see what's not right about it. We see what Russia has done is not right. The whole world, America thinks they're the best at everything. Everyone should be thankful to America. That's how they think.
David, here's the thing. I kicked you because you're a piece of shit, and I don't keep pieces of shit like you up here. That's why. Hi, Pixie. I know everybody else wanted to talk, but Pixie really wanted to come up, and I know you probably wanted to, chow down on that guy. You're muted.
He was giving me a brain tumor, especially with all the background that I've got with Ukraine and bringing them to Canada, and how many have come to Canada with not really wanting to.
Can you get rid of your background noise?
Sorry about that, but
Okay.
just with my experience with them being here, and they didn't want to be here, right? And for somebody to come up and talk about what they should do and what their country should do, shut up. I my tongue, I was chewing, I was I'm raging because my husband also has a Ukrainian fellow that works with him, and he's a hard working guy, but they're stubborn, right? They're absolutely not going to take no shit kicking from anybody. And what Zelenskyy did today was showing leadership for that country, saying, I'm not going to let the children and the rest of for the rest of their lives pay for this. And then for him to be critiqued by not just one, but two other world leaders. Trump, no, we gave them the money. No, it wasn't a grant. No, we did this willingly because this is what we need to do to save world democracies. We're not dealing with somebody that's got any democracy in him. Trump doesn't want democracy. Like, that's not where he sees the United States heading. He sees an autocracy. He wants everybody to be under him, and he sees the world as his playground. And he feels he can just take and whatever. And he actually supports Putin on the taking of Crimea. And when you have J.D. Vance sitting there trying to tell somebody that's Ukrainian what their history is and speaking for them, just sit down. Anyways, there's other people that want to get up too, but I just had to, because like I said, Mrs. Radical and I, we spent hundreds of hours with these people, bringing them here, going through what the whole trauma of getting here. And then some of them went back, and then some of them would come back. Don't speak for them. Please don't.
Oh God, this is probably gonna make me cry because I cried when it happened. But I used to work at a store in a mall, and it was like literally the week after the war had started. And I had a lady come in, and she was buying some stuff, and I heard she had an accent, and I was like, "Oh, where are you from?" And she was like, "Ukraine." And I was like, "Oh," I'm like, "Do you have do you have family there?" And she's like, "Well, I came from there." She's like, "But we're going back to go and get family and bring them back." And she was actually from Kiev, which was attacked like that week, kind of thing. So it was.
Yeah,
I started bawling.
Lana's mom
like, I am so sorry.
And watched the Russians actually shoot one of her cousins. So, and Lana's mom was a senior, and when we brought her here, she wasn't really happy to be here because there's no other, and she spoke Russian, right? And a senior, she was 78, but that poor woman laid in a soaking wet, freezing basement for weeks until they could actually get to Poland. And then once you got to Poland, then you had to worry about paperwork. There was so much, it was so it was complicated, but it wasn't, because the Canadian government thankfully gave them easier passage than any other refugee status ever prior to this, right?
Yeah.
But in total, I think we brought 120, after all said and done, and we stopped because of housing issues in Canada as well, right? We didn't want to, in our small community here, but they're so grateful to be here. And they're just so, and again, they will go back when the war is over because they didn't come here willingly. They would rather be at home. And as far as constrictions go, and this guy's, they're constricting. What do you call what the United States did during Vietnam? Drafting, right? They drafted and what do you call what's going on in Israel? Every 18-year-old person in that country has to either go and serve in their military or go to jail. So they are basically trained right out of the gate from the time they're 18 years old to be a soldier. And then they have to serve a certain amount of time. Even in the United States, 90% of their population will go to the reserves because it's free education. So don't talk about constrictions. Yes, they have issues. Yes, they have low population that wants to actually fight. But there are so many of them that stood up willingly the day that war started. They were lined up. So don't even tell me that they're having issues because of the fact that, I hate to say this, but hundreds of thousands of them have been unalived. And that's why they're having problems recruitment, is because they have lost so many people.
Yeah. Just some people had asked, David didn't run. I kicked him. I'm not having somebody like that up here. No, I can take people who I can take people who are bigots, but I can't take people who are that far gone that they don't understand what sovereignty of a nation is. I mean, he's the kind of person who would want to be a 51st state. No, I don't know, did he leave the live completely? I muted him, so he probably did.
But this isn't a game of risk, right? And I think, and he was 21, he's young, but I guess if we're a little bit older, like Charity or not, it's quite as old crotchety as I am, but if you've been around for a while, if you're in the 50 plus and you're a Gen Xer, this isn't a game of risk, folks. Yeah. This is the real world. And we've got several conflicts that are going on. And like, in my 55 years, I never thought in my lifetime that we'd be sitting in this position with the United States.
Yeah.
Like, there's never been a president alive like since I've been alive that has ever outright said, we're going to come and we're going to take you, and we don't care.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go bottom to top. Work our way from Tom up to Joe. Whoever wants to speak. Tom, if you wanna. David is Canadian. He's from Ontario. Yeah, I remember. I've spoken to him before. I probably have a note about him somewhere because I keep notes about like. I keep notes so that when I encounter people again, I can be like, I can look back at them and be like, oh, that's what you were like. So, but yeah, Tom, if you want to,
I'm concerned.
Yeah, I sort of disagree with you all because I think everybody's kind of missing the obvious, and that is the fact that Trump isn't interested in democracy. He never has been interested in democracy. He's not interested in he's not interested in he's really got no he really doesn't care to he doesn't care about the Ukraine at all. He doesn't care about Gaza at all. What he cares about is staying in power. And it is my firm opinion. But by the time he is done, maybe by the time this year is out, but certainly by the time his 4-year term is out, he will be at war with someone, just so he doesn't have to turn over power, so he can can stay the president.
Okay.
And that is what he'll do. He will use the excuse that they are a country at war, totally of his own making, that never needed to be, so that he can stay in power. And that's been his plan all along. That's what the plan is, I think. And he is going to grift the American people for as long as he can, as long as he'll let them. And
so.
Well, yeah, and that will be that's the plan. Like and like the very fact that he put out this thing with Gaza, that's not a 4-year plan. That's a minimum of 10-year plan. Like when you go from the way it is now to the way he's proposing it will be, that's a minimum 10-year plan. And then he's going to get then if he thinks Israel is going to let him do that, I mean, the man's delusional. He is not. They are not going to let. They are not going to let an Aryan society take hold of Gaza. It's just not going to happen. I mean, like there'll be there's the war. There's a war right there. But he's doing all I think it's all quite deliberate. He's doing all these things. He's putting the 51st state, Greenland, Mexico, Panama, Gaza. He's got all the feelers out. One way or another, he will be at war, but before the end of his term, so that he doesn't have to step down.
Yeah, for sure.
And on that, I am going to step down because I don't know if you want. Is there something about you kicking me that makes it better?
I can kick you if you want.
It's up to you. I don't care.
That's okay. But, I heard it helps the algorithm if I drop the people. So
yeah, that's what I heard too.
Right.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
I think you heard that in Pages Live. So okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Tom.
Yep.
And I think he already likes it too.
Probably. All right. Pumpkin Spice, you're next.
Right. Yeah. I feel like something that was really disregarded by David was the fact that, as Volodymyr Zelenskyy was saying, it's every time that there's been a ceasefire, Putin has broken the accords. Every single time. And so there is no reason that he would trust another ceasefire when Putin has never actually listened to a ceasefire before. He's never followed the rules that they drew up together before. So there's like a huge disconnect there. But I honestly feel like this meeting was a trap. And Zelenskyy did a very good job at keeping his calm, at defending himself, at standing up for himself in the face of Trump and Vance, who were absolutely losing their temper and were making themselves look like fools, which I think is probably the only thing that might be good about that situation, which is that the American people, from what I can tell, a lot of them support Ukraine, and many of them are going to be very, very upset by what went down. But this situation was terrible and it was absolutely unacceptable. And I'm very glad that Zelenskyy left early, because I don't think that if he had signed that agreement with them, that it would have went well for him.
Did you notice the gaslighting that happened though too? Because like Vance led the whole thing, saying like, we're here doing this, this, and this. You know, what did you have to say? And he says it to Zelenskyy. And then later on he goes, well, I think it's ridiculous that you're calling this meeting like this with the press here and doing this right in front of the press, in front of the American people, and like totally turned it around on him. Thanks,
Oh,
Paige.
absolutely. He was like, no, you invited me here.
Yeah. Yeah, totally turned it around on him.
Absolutely. This is why I say it felt like a trap, right? Because like he came in, he was invited to this meeting. They absolutely had talking points that they were forcing on him, and then they kept asking him questions but never gave him a chance to have a breath to get out a sentence. Like he couldn't say anything without them interrupting him. And then when he was like, no, you guys are surrounded by an ocean, so you don't get it because you have never had a war where you were in the same border as somebody. You have an ocean that separates you from the places that you have a war. If it was on the ground, you would feel the difference, right? But of course, oh, well, don't dictate to me. Like, that was so disgusting. Because he was just trying to explain to them that, like, you don't understand what it's like to be in a war when it's on your country, on your sovereign territory. Because the US doesn't have that experience, right? So, I don't know. It was disgusting. It made me feel sick to my stomach. I was so pissed.
Murphy Halifax, not Murphy Baxter that I'm friendly with. Murphy Halifax says Zelenskyy is a great actor and only cares about money. Yeah, okay. You guys are so full of misinformation. You believe any kind of propaganda that you're sold. Hi, strong women. What would you like to add?
Well, this is for Joe, because I know he likes fact checking, and that it has been fact checked that Zelenskyy has thanked the U.S. 33 times, because it was very stated by both those two guys, those two shits, that, oh, you never thank us. You never thank us. Well, first of all, I find that kind of upsetting, or that's not the word, but, you know, insulting. I mean, the rest of the world, like I said before, the rest of the world is supporting Ukraine. It's not just America. And I don't know. I didn't have a good feeling about even them meeting and Trump saying, I'll take your resources and everything. I did not feel good about that yesterday. And I don't really dive too much into all of that stuff, but I just don't trust Trump as a person. And I just didn't have a good feeling about it. So it,
Good night.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. The last thing I'm going to say for now, and we'll keep circling back, I'm sure, but I don't know why in hell any Canadian would want to join that country. Like, you got to be off your rocker to be thinking that that's going to be good for you. I don't know.
The one thing, I was listening while I walked away, but the one thing you said that sparked in my head, I didn't mean to rhyme that, was about the thank yous, right? It's because the United States has this thing, and I'm sorry, my American friends, okay? But the United States has this thing about being like the saviors of the world, right? And this is why, honestly, this is why I hate war movies. The only war movie I like watching is Enemy at the Gates, and that's because it doesn't even involve the U.S. Like, I hate how they are like, we saved the world, when like they didn't even save the world in World War II. Like they came in at the last minute. That was it. And they didn't even like do anything. Not that they didn't do anything, but you know what I mean. But they like to pretend that they're the saviors of the world, and that's the problem. And I think that's where that comes from, is like that, well, you didn't even thank us. And again, that goes back to the whole narcissism and like the Darvo and everything. Like, thank me because we're putting you in a position that's going to make it better for you, but it's actually worse for you. But you need to thank me for that, even though it's not exactly what you wanted. I think you got a call. So we're taught it as toddlers. Yeah, Skylar. Yes. Hi. Murphy. See, I've got American friends in there who are like, yes, we've been taught that we are the saviors of the world. Like, I mean, the president is called the leader of the free world. So, strong women, did you?
Those thank yous were over, 22, 23 since the war started. At different times when Zelenskyy was brought to the U.S., he thanked them. He starts off by saying, first of all, I want to say thank you. Of course he said thank you. I don't know what they're saying. It's just not even true.
In front of Congress, he said thank you. He stood in front of the whole Congress and Senate and said thank you. He has stood in front of the world and said thank you.
Yeah, House of Commons in Canada. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're just what? Oh my goodness, that's
So
terrible.
you're absolutely right. CNN has confirmed that he said thank you 33 times. And that was at time of publication, because there's actually now a 34th time, which is
Right.
after the meeting, the shit show meeting, he did thank the US again. So the man is gracious in spite of everything that occurs to him, in spite that, he doesn't dress well because, he's still fighting in his country. It's just absolutely insane. The good thing also that also came from it, because again, the reaction to this particular meeting is kind of important to watch. Now, as you can imagine, Russia's reaction to the meeting was, well, it's about time somebody said something to him and yada, yada, yada. We don't care. European Union came out with strong support for Ukraine. Overwhelming support declaring Ukraine is Europe, we stand with Ukraine. Additional countries that came out in support was France, Germany, Norway, Poland, Spain, Italy, Hungary, Estonia, Sweden, and just recently, Justin Trudeau just brought out a message saying that, yeah, we support Ukraine and Canada still stands with Ukraine.
Australian Prime Minister did too. I don't know if you said that.
So,
I was reading about it.
Did you say Hungary too?
Yes, Hungary also.
Oh, really? Because usually they don't support Ukraine. That's odd, because he's right up Trump's buddy. But
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. No, my bad. Victor Orban said, yeah, I misread that one too quickly. Victor said, strong men make peace, weak men make war. Today, President Trump stood bravely for peace, he wrote on X, even if it was difficult for many to digest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gross.
Scratch Hungary. I'm like, yeah.
Is it for peace?
Not the one you want.
Control or peace?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'd ask.
Yeah, well, this is the thing they're saying, like, well, we're just trying to fight for peace, or we're trying to get peace because this killing is wrong. Your fight for peace is just surrender.
it's extortion.
And I'm sorry, I can't imagine the Ukrainian people wanting to give away.
Guys, I want to stick with the order, please.
Sorry.
Okay, wait,
Yeah.
because I know, Joe, you were kind of jumping in, talking to strong women. Strong women, did you have anything else to add before Joe finishes what he's got to say?
No. Sometimes I jump in, but
Okay.
I do it respectfully, just a comment, But no, I'm
Yeah,
finished.
no, I get if it's like a quick little interjection, I'm totally fine. But then sometimes it goes into a conversation, and I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Everybody needs to have their say right now.
Yeah, no,
So,
Joe's.
yeah,
It's Joe's.
you're good. Yeah. Okay. Joe, before you do that, guys, there's 42 people in here right now. Let's make sure we're still tapping. We have, what are we at? Ooh, we're at 289 shares now. Let's get that to 250 or 350. We can totally do that. 350. 2 shares each. 2 shares each from everyone, and then we can get to 250 or 350 easily. So, okay, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Thank you. Thanks, Murphy. Murphy loves it when I do that. That's why. And don't forget, we do have the rosas that we still have to finish getting our goal for right now. Okay, Joe, now you can finish off.
Excellent. Sorry, I was doing my shares.
If I get another hat,
so
I'm going to have to interrupt you.
Go for it. Just yeah. When you get the hat, interrupt. But yeah, it's yeah. So there's a fair amount of countries that have been responding quite positively to it, and it's fantastic to kind of see. And I think this is, if this kind of action continues coming out of the U.S., we're going to start seeing some lines change. Like, we already kind of seeing it, but I think we're going to start seeing more positions, more actions, and more things. I guess is what it's going to be in regards to more discussions about trade agreements, defense agreements, maybe maybe other kinds of agreements on top of that. And I think we're going to start seeing an increased shift in regards to decreasing trade independence. We've already started talking about it before, but I think there's going to be an acceleration in regards to many countries that still have some dependence in regards to the U.S. to just start moving away from it. And there might be, and I'd be interested to see it get to the point where the U.S. dollar may no longer be the standard. All right, that's it.
Nice. Okay, thanks. Pixie. Anything else you want to add? Yeah, Crispy,
Yeah.
I'm going in order up the thing. So
Yeah, just like to kind of jump on what Joe was saying, like they need to be isolated. Like I know we kind of joke about turning off their power and their water and all their stuff, but in reality, there's 124 countries right now that are already standing against the U.S. and the way they're treating us, Ukraine and the EU and everybody else, like is and the way the Ukraine or the UK Prime Minister or Kieran whatever that was almost embarrassing to come in there with a letter from the king and this has never happened before. No, because why would they do that? Like it's almost like he's like, it's like extortion on all levels. Like it's like he feels like he's like, it's almost like watching Al Capone. And it's extortion what he's doing even to the Ukraine. But I knew that Zelenskyy would not cave. Ukrainians are stubborn. They're proud, and there is no way they're going to take anything less than what they deserve. And I'm not, like I said, like, I'm not speaking for them, but I know my friends well enough to know that they would go, nah. Like, there's no way. And if he had to actually ask the people of Ukraine what they would do, they'd say, let's fight on. I mean, I know there's a lot of discourse there, too, because they're tired. They're worn down. It's been a long 3 years. Absolutely. Their economy's failing. Like, there's so many things that could, be so much better for them. And the bombing and the drone. But they're a strong, resilient people, like the Palestinians, and they will fight on. And that's it for now. Something will come up later, I'm sure.
Okay, for sure. Awesome. Hello, Zibby.
Hi.
Hi.
Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
So what I came up to say is when you're talking to people from the other side, they no longer care that we are losing democracy. There is a post being shared around right now mocking people for being concerned about the loss of our democracy. Just so you know exactly how far down the rabbit hole they've gone. In case you have not come across that post.
I haven't, because I tend to stick in like my safe spot of TikTok. Oh, I think you got a call. I'll just wait a second. If we could, while we're waiting for Zibby to come back, tap. Also, gift the panel, guys. Make sure the panel's we're doing some emotional labor here.
Where's your paddle? Where's your paddle? Show your paddle.
I don't have it. I'm at pet sitting right now, so my paddles aren't with me. But also, join the team. That little heart up at the top, let's join the team. It's 1 coin to do that. It helps boost the live. Tapping is clapping. Sharing is caring. Those are both free things to do as well. So to help boost the live. Welcome back, Sibby.
Okay. I didn't realize that I wasn't allowed to talk while I
Oh
had
yeah,
the
no. When
app
you're off
closed
app, we
anymore.
can't hear you.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the reason why they don't care about democracy anymore is because of the fact that it's us giving away our money.
Mm.
And that's in regards to Ukraine and that we should not be helping them. So that's how far the right has gone. And I mean, we already know that they're pretty far gone, but when it comes to this is where they stand. They don't care
Yeah,
that
'cause
we
they
lose
don't.
democracy on that ground.
It's ridiculous.
Where's their heart?
And the funny thing is, one sec. The funny thing is that they're all like freedom, freedom, and they don't realize that if we lose our democracy, we don't have the freedom.
I know, it's wild. There was another point, but I forgot what it was, so
Okay.
I'm good.
Put your hand up in the chat when you remember it, and then I'll come right back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Pixie, you wanted to say something really quick, and then I'm gonna go to Crispy.
Well, I just kind of have to ask what their heritage is. Like, if you're Canadian, you unless you're First Nations, you're a colonizer, and you're European, and I'm just gonna throw it out there. Like, there's a huge Ukraine population here in our country.
I just want to correct you though. Not all people that are not First Nations are European.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. They're like Western, Eastern, Ukraine. There's all kinds of immigration here, right? Diversity. But our population
Right,
is a
but I'm saying some come from Asia and Africa as
Oh
well.
yes, absolutely. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, you're right. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes. But
Thank you.
my point was, if you look at northern Alberta, what's the population of Ukraine there? Like, what's the right? So these people from Alberta that are going honk honk, chomp chomp, your grandparents are probably from somewhere in Eastern Europe, Poland, Ukraine, Ukraine, Hungary, Yugoslavia, that's Bosnia. You should be watching what you say.
Crispy. Hello, friend.
Hello. So what I originally came up here to say was just like when we were talking about like all the thank yous. So I did see parts of the interview today, but I didn't see that montage of all the times that he had said thank you. But in my experience with dealing with narcissistic men is if, I know that he said thank you to everyone that's ever helped. You know what I mean? He's, thanked different countries. But to Donald Trump and JD Vance, unless Zelenskyy went in and said, I thank you personally, Donald Trump, for helping, even though you weren't the president these last 4 years, if he didn't personally thank them, I feel like these men found it as a slight. What I found absolutely disgusting is there was a large group of people that were in that interview, and not one person said, what are you doing? Why are you talking to this person like this? This gentleman was like, why aren't you wearing a suit? But I seen a TikTok from another creator, and I can't source them because I don't recall, but no one asked Elon Musk how come he wasn't wearing a suit that day that he was in the Oval Office standing over Donald Trump and letting his child run around the Oval Office. No one asked him, why aren't you wearing a suit? It's just, to the lengths that these men will go to be disrespectful is embarrassing. It's just embarrassing.
Yep, absolutely. All right.
I got a quick point for that one.
Yeah.
The reason why they didn't care about the reason why they didn't care about Elon Musk being in the suit is who they expect to worship them and who they worship. That's why they're expecting suits from one, but not the other.
Yeah.
Can I say something? I think what triggered Donald Trump, because these guys have trigger points. I think when Zelenskyy, when I was watching it, because now he's like on this phone, I was watching it when you put it up really closely, right? Like visually closely. And I feel like now when I watch it this time, it felt like that was what got the trigger when he started saying, going back to 2015, when Donald Trump was president from 16 to 20. And I feel like when I was watching it that time, that was like a trigger in Donald Trump, because all of a sudden he can't skip, like, it's between Obama. He wants to blame Obama and he wants to blame Biden, but it's like you were in between there. And we can't forget that. We can't say that anything happened or everything stopped between Russia and Ukraine when the time you were in there before. So you like to blame those two people, but I felt like that was that was the starting point for where he just
100%.
was grasping for straws, and it was really evident
because he's just sitting there like this the whole time, and then he's
Yeah,
like,
agitated.
wait a second, like what did you say, what year? 2014? What's that? 2015? It wasn't my year. I wasn't there. It was not my responsibility. But then later on he's like, we sent you the what are they called, the javelins, we sent you I sent javelins, you know. He's trying to pump himself up afterwards. But what, Joe? A new discussion point. Okay, I'm gonna let Pumpkin go before you then. Okay, Pumpkin, go ahead.
Totally fair.
Yeah, when he was talking about 2014, I think there was like a very interesting moment where he had no idea what he was talking about from 2014. And then he had to be like, yeah, when he like started annexing Crimea, like it was like Trump had no idea what he was talking about, and because he wasn't able to follow that like really triggered him. I also think he was very triggered by the fact that every single time that Zelenskyy brought up one of the presidents, he was like, yeah, but that was your president. Like, he was the president of the United States. He was the one helping me at the time. So, like, these were, like, every time he was like, yeah, Biden is a bad person. He was like, but he was your president. Like, he was the guy in charge of this country. He did do the thing to help me. It wasn't you. Like, he doesn't
100%.
like the fact that there were other presidents.
Yeah. The thing is like he wants all the bad stuff blamed on other people, and then he wants all the good stuff for himself, right? I did that. And it's not even just like his administration did that.
What was that about sheets? He was like, Obama sent you sheets?
Sheets. I don't know what that is. Does anybody know what that means?
Body bags. Because that was the thing that they kept saying, that they sent them body bags, but they don't use body bags because they use sheets, right? So sheets are meant to be like a body bag, like same thing. Kind of like when they,
like a shroud.
Yeah, like to cover their dead, like body bags. So a sheet would be like a body bag. That's what my take is on that. Because again, like I said, just the total disrespect. Like, even
was that what Obama did when Crimea was annexed? He sent them body bags?
No, he did not. But that's what Trump is trying to say. Is that basically he sent them nothing but body bags, which is not true. But Crimea was
someone's saying that it means non-lethal assistance.
Yeah, that could be, but they didn't though. They sent them they took 2014 is when they had a reigning or a president that was basically a Russian puppet, right? And that's when they came across the border. And again, here's, Trump trying to tell Zelenskyy what their history is. Yet history, Zelenskyy saying, no, this is how it went. They invaded us, right, in 2014. Never mind, they killed 150 protesters at that time. And that president that they had that was basically a Putin puppet ran back to Moscow. That was 2014 when Crimea was invaded.
I took the sheets to just mean they sent you nothing. Like, you can't do anything in war with sheets. Like, what can you do with sheets? Like, fan the flames. Sheets. I don't know. Like,
yeah, blankets, vehicles, night vision goggles, armor, and training.
Yeah, I think he meant like those other people sent you nothing. I sent you things that could actually help you. Because of course
we sent you. Yeah, he sent defense. We sent offense.
Yeah, and I think because I don't think. Yeah.
One sec. Pixie, just 1 second, because Strong Woman was still speaking.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just.
I didn't hear the last thing you said though.
No, I just said that. That's how I took that. Like, because I think what I was going to say is Donald Trump's not smart enough to think about anything deeper than that.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was grasping. I sent you javelins, and then I think, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I mean, he's also been completely unwilling when he was talking with Macron to be like acknowledging the fact that Europe has actually paid more into Ukraine as far as like aid than the United States has, because I think it's been like 60% or something. So I mean, like, the ego is there, right?
Yeah. Pixie, go ahead.
Well, the aid for Ukraine has actually stopped since Trump has shut down U.S. aid. So just for the general population that are suffering. But to go back to what I was saying before, it was basically like the history of the Ukraine was being told by Trump and J.D. Vance, which was not correct, right? And they want to blame Vladimir for doing things and not holding elections when in reality they're like, I just don't understand the whole concept of where they're even coming from any of this, like, to be fair.
Anybody have a comment for that? I'm not looking at the screen. I'm trying to type something.
Well, I just don't think that we're dealing with fair people, Pixie, unfortunately. I mean, these people are just, I don't know, they just don't think like the rest. I saw, what do people read online? I'd say the majority of the comments are Americans are saying we're embarrassed. Did anybody kind of get that sense? Most of them. You're always going to have people that say, good for my president, stand up, you
I
know?
think what's more
You're gonna have a
disturbing is
mixed
that,
bag.
Canadians don't quite understand that the money that we spend isn't money. Like, it's not like we're sending them envelopes of money. We're not. We're sending them, and a lot of the Canadians have been training and helping them with, trying to. Oh, that's where my last thought was. Sorry, now I'm thinking. So right from the get go, they actually only thing that they actually asked for was like an Iron Dome, like some skies to close down the skies right from the get go. And how long did that take them? 2.5 years to get that done. So back to what Trump was supposed to be in power back then, right? To get it, and right from the beginning of the war, they asked for that and never got it either. So that was my other point that I was just it just kind of flashed, ADHD. Sorry. But yeah, like the whole concept of Trump thinking that they've done so much for Ukraine. They have, but it's all put back into their own country. All the arms are made in the USA, and then it's a transfer of US arms to Germany, and the old armories and things that they're getting are not, they're doing more in drone warfare themselves within Ukraine than they're getting from any other country, to be honest. And I'll leave it there.
Like I said before, in all honesty, I don't know a good example of this, but I just don't trust Trump and Putin's relationship and what they're doing. That they're not on the hot phone to each other talking about what's to happen or what's to be said, or that they're navigating it together. I just don't trust that. I would be like, hell no, I'm keeping my minerals and forget it. I'll rely on the rest of the world to help us. We don't need you.
I wanted to add something to what Strong Woman was just saying. Right now, Russia put out saying, I don't know where they put this information out, but they did say that they will hire any American worker that has been laid off, any government American worker. So I don't believe that they are as close as we think. I do most definitely agree with the fact that he is under some kind of thumb control by Putin and wants to be like Putin, but I don't think it's as in depth as we think. Because why are you going after the American workers? And I remembered what my thought was earlier.
Yeah.
In regards to how are we allowed to say the watermelon country? Are we actually allowed to name it?
Yeah, we have been. If you want to be safe, just say P-Town.
In regards to that, somebody else was talking about how Benjamin won't let America take the watermelon country for his. I need people to be aware that America has been funding what is happening over in watermelon and things of that nature. They have been funding this. They have. This is part of the reason why there's such animosity towards Joe Biden, because they've been actively participating by funding is not real for bombing. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word.
BOMB. BOMB.
Yeah, I'm like,
Usually is
I'm
good.
doing so good censoring what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
you're good.
They've
Or
been
sending projectile, like massive projectiles that
yes.
explode.
And that is something we need to keep in mind is the fact that they are already buddy buddy, but I don't think that it's as deep as we think it is. We have to think back to World War II, where there is still that distrust amongst dictators. That's my spiel for the moment.
Okay.
I'll respond to that one.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in regards to that deep relationship with Israel. It's actually a little deeper than that. Back in the 80s, I think, is kind of the last time where U.S. had a bit of a say in regards to what Israel was doing. This is when Ronald Reagan told Israel to leave Lebanon after the entire crisis that was occurring there. Since then, in the United States, AIPAC increased its contributions to its politicians, to the fact that they're giving money to all the politicians, whether it be Republican or Democrat, significant amounts. And you're absolutely right. Biden was supporting Is Not Real. So was Kamala. So was everybody, because there's just every single person is paid off. $500 million goes into AIPAC every year to go to the politicians. And in the last year, they got $17 billion from the U.S. back to Is Not Real because of that investment. So there's a bit of a circle there in regards to money goes into Israel, money goes back into AIPAC, back to the politicians. This is why you're not going to get any pushback from the U.S. right now, because it's not in the politicians' interest to do anything. That's it.
We did have another person, but they couldn't load. The person who was coming in, if you can re-request because it wasn't loading, but you can totally re-request. Strong women.
No, I was just actually going to say goodnight tonight.
Okay, no worries.
I've enjoyed
Thanks for
it.
being here.
It's I love this group, and
You got to see Spicy Nerdy.
yes. Well, I've been on a few weeks, so I've seen you, girl. That's okay.
I get spicy every night, even last night.
Okay.
Last night was.
Were you?
Yeah, but
I don't think I was
spicy
awake.
with the paddle.
I don't think I was awake last night at the time you were on. Maybe not.
What time was I on? From 6 to 11 my time, Mountain Time. So
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was at a party for my candidate that I was helping. It wasn't quite a victory party, but that's okay.
I kicked 3 conservative men off that were over speaking me.
Oh, I love when we kick people off.
I let one back up, and I let one back up, and I learned this from my friend Reggie, and I let him back up, and I'm like, okay, maybe I need to give you another chance and like hear out what you have to say. Tell me exactly what it is. And as soon as you start speaking, I drop him and I say, I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Well, until maybe tomorrow or the next night, I'll see you.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Absolutely.
Hang on. I just want to say one thing before you leave. Thank you so much for your content. Thank you so much for spreading the word. Thank you for your 60-minute updates for the Ontario election. We appreciate all the hard work that you did for the Liberal Party. And good night.
Oh, thank you so much. They're so kind. Now on to Mark Carney. Tomorrow's my day to cast my vote. I got to work through that.
I have to
help you if you need to. I can help you. I did vote. I didn't have any issues.
My verification didn't go through.
Yeah,
I have to figure it out. It didn't go through.
I have to find that in my email. I haven't gone through the process.
You guys download,
I think it was my picture.
Download the Canada Post app. You have to download the Canada Post app.
No, I know. I did all of that, and it told me it didn't like it. So I think it was because
you have to go in person.
I think it's. No, there's a Canada Post. There's an app that you can do it on.
Yeah, no, but if it's not working, you can go in person and they'll verify your ID that way.
Oh
with
yeah, no, I
with the
know.
app.
I'd rather just I hate going.
I
to
actually
people.
probably am gonna have to go in because my voter registration ID would definitely not be at my current address.
Gotcha.
And Pixie, right back at you. And Joe, I'd like you to know that I'm a very happily married woman, but there's something about your voice that's completely soothing. I just like to listen to it. It sounds kind of
Thank you
like
very
that
much.
I
night.
need to bring out the paddles.
That night, the night. It sounds like a voice like if you turned into jazz radio at 3 a.m. Joe would be.
I've been told that.
Next,
I've been listening to
next up
jazz all night.
Next is the album from whatever. Anyways, over and out. Thank you so much.
I didn't realize I wasn't following you on my account, so I did follow you on my account now. So
good night.
My real account. Have a good one.
Not to worry, later on tonight after this, I'll be doing Kenny G special.
Actually, could you kick me?
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Hey, JB.
There's this one creator that I watch, and every time she kicks people, she gets them to say "we" as they're leaving. So it's like a "wee." It's kind of funny.
Nice.
It's fun. It's fun. All right. Well, I brought my account up anyway to get some more people in here. Just remember, guys, let's get some tapping going. How many we have 46 people in here. We can easily get to like at least 35K if we had power tap for 30 seconds.
For a fun game to tap, just poke Nerdy's nose.
Boop my snoot. Boop the snoot.
Boop the snoot.
Boop the snoot. I keep on twisting my head like this because I don't. The ring light on my glasses is driving me nuts. Bloop, is that you? Are you American? I think this person's American. Let's see. Hello, Bloop?
Hello.
Hi. Can I are you American or Canadian?
I'm American. If I'm not welcome up here, I would understand.
No, you're totally cool. You're totally cool. I just wanted to know how to ask my questions because I always ask like age, province, and political party. But sure. I will say age, state, and who'd you vote for?
For sure. I am 35. I am in the Pacific Northwest. If it's okay to not specify. And then I actually voted for Jill Stein, but I would have voted for Harris. I would have voted for Harris in a swing state.
Okay.
So
I have a question for you really quickly. Are you driving?
For sure. No, my friend is.
Okay. You're a passenger?
Yes, I am a passenger.
Okay.
We are teleporting, but I am a passenger.
Bloop is a passenger.
Yes.
Okay. Just so they get it right. Okay. What did you want to add to our? I know we were talking Americans, so you can totally.
Yeah. I honestly I come on to Canadian Lives to kind of recalibrate my brain because I feel like the rhetoric kind of in all directions of American discourse right now is spiraling out of control. Definitely it's absolutely worse on the right, but then we also have people kind of biting onto these little tiny bits of information and then running really, really far with it on the left as well, which is we all seem kind of nuts to each other right now. And it's just making the divides much worse. So I think what happened in the White House today is really just going to continue to accelerate that internally. And then as far as how we are looking to the rest of the world right now, I am horrified and embarrassed and I've never been particularly super proud to be an American for various reasons, but there's not a shred of pride in me remaining at this point. It's just very embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, what happened? I don't know if you were in here when like we played the video, but we played the video for everybody to watch, and yeah, it's vile. I couldn't even watch it earlier when I want to screen record it so I can like make a video on it too, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to watch this again just so I can screen record it. But
Yeah, I don't know. Did you watch like the full 40 minutes of it, or just
no, I
like
watched the 7 minute blip of it.
Yeah, and I think honestly, like the way that he reacted has to do with like how the press reacted to his appearance with Macron. Because I don't know if y'all saw that, but Macron was like fact checking him in real time, which no one ever does. Like I think Trump was just like not prepared and shocked. And like Macron was like grabbing his knee and stuff while doing it. It was very emasculating, you know? And so I genuinely think that this was like a plan that they had going into it, that if like Zelensky gives any sort of pushback, any sort of fact check, any sort of like, no, there's an aggressor in this, like that I think that was like a coordinated plan to embarrass him.
Yeah.
And it's like so just despicable.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier is that it was totally planned. Like even if you just listen to the way that JD went and set it up too, just in the 7 minute video, it was kind of like you brought us here to talk about this. This is what you wanted to do in front of the press and like put it all on Zelensky. But he was the one who actually opened it too. It was like, oh, we're here talking about diplomacy and all this kind of stuff, and like made it seem like it was all nice and yeah, but why are you not wearing a suit? Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it was a whole bunch of gaslighting. Like honestly, like I said, it was total narcissistic tendencies and like it's narcissistic behavior, and it's also like there was so much like Darvo there, right? Like them playing the victims and they're not. So
Yeah, there's this like really intense rhetoric on the right now that like we have somehow been victimized and robbed by Ukraine, and like we just got like looped into this against our will, and they owe us all this money and they owe us all these minerals. And I'm just like, do y'all have just like amnesia for anything that literally happens that Trump doesn't say happens? I do not understand. But there's also so much information like being thrown in our faces daily that it's on like it's kind of hard for me to even blame people for being wrong most of the time at this point. It's really difficult.
but they do that on purpose, right? Like they 100% do that on purpose so that you don't know what to keep up with.
Oh yes. I don't know if you've seen or like do you know who Steve Bannon is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he
Unfortunately.
like in an interview, like I believe it was even before the first Trump term, he had this interview where he was talking about their political strategy. And the whole basis of it is what he calls flooding the zone, which is just to like throw so much stuff out there that people, legislators, the judicial branch, everything is just like really struggling to keep up with like the actual details of things. And when you add misinformation into it, then people are like literally chasing ghosts. It's very intentional, and I think the only thing that I've seen really like combating it all is people putting aside their political convictions as much as possible, which is really hard to do right now, and being like, nope, let's like figure out what the actual facts about the situation are. And there are some people who are doing that, and I do see people like defecting from the right more and more frequently as time goes on. But like I don't know if it's too little too late. I hope we have an election in 4 years. I hope we have midterms. I hope that my worst fears are all wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Pixie Lee, you wanted to say something?
Well, first of all, I wanted to like tell her she doesn't have to apologize for being American. We don't hold the Americans against what your administration does to begin with. we're all pretty laid back up here, and we're all in shock about the fact that our biggest ally and friend would be speaking to us like that. And I didn't not expect Zelensky to react exactly the way he did. And I think that you can see the way that our prime minister is reacting as well. It's like, no, we're not going to be the 51st state. We have Team Canada working hard to make sure that we are not going to be taken advantage of. And the lies that come from the orange potato's mouth, we see it because we are pretty educated up here too. And I know that there's several millions of people in the United States that are well educated and see right through this. But again, like this whole thing with the Ukraine is it's our first line of defense as Western, and with the pandering to Putin is disturbing. I'm a Gen Xer. We were taught nuclear bomb drills when I was going to school. We didn't have to worry about lockdowns. We had to worry about nuclear bomb drills. Or
EOMBs.
EOMBs. EOMBs. But yes.
I also say boom
So,
booms.
then
I like
boom
boom booms
booms.
personally.
Yeah, that
boom
works
booms.
too.
Okay, so nuclear boom booms. And now we have to so this is where the situation seems to be, again, history repeating itself. But you, again, don't have to apologize for what your U.S. administration does, and we respect most Americans that don't follow everything that he says. So you're welcome here. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks so much. I kind of frequent a few of the Canadian lives, and like I said, y'all are really helpful for me maintaining a little bit more sanity through this. So thanks for being so chill.
Yeah, perfect.
You can always come around here if you're looking for a comfort Canadian. There's usually one available. Not a problem.
Fantastic. Yeah, facts. Joe, you want to talk about your topic?
Yes. So, trigger warning. I'm probably gonna piss people off. Not me specifically. This is a message from the Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova, who, and this is a message I got. This is a message I got from my wife, who says, "Yeah, can you believe this shit's going on?" So, Maria Zakharova accused Zelensky of lying at the meeting, adding that it was a miracle of the restraint of how Trump advanced restrained themselves and didn't punch this scumbag being Zelensky. And I sat there and thought about this, and my wife and I were messaging the same thing of, we kind of wish they did try, considering Trump is not really an active individual. Vance does have former military training. He was in the Marines when he was much, much younger, versus Zelensky, who has been actively in combat for the past 10 years, especially the past 3 years. I don't think it would have gone as well as they think it went. And I just thought it was really, really interesting, yet just really, really inaccurate statement for them to make. Thoughts?
Hey, Laura. So is Trump.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say an actor for
Have you
Trump.
forgot about the Celebrity Apprentice? No, because reality TV is scripted TV, so he's totally an actor. That's true. 100%.
That's true. But I mean, he only has one character.
But this is what I'm saying with this though. You can't define somebody by the job that they had before, right? What? Who cares if he's an actor? Who cares? That's scripted work. He's working on the fly here. Also, Bloop, Laura wants to switch citizenships with you. She's a conservative from Ontario. So she would trade spaces with you.
Great. Let's figure it out. That would be a Trump program I would support if he's just get rid of all the people, send them to Canada. I'd be like, sign me up.
Right?
Okay, man.
Because I know y'all got MAGAs up there too.
But we want to actually take California,
we do.
though. We want some warm weather.
to take California, we need to take pretty much everything between BC to California. So we'd have to take
That's cool.
Oregon
That would
and
include
Washington
me.
with it too.
I would
There you
love
go.
that.
There you go.
And
Yeah,
California
Oregon and
has an
Washington are
amazing
beautiful.
economy, so y'all would be adding like a ton to your GDP and a lot more
Seattle?
diverse like
Yes.
ports. Yeah.
California
Seattle?
would double our population.
But Seattle, Washington actually has the highest minimum wage in the United States. They're sitting above us at like $28 an hour. For like,
Damn.
yeah. But the lowest is Texas at $7.25. Because that was part of my show today, checking on the minimum wages and stuff throughout the U.S. too, right? And so it's pretty disgusting.
Oh,
Sorry, I was just saying yes.
somebody said some. Yeah, no worries. No, somebody. Divergent moved from Seattle, I think.
Cool. Yeah, we
And said
definitely
that
have.
It's not true that the minimum wage is not that high.
It's not quite that high. I know. In my, without fully doxing, whatever. In my state, it's around like $18, statewide. But it, and I might be slightly wrong on that. That might be a city thing.
I just
But
googled it. So I don't know.
Yeah, our
Yeah,
studios
it's
though are like $1,400 a month for like any sort of housing. So it's and then our grocery prices are out of control right now.
So
people
as
are-
of January 2025, January 5th, or sorry, January 1st, 2025, Seattle's minimum wage went up to $20.76.
Dang, that's great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then federally we're still at $7.25. So.
$7.25. I know. I haven't made $7.25 an hour since I was 18. So 27 years ago. If my math is right.
I'm $2 an hour old minimum wage.
I started at $4 an hour. I think it was $4 or $4.25 an hour.
I just did the exchange rate on that. You're paying a minimum of $2,023 for your bachelor pads in Seattle. No wonder you have a $20 minimum wage in your state.
That's not even in Seattle. I think it's a little more expensive up there.
For what?
That's wild.
Yep.
That's wild. But I do know that people who live in Washington State do love it there, because I know a few people that live in Washington State and they just absolutely love it.
Yeah, if you can afford it, the cities in the Pacific Northwest are some of the nicer cities in the country for sure.
Mm-hmm. I've been there before. I'm not ashamed to admit that I did a road trip to Forks, Washington. Totally did, back in 2011.
That's cute.
No, 2010. 2010.
Really,
it was 2010.
It's very quaint up there. I like it.
Yeah, I went to Port Angeles. I checked out La Push and everything, and it was so pretty. It was great. I loved it. Yeah, super pretty there. And the road going from I stopped in Spokane and then so Idaho, yeah, and drove all the way over to Forks and then Seattle and then went back up to Vancouver. So yeah. Where was Twilight filmed? The first film was filmed in Oregon and the rest were all filmed in Vancouver.
Most of the X-Files was filmed on the Olympic Peninsula, fun fact.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I learned that the other day because I host a trivia show on a different account. And we learned that the other day that, at least I learned that the other day that that's where X-Files would know. Ash, yes, I would know that. But anyway, sorry, we diverted from that. All right. Joe, did we talk about the whole thing?
We did. And yeah, just somehow the Russians think that Trump and Vance could actually throw a punch. Well, Vance might. Trump, I don't think so.
Like physically?
Yeah. The Russian minister was quite convinced that that Trump and Vance were holding back, and that they should have punched out Zelenskyy because they.
Oh my
said
goodness!
He was lying, and I'm thinking, Vance, maybe, because he was in the Marines, but I'm like, Trump, no. Like,
I mean, he
that
has
guy's
a
got
pretty
no
good
physical
grip. I
skill.
saw how much he was holding on to Macron.
Well,
Maybe
those
he could
small
just
hands have
squeeze
a
him.
really, really good squeeze.
I
Small
mean,
hands and
he's
all.
got to have a good, yeah, he's got to have a good grip for golf, right? So,
I don't
Yeah,
think
but
Vance
apparently
could
he's
throw.
terrible at golf too.
I don't
Like he
think Vance
cheats
could
often.
move fast enough to throw a punch in his like really poor fitting suits.
And again,
Zelensky's
they
better
think they
prepared with the outfit, right?
Exactly. He was ready. He's ready to throw hands.
he's ready to throw hands. He's been throwing hands for like a couple of years now because he's been in combat situation the entire time. I'm thinking my money's going to be on the guy who's fresh from the war,
But that's what people don't think
not the one.
behind a desk, right? He's on the front line. He's doing things like on the front line,
Yeah.
right? Like I said, I was waiting for a knuckle sandwich. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I was expecting Zelensky to throw one. I'm amazed at his patience in regards to the whole thing. And I'm
True
going to be
diplomat.
honest. If he did launch one, I know it would have been a whole international ordeal, but I would have been back here going,
But
well
again, you
done,
have to
man.
ask
Well done.
yourself, like all that press and stuff, standing around, listening to like everybody disrespect. Like, why did not one person step in and say, "Hey, like, are you going to talk to each other like this?" Like, but no, they just all stood around with their cameras snapping and their video cameras going, and nobody
Yeah.
stepped in to say anything. Like, that's
The
like,
media people are not going to say anything because, especially the camera people and everybody else, they're
I
there
don't know.
to document an event.
I
And
guess they can't, but
it's kind of trained into the media people. So the media people won't interfere because they're trained not to interfere with anything going on because their job is to document. You're right, the other people should have said something, but they won't because Trump has been working very hard in surrounding himself with yes men. And none of them are ever going to object to him. If you want to be close to Trump, you've got to be loyal to him, as he says.
Zibby wants to say something, but also I just want to say, Raw Real, what are you doing in here? But you can go, Zibby. I'll wait for them to respond between the
I was gonna say that the reason why the press isn't saying anything is because right now we are on the verge, like as Americans, losing the freedom of press in there. And we already know that like they're being heavily censored, but to even be in the room right now, you have to be pre-approved. So if you say something against what's happening in there, you're not going to be allowed in there, right? And their job still is to get like the truth out to the rest of the public. Yeah, it's a highly selected group.
Yeah.
So they do need to keep their toes with that.
They have to play nice, essentially, right? They have to like, it's almost like adulting for the sake of adulting, just to ensure that they can still have a voice to show people what happens. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Bloop wanted to add and then Pumpkin.
Yeah, I was just gonna say what was just said, but then also add I saw another angle of that whole exchange, which was focusing on, I believe it was the Ukrainian ambassador who was like sitting in the front row, and she's just like putting her hands to like the bridge of her nose, just like, oh my god. Like, yeah, exactly like that. And so I don't know, I think there's an atmosphere of like acquiescence around him right now because he's doing all this stuff with the press, and also like I don't know, Elon Musk like got the head of the FAA fired like the first week in office because they were trying to regulate him. So there's not there is allegedly legal limits to, you know, what all they can do, but they're trying every single one of them right now, so people are kind of being cowardly, and I'd prefer they not.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about the other angle actually, but yeah, no, I think that there is a likelihood that many of the media will eventually not really have the ability to say their opinions on stuff. So all they will have the ability to do is be very good at filming it so that the whole context of the situation can be made apparent.
Yeah.
Because that might be just the only thing they get to do before they get shut down. And that is very concerning. But I mean, like the AP not being allowed to report on, it's concerning. You know, I mean, the AP is one of the most reliable sources of information that you can have, and they're not allowed in the White House at the moment. So, yeah, it's
White
rough.
House and I think Pentagon too. They got taken. A bunch of them got taken out of Pentagon too.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I thought that there was something about them firing like a bunch of people in the Pentagon.
Yeah, they only have specific news sources that are allowed to be in the Pentagon. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
So,
But I mean, they're firing people everywhere. Because okay, so we were talking about this earlier on another live that I was in, and it's like they talk about not wanting big government, but they don't realize that the big government doesn't mean how many people work in the government. It's how far the arm stretches out and reaches, like how far the reach is. That's what big government is. The longer the reach, the bigger the government. And they don't understand that. But again, this goes back to education. Like it always goes back to education and what they don't understand about what they don't understand about government, what they don't understand about like the processes, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting Trump to know anything about the government because, I mean, he's got people who tell him about the government so that he can sort of know-ish about it, right?
Yeah. But not even just Trump. I'm just
Ish.
talking about like even just the average person, right? Like the average person in the United States doesn't understand what big government really means. So when they're going and they're taking over all of these things and getting rid of all the people, they think that's getting rid of big government, but they don't understand that it's really just the reach of like the main government. You know what I mean? Like it's the reach of the center of the government.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They
A
mean
lot
big
of
as
people
in
are going to get
businesses.
hurt
Yeah.
through that because of the fact that they're just not aware. And it's gross. Also, just think about the fact that, like, regularly when you send somebody in to, like, check on money, you send an auditor. But yeah, let's just send a programmer because those two things are the same. Both of them
Right?
have signed oaths that allow them to be allowed to see people's finances, right? Oh, wait, no, programmers don't do that. I forgot.
Right? I mean, I don't know if I couldn't remember. See, okay, yeah, Bloop, go ahead.
Oh, I don't think they're actually that confused. Like not all of them at least. Because what they mean when they say they don't want big government is they want the government to like run more like a efficient corporation where the money that goes into it is being used in some sort of like economically efficient way in the way that they would evaluate like their small to medium sized businesses that a lot of these people own. And that's no shade on business owners. It's just like it is a very popular like segment that is espousing this stuff. And they also have a lot of political power compared to like more working class folks. So I don't know. I think they unfortunately kind of do know what they're talking about. They just don't really understand what the ramifications of running a business like or a government like a business, specifically a corporate business, results in because they haven't lived it. And I don't think they'll like it as soon as they start to live it, but it's just gonna like hit everyone at different times. So, and it's probably gonna hit them last.
Just to clarify, I did mean like the MAGA people and not like the Republicans who are in office.
Oh no, like
Gotcha.
I am also I am including MAGA people. They they do actually some of them like understand economics and they understand government and they just want the government to run like they want an oligarchy. They don't know what oligarchy means sometimes and then sometimes they do and they're like no that sounds great. But like they have enough of an understanding of civics to just be like, nope, that's what I want.
Yeah, well, in
It's
fairness, I
wild.
mean, there are a lot of people who knew what Project 2025 was, and they were very for it. So, I mean,
Yep.
you'll have a point. But I mean, I think there's a lot of them that don't as well, right?
Yeah, and those are the people who are like defecting, slowly right now, I
Yeah.
feel like. And then there's people who will just continue to like back up whatever crazy stuff that like I don't know. I I try to talk to these people not infrequently, and it's wild because they'll be like, okay, but you can't take anything Trump says seriously because he just speaks in hyperbole, and like him and Elon are just trolling and they're just blah blah blah. But then they want me to like take a source from that same government where they're just like saying something as like a fact. And I'm just like, the cognitive dissonance is so profound.
100%. Yeah. Hello, Frontline.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. I'm gonna clip my losing my shit, just so we know. I'm gonna clip it.
Okay, sweet. I wanna see it. I probably still lost mine a little bit more yesterday, but I think you probably kept it cool a little better than I did.
I could reel you in though. Nobody was gonna
Please
reel
do.
me in, and everybody was cheering me on.
Good. That's
We
good.
were all waiting for the paddle, but we were disappointed.
I was looking at the comments when it happened, but yeah. I took a picture of his account, so I'm gonna put him into the Bad News Bears. But yeah. Yeah.
Oh
We
gosh.
are here for the crash out. I totally crashed out. Hard. But I don't care. It was worth it. I was, full
What were you
full
guys
steam
talking
ahead.
about?
We were talking about the meeting. We played the meeting.
Ooh.
Yeah, I played the 7-minute clip of it. And because he wanted to talk about it, and he's like, "Are we going to talk about this?" And I was like, "Yeah, we can do that. Let me finish with everybody else what they're talking about right now first, then we'll get to it." So we wanted to start talking about it before I got it, and I was having sound issues, but then I got it all fixed. We watched it, and then he's like, "So you probably think that Trump was was being nasty there? Well, this is what he was doing." And I'm like, "Were you actually in? Do you know him personally? Do you know what he's talking about?" But then he was saying like, Ukraine should just give up the land, and that's the peace agreement, and blah blah blah. And that's when I lost it, because I'm like, "Those are my people there."
Oh my God. I mean, we know this is going to be the conservative mindset, right? And I mean, they've all unfortunately gone down that rabbit hole that they can't really climb out of at the moment. But yeah, it's quite insane. And in Romania, they just made the decision to not let the far right. Călin Georgescu, that's his name. They decided not to let him back into the second round of elections after they found out that there was Russian interference. However, it has caused an absolute disaster in my country. Like, people are so divided right now. People are protesting, and they're protesting against each other. And it is the most divided I think my country has ever been in, like, since communism.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's kind of wild.
Yeah, we were talking about some of the reactions to it and everything too. Interesting news about TikTok. Sorry, somebody sent me a video. Some
But
interesting news about TikTok. I don't know.
have you guys seen about what's going on with like the farmers in the United States?
No.
Yep.
So
Do tell.
my dad just sent me this, and I was wondering if I could read it to you guys.
Yeah, sure.
So this is from the U.S. Incredibly unfortunate. Dennis Hammock, I guess, said this. We have a president who is working to destroy U.S. farmers. Tariffs have meant Canada won't touch anything grown here, and slashing government agencies overnight, inspections that ensure safety, mean that no one anywhere in the world will touch any foods grown or produced in the USA. The nation's farmers are in deep jeopardy now. Welcome to the New World Order, where the USA is last. And there it is. Said, folks, it's taken a few days to trickle down, but I'm seeing post after post in the AG community social media channels of massive issues impacting U.S. farmers and the U.S. agricultural economy from Trump's DOGE efforts, tariff wars, and the U.S. aid shutdown. Here's just a few. China has just canceled all USA beef and will buy from Canada and Brazil instead. Cotton and grain growers are losing contracts to longtime Canadian buyers because even with the tariff pause, Canadian buyers don't trust the stability of the U.S. export commerce with Trump in office. Plus, Canadians are just flat out pissed and avoiding U.S.-made products and goods, including farm products. Chuck Grassley, of all people, is pleading with Trump to exempt potash from any Canadian tariffs because U.S. potash, a major fertilizer in agriculture, mainly comes from Canada. Impending tariffs will shoot farmers' fertilizer prices sky high. Corn and soybean farmers are upset because Trump canceled all of Biden's climate smart grants and that were supposed to help them offset their adoption of soil health, improving new practices like no-till and cover cropping. USAID's cancellation cuts $2 billion straight out of the U.S. farmers' pockets from the Food for Peace programs, which purchased rice, wheat, corn, and soy products from U.S. farmers and distributed them to hungry nations. In some states, and for some crops, USAID was their primary buyer. USDA NRCS is canceling conservation contracts and leaving farmers holding the bag. These are things like fence improvements and upgraded water lines that boost farmer efficiency while also conserving the environment. Plus, the way they work is the farmer has to do the work first, and then once they're done, NRSS reimburses them. So now farmers that have spent the money to do the work are being told by the NRCS that the NRCS won't honor their contracts. California farmers are pissed because his turn on the taps PR move did nothing to combat California wildfires and instead wasted 2 billion gallons of water being held in reservoirs for summer irrigation. U.S. crop farmers are freaked out over the trade wars since Canada, China, and Mexico represent half, let me repeat that again, half of all U.S. agricultural exports. Per Trump's freeze on financial contracts, the USDA is withholding funds for the Organic Market Development Grant Program and the Transition to Organic Partnership Program, which typically goes to organic farmers or to nonprofits supporting organic farmers. The shutdown of USAID has been trickling down through multiple agricultural-focused agencies, including the Soybean Innovation Labs, which were hosted at land-grant universities across the U.S. These research labs focused on developing new genetics and growing practices in soybeans critical to U.S. and international growers. They had to close the entire program, laying off 30 scientists and researchers in 19 labs across 17 different states. K-State University lost up to $50 million that was pledged through a USDA program over the next 5 years to advance research in sustainable intensification, an approach focused on increasing crop yields without expanding agricultural land use, expected to directly benefit Kansas and other U.S. farmers. And then finally, China's retaliatory tariffs, although not yet on crops, we shall see, are expected to have a major impact on U.S. agriculture machinery manufacturers who are already struggling and have had massive layoffs over the last 12 months. China imported almost 800 million of U.S. manufactured agricultural machinery in 2022. So this goes on and on and on. And yeah, farmers are in big trouble in the United States right now. And I'm hoping that a lot of them wake up because of this.
And Lisa wrote, not to mention there's nobody left to harvest the crops.
Yeah.
It's not a hat, Ash. It's a headband, but thanks. Thank you. Pumpkin Spice wanted to speak, and then I can go bloop.
Just what was that source? Sorry, Frontline. I was just curious.
This was shared by Sean Fitzpatrick and Dennis Hammock.
Okay. That's like really concerning, I think. I know that me and a couple of my friends have actually had this discussion about the fact that Canadian boycott of US goods is like definitely a thing that's going to impact a lot of their farmers. But also, we had a whole discussion about the fact that the USDA is like, you know, and the FDA are not like really doing their jobs, which is kind of a problem, and how we don't really feel safe buying US food anymore because we don't know whether or not it's getting inspected to the amount that it's supposed to be. Personally, that gives me the heebies. The idea that like we might be importing food in Canada that isn't safe to eat because it wasn't checked.
I don't think we're going to be getting a lot of food from the States, to be honest. I think that because of our laws around food inspection and stuff, we won't be able to because it's not being checked properly. And we're already seeing a lot of, we're seeing a lot of Canadians boycott American products. Like when I go shopping now, if I go grocery shopping, I'm not buying American products.
Yeah, nor am
Literally
I.
checking all the time. But I am buying products from the UK and Australia and all over Europe. And I've started
Chile.
going to a bunch of like European stores and stuff too, and just buying some stuff from them. So I'm definitely not purchasing American food.
Yeah, we've been really like on that as well on our side, and the Loblaws here is not on board with that. They have been very making an effort to try to like make it so it's difficult to figure out whether or not something is from Mexico versus the States or where it's from. They put them all together so that we're going to buy it because they don't want to lose the money that they would get from the produce that they bought. But we're hoping that eventually they're going to catch the message that we're not buying it. It can rot.
Bloop.
Thank you, Frontline, for sharing all of that. I have discussed and fact-checked at length many of those claims with fellow Americans, and like it's all accurate to my knowledge. I would just add that like part of what this is also embarrassing. So like they're canceling a lot of these grants, firing a lot of these people. Like they canceled the people doing bird flu surveillance and then like panicked and had to hire them back, and that's pretty much the reason why we're having the egg crisis is because of bird flu and how it has been managed, mismanaged, whatever. But we're not going to be able to get that under control without people who know what to do about it. And then also, like, I know that they've walked back some of the grant funding for the farmers, but it's, the funds are still all tied up. So really, I don't know, like what a lot of this seems to be doing to me is not getting a lot of actual change done because the courts are actually like the courts put a freeze on the hiring on the firings of probationary workers today. So I think that a lot of it might get undone if they actually listen to the judicial branch, which is yet to be seen. But either way, like all of this chaos is going to cost the government so much more money than if it were just chugging along as it was. And I don't think people really kind of realize that. So yeah, the farmer stuff is definitely a big concern. I know that on the West Coast, like there's already been huge worker impacts, and some farmers have reported that their fields are like going fallow because they don't have sufficient workers to work the land. And yeah, I am concerned that we just might not have very much produce that is local or fresh, even available in the near future, because it's really hitting the smaller operations a lot harder than like the big corporate farms. So yeah, it's one of many bleak things.
Kingston, if you can just request back up, it wasn't loading. So if you want to request back up. Hi, Oogly.
Hi,
How's it going, friend?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're living the nightmare.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. What did you want to add to the conversation? we're kind of talking we're talking a lot with Canada US relationships, and also the Trump Zelenskyy talk today.
Yeah, so I can't talk too much about the Zelensky talk because I haven't seen it yet, but I'm very interested to see where the tariffs go, especially because so Canada supplies 60% of the United States' aluminum. And so even the people like the heads of the aluminum sector in the US were saying don't put the 25% tariffs on the aluminum. It's going to cripple us. So I think if there's anything that's going to get him to at least either lower the tariffs in that sector or just as a whole, it's going to be the tariffs are going to cripple the US economy, at least from our exports to the US.
Did I say anything? I don't know. I don't think I had a hand up in the thing. Anybody want to respond?
Well, we can respond with exactly. They want the resources, and he's not going to
Agreed.
get what he wants from anybody, quite frankly. Like, I'm not really sure where a lot of Canadians' heads are at when they actually think that the tariffs are actually going to benefit us. They're not on either concept. But if the fact of the matter is that the Americans are going to be paying more for their product than ours, and we have a NAFTA agreement, which is something that I don't think that the American president actually understands. And he
We
actually
don't
made the
have
comment
NAFTA
of,
anymore. NAFTA was replaced by USMCA.
when was that?
No, it's the opposite actually. USMCA got replaced by NAFTA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a free trade agreement before 1985 or 82, and then it went to NAFTA, like the
I
last
believe
Trump
Nerdy's
agreement, right?
No, it changed. It changed when Trump was in last time. He put it in the USMCA.
Yeah, because otherwise, some people are calling it NAFTA too, but I mean, it is the USMCA or CUSMA, or I don't remember what Mexico calls it, but it's something else.
Yeah, it was
Went
a
into effect
three-party, like
July
a
1st,
three-country.
2020. It went into effect July 1st, 2020. It replaced the North American Free Trade Agreement.
Okay, but at the end of the day, we have an agreement. We have a trade agreement with the United States. It's a contract that is binding with our country, the United States and Mexico. So I don't know how but again, we're dealing with the orange potato that doesn't, fulfill any contract he's ever had. He doesn't pay his legal fees. He doesn't pay out his staff. He didn't pay out for his first inauguration. I mean, what else do you want him to write an egg on? He's not responsible. He has absolutely no integrity. So again, here we are sitting with the fact that we expect him to have any respect for any agreement he's got with anybody.
Hi, John.
Hey.
So just to reinforce, yes, USMCA is the correct one, but that's the American definition of the agreement. Canadian is CUSMA, and the Mexican is T-MEC.
Kuzma?
Yeah, Canadian-U.S. Mexican agreement.
Oh. So we just
That's the Canadian
start
definition
it with
of it.
our own initial?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a three-partisan or three-country agreement that basically is the same as NAFTA. There's not a lot of change in it besides, added inflation and inflation and interest rates. And the fact that I think that we actually lowered or gave them our oil at a higher percentage of discount.
It is a 14-year agreement up for renewal, and it's going to be renewable in 2032.
There's a
Like
sunset
12
clause.
years.
There's a sunset clause on it where they can renegotiate after 6 years of signing. So in 2026, they would be allowed to look at it again and renegotiate.
I can either confirm. Sorry, it's set for renewal in 2026. But yeah, I think you might be right about the 6 month. I haven't seen anything about that yet.
6 years, not 6 months.
Sorry, yeah, 6 years.
All right. John, you can really go now.
Oh no, it's all good. I just was wondering what the topic was been talked about today.
We've kind of been like floating between US and Canada like trade, especially with the tariffs coming in on the 4th, and how it's going to affect farmers in the United States as well. And then we were also talking about the meeting today.
Well, Trump and Zelensky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was pretty. I just got home and I just remember getting home and I checked Telegram and I was like, "What the heck is this?" Like,
Yeah.
he's just.
Did you watch the video?
I did. There was like a bunch of like video clips, like video of like Zelensky being all calm and everything, and Trump's just like full on attacking him. Him and JD Vance and his rest of his party was just sitting there and just attacking him. I'm like, this is pathetic. Like, I got people on my Facebook going like, "Oh, Zelensky did wear wasn't dressed." I'm like, okay, but look at Winston Churchill. He did wear a suit when he went to the White House. He wore like a full green suit, and yeah, like, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's not dressed nicely." I'm like, okay, but look at Elon Musk. He wears a T-shirt. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
we
then,
were talking about that earlier, and it's basically just like the who he sees as above or equal or below him.
right, that's what's kind of bugging me right now too, because it's like now it's like Europe's really stepping up their A game. Like Ireland's like, we're gonna put peacekeepers in Ukraine, no ifs or buts, and we're gonna get a hold of EU and we're gonna get all the European nations out to help us with this. And yeah, it's been like crazy on Telegram, like nonstop. Like my Telegram's still blowing up as we speak because of news breaking in from like Trump, and like Zelensky was on Fox News. I'm like, what were you like? Like I feel bad for the guy. He was on Fox News. I'm like, really? That's his. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, ADHD kicked in.
That's okay. I've never got the potato before. The French potato. Oh my God! It's a French pomme de terre.
Oui.
Hi, Raven. Oh, it's a pomme de terre.
Orange potato. It's got to be an orange potato.
No. We don't want something that represents him. Oh my God! Thank you. That was so cute. Look, we're number 6 in the B2 league right now, guys. Yay! We're gonna hit B1 tomorrow. We're gonna hit B1 tomorrow. Yeah. Anyway, somebody was asking in the comments. I don't have enough room to bring you up right now, but we will. Like, I can figure out what it is, and maybe we can talk about it. But it was. Isn't Trump's court cases coming up? Are you talking about the court cases that like Trump is putting forward? Or like the ones that are like denying him stuff? Yeah, Zibby, you can go ahead.
Okay. I do recognize that there are a lot of similarities between Trump and other dictators, and I know that he
Mustache
desperately
man?
no across the board.
Okay.
And I do realize that he does desperately want to be one, and I think that this is something that maybe we should all keep in mind is the fact that every time that we call him or compare him to dictators who are incredibly famous, that also feeds his ego. And I don't think that he is actually intelligent enough to pull off what any of those dictators actually did, because he's an idiot for one. But without their playbook, he wouldn't know what to do. It's because of the fact that he has their playbook. Like they all Mustache Man copied Mussolini. Like they inspired each other. So I think that also we should also be aware of the comparison, and there are similarities. I am looking into this like right now too, to make sure that it's not something that's just like a clickbait type, narrative that's going around.
Well, he literally says phrases that were said by the Mustache Man, like the exact same. There's slight word changes. That's it.
Manifest Destiny.
Yeah. Can I comment on this?
I do want to add really quickly. He did have he has a copy of MK, Mein Kampf. and it was sitting on his end table all the time. That was actually in documentation from his first wife, I think it was. Said that he used to have Mein Kampf right next to his bed. So, Bloop, I know Frontline wanted to say something as well, right? Yeah, I think so.
Frontline can go first.
Okay, Frontline, go ahead, and then Bloop. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I just didn't want to talk over anybody. He is very like the playbook is 110% the playbook that he's been copying. I'm somebody like that's kind of been my personal passion. I know it's a weird passion, but I've studied dictators my whole life. And, you know, I've looked at Stalin and Mustache Man and Mussolini and Mao and Kim Jong-un and my own country's dictator, Ceausescu. And it is all the same playbook. It's not a conspiracy. It's not, people are not just throwing that out there because it's not true. It is true. He is following that. And Trump did study Mustache Man. That was one of his passions. He liked him. He studied him. Just like Nerdy just said, you know, he had a copy of Mein Kampf. He read that. He knows it. So he was also trained by Putin, indirectly trained by Putin. Because at the end of the day, though, I want to say that I don't think that they're necessarily quote unquote working together. I think that Trump is being blackmailed by Putin because the Russian oligarchs have had to save Trump's butt so many times. And so they got a lot of dirt on him and he owes them. And I think that's one of the things that he doesn't realize is that when Putin has what he wants, he'll come for America too. So America should be smart and protect themselves by protecting democracy and protecting NATO, but he's not because, again, there's blackmail there. But if you look at Putin, Putin's also taken a lot of the same playbook as Mustache Man too. He's just done it a little bit, you know, a little bit more in secret. But what I wanted to bring up when we were talking about what happened today in the Oval Office, first of all, Russian state media was there. That's a big deal. Russian state media was in the Oval Office filming that entire thing, because they're going to use it for propaganda in their own country. And I wanted to talk about what has been already said in Russia after today's meeting. So Dmitry Medvedev, who's the deputy head of the Russian Security Council, wrote that Trump had given Ukraine a strong slap on the wrist. And he said, for the first time, Trump told this is not a good word for TikTok. Let me see how I can phrase this. He called him the nose candy clown.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, nose candy works or
Aficionado in snow.
Okay, so for the first time, Trump told the snow clown the truth to his face. The Kyiv regime is playing with the Third World War, and the ungrateful pig received a strong slap on the wrist from the owners of the pigsty. This is useful, but it's not enough. We must stop military aid to the schmutzy machine, said Medvedev, who was also a former Russian president. And then Maria Kazhorova, the spokesperson for Russia's foreign ministry, also praised Trump for showing restraint with the Ukrainian leader, whom she called a scumbag. And she said, I think Zelensky's biggest lie of all, his lies was about his assertion in the White House that the Kyiv regime in 2022 was alone without support. How Trump and Vance held back from hitting that scumbag is a miracle of restraint. Wow.
So that was the thing that you were talking about, I think.
So
Yeah,
I wanted to.
Brought up, yeah.
Okay, sorry,
No,
I wasn't there for that.
Oh no, continue. No, continue. You're adding more
But
context to
it's
it. It's fantastic.
When you look at how every other country responded, it's the exact opposite. So like the EU as a whole, the European Union, you know, said that we need a new leader for the free world. They said to Zelensky, your dignity honors the bravery of the Ukrainian people. Be strong, be brave, be fearless. Ukraine is Europe. We stand with Ukraine. France said that Russia is the aggressor and Ukrainians are the aggressed people. And I think we are all right to help Ukraine and sanction Russia, and will continue to do so. We must thank those of us that have helped and respect those of us who have been fighting since the beginning. Germany said Ukraine can rely on Germany and on Europe. Nobody wants peace more than the citizens of Ukraine. The scenes from the White House today are shocking. How can you stab the president of an invaded country in the back like this? Free Europe. United Kingdom said, let's see, that they look forward to hosting international leaders on Sunday, including Zelenskyy. He retains his unwavering support for Ukraine and is playing his part to find a path forward to lasting peace based on sovereignty and security for Ukraine. Norway, again, backed Ukraine. He said that what happened in the White House today was serious and disheartening, and that Ukraine still needs U.S. support, and that Ukraine's security and future are also important to the U.S. and Europe. President Zelenskyy had strong support in Ukraine, broad support in Europe, and he has led his people through a very demanding and brutal time under attacks from Russia. Poland, again, said, "Dear Ukrainian friends, you are not alone." Spain said, Spain stands with you. Italy also backed them. It said a summit without delay is needed in between the United States, European states, and their allies to talk frankly about how we intend to tackle today major challenges, starting with Ukraine, which together we have defended in the recent years. Aim for peace, stop the war, and then she actually called out, "Come on, real Donald Trump." Hungary was weird because he was obviously one of the only voices in Europe that backed Trump. No, I know. Like he said, strong men make peace, weak men make war. Today, Donald Trump stood bravely for peace. But yeah, we obviously know that they're going to back him because it's a Putin puppet that's in there. Canada obviously stands. I don't have to read all the comments that were made by our leaders. You guys already know, but obviously our country stands strong. Estonia, let's see. Estonia stood with them. Let's see. Estonia said, if Russia stops fighting, there will be no war. If Ukraine stops fighting, there will be no Ukraine. Estonia's support for Ukraine remains unwavering. Sweden backed Ukraine. Czech Republic backed Ukraine. Moldova, who is not part of NATO, right? The truth is simple. Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine defends its freedom and ours. We stand with Ukraine. Australia backed Ukraine. So it's pretty obvious when we look at who's backing Ukraine and who's not. Leaders of the free world are all on board. And the only people who are carrying on this propaganda that somehow Ukrainians are the bad guys are only Russia and countries that have supported Russia or that have Russian puppets. Like, come on, people. People need to wake up to this. And it's crazy that the megas of the world, whether they're in the United States, whether they're in Canada, whether they're across Europe right now, are backing Putin. It's insane to me.
I'm just kind of surprised that Ireland's
Sorry, Pixie had her hand up. She's been like raising her hand like crazy, so I kind of want to let her have her say.
Oh, let him go. No, let him go ahead. I'll wait.
You only need to put it up once. That's all I need.
I know, but you know me. I get excited because of my AD. No, let him go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You had your hand up. Pixie, John, then Bloop.
Okay, like I agree with Frontline with everything that she says, and her passion just exuberates exactly what's going on across the world. Again, we have to. Start writing to your MPs, start writing to your MLAs, start telling them how you feel as a Canadian towards Ukraine and the rest of the world. Because if we don't continue to start pounding at them, they're not going to know how we feel, right? We can sit here on TikTok and we can, talk amongst ourselves and all these things, but it doesn't get to the point where we have to actually put it in front of the parliament. Yes, it's prorogued right now. Yes, all the, we're having a leadership, election and all. But if we don't put these emails forward to our representatives, they're not going to know how Canadians feel. Again, we have to just do that. So I appreciate everybody being here and, voicing their opinions and putting forward the awareness. But we have to take it one step further and put these opinions in an email. And send them into your MPs, to your MPPs. You just had an election, Ontario, so make them work for their money.
John, and then Bloop.
No, I was just gonna say I was kind of surprised to see that Ireland's like, hey, we're gonna put peacekeepers in Ukraine because lately Ireland's been like very like not taking no one's side. They're like, oh, we're not taking Russia's side, we're not gonna take Ukraine's side. We're basically here in the middle. So actually, when I seen that today, I was like, okay, like I think they're gonna ask the EU, let's get together like ASAP, discuss peacekeepers and yeah, to go to Ukraine, and yeah, no matter what Trump says, we're gonna do this. We have to. It's gonna be very interesting, that's for sure. Because like I was telling someone today, I said, I got a feeling that what's going to happen is that NATO, like Trump's gonna leave NATO, and then what's gonna happen, and NATO, the rest of the NATO's got to go over to Ukraine to help out, and then after that, then that's when Trump's got to invade us. That's what I have a feeling. I could be wrong, but
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it
know.
takes
I
like
have
a
a bad
year
feeling.
for them to leave NATO, though.
Exactly. But
He could just
with Trump,
attack, and that would get him out faster.
right? Exactly. But that's my biggest fear is that they're gonna attack us, and then NATO's gonna be too busy with Ukraine, and they're gonna leave. They're like, oh, who's gonna help Canada? You know what I mean? Because I know we got the Commonwealth countries, but still, it's gonna be scary to see what's gonna happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
They won't forget about us. They will not forget about us. Trust me. They will not. Like, Ukraine's a huge thing, but our NATO partners, never mind Dane and the Finnish and everywhere, they will not forget.
Bloop.
Yeah, so I just wanted to circle back to the conversation about the comparisons to Mustache Man and other dictators. Frontline, I think what you said was very spot on. I would just add to it that, like, I think what is happening right now is a little, it's not unusual per se, but like there is a certain amount of ineptitude at, like, both with Elon and Trump that I don't know is necessarily like directly uh aligned with like how history has gone before. And what we have seen with Trump over the last like 8 years really is that he like he, I don't think he cares that much about like politics as they function so much as like being accredited for doing good things and being successful and having power. Like, he just wants power. So I personally feel that there are people who much more fully align with like the ideologies and the politics of like these historical dictators that are kind of playing the game to have influence to get policy to go where it was. Because if you look at his first term, like, he did a pretty huge 180 on a lot of like the social issues, especially. Um, and like even in that term, he had done a 180 on some issues from like what he had said in his personal life previously. So I don't think his politics or his like position on much is very solid, except for he wants power. And the trouble that we're in now is that like some very dangerous people have gotten into his good graces and have figured out how to manipulate him. Um, and then Elon is just also a giant national security risk. Like what Doge has been doing, I have been saying this from day one. I'm like, there's no way that the Russians don't have like whatever databases are being accessed right now. Now, like if they didn't before. Um, and I just like based on how security has been handled by the Doge team and Elon in general, I don't have a lot of faith that perhaps confidential or sensitive information is not like shared with historically one of our biggest threats. So I don't know who's bought or what, but I see Trump as the figurehead of something that's like much more competent than what we see at the top. And I think that is part, it's like disarming to see how poorly he speaks and how little he understands about the government. And I think it's just important to like remember that there are people who understand very, very well, who have very specific intentions, working very hard to like stay in his good graces and continue to have his ear. And those are that's what I worry about more personally.
Speaking, just before you go frontline, speaking of national security risks, this came up earlier and I didn't mention it, but every single one of the boxes that were in Mar-a-Lago for that case have now been sent back to Mar-a-Lago. He requested them all back because apparently they had personal items of his in those boxes. So every single one of those secrets and those confidential files are now back at Mar-a-Lago. Frontline.
Unsurprised.
Yeah, I wanted to actually say that bloopist. You're right about that.
It's bloop is that you.
Bloop. I'm gonna call you Bloop if that's okay. I wanted, yeah, Bloop. I think you're totally bang on. He's got a lot of competent people behind him. Like the people that we see as the face of this are literally just the face of it, right? There's a lot more competent people in the background that know what they're doing. And I don't want to bring this up for too long because I think I've talked about it too many times. But there is the whole Silicon Valley tech bros behind him that have their own plan and their own agenda. And they've been working on it all the way back since, 2009. This has been a plan in their works. And it's very different from the first term, right? The first term, he didn't have Silicon Valley behind him. Now he does. And these are guys like Peter Thiel, who has taken a lot of what he believes and what he wants to implement from Curtis Yarvin, right? And if you know anything about Curtis Yarvin, he's written The Butterfly Revolution, which if you read through it, it is almost the same as Project 2025 without the religious component, right? Peter Thiel, who backed J.D. Vance and spent the most money ever spent in a U.S. Senate campaign history, he owns Palantir, right? And Palantir is quite scary. It's Big Brother software.
I lived in New Orleans when they were first doing the like test rollout of it down there. That was the first city that they ran it in, and it is horrifying.
So exactly, right? Those guys are behind this as well, right? And I think that there might be a clash eventually between Putin and the Silicon Valley bros, but Musk himself has been working with Putin since 2022. So Musk is 100% also working with Russia. They know what they're doing. And now with this whole, gold card that they're selling, $5 million gold card, they're trying to bring in all the rich and the wealthy people of the world into America so that they can create their, fantasy of praxis, basically, right? And you guys know what praxis is?
From South Africa, so they can actually reiterate apartheid.
Well, yeah, but the gold card is for anybody who wants like access to citizenship. And all they have to do is pay $5 million and boom, they're in there.
I've seen that, but they're pandering to the South Americans for them to the ones that are being oppressed by their land being taken. That whole inspirational thing that's going on down there, and pandering to them to bring their money to the United States to invest to.
Yeah, they definitely are. But I think it's going to be even bigger than that in the sense of like, this has been the dream of the Silicon Valley tech bros, is to create basically private cities where they don't have to listen to any laws or any rules. They do whatever they want. They have their own kind of policing, their own kind of military to keep everyone in line. And what they truly want is to have these cities full of the wealthiest of the wealthiest. And all these plans that they've been doing, all these executive orders, like, for example, getting rid of the database that shows bad cops, right? And no more keeping track of black cops. What's that going to do? Well, it's probably going to end up with a lot more people in jail. How are those people in jail going to be used? They're going to be used as workers. Since they're getting, since they're deporting a lot of their workers, they're probably going to start forcing people in jail to become workers for these ultra elite, rich, wealthy guys living in these private cities. I don't know if it's ever going to get that far. I'm really don't think it will. I think that people are going to be able to stop it before it gets that far. But this is what they've been planning for a long, long time. And, getting help from Russia is part of the plan as well, because it aligns with Russia's goals. It destabilizes democracy in the West. So it's a very complex story, and there's a lot of complex powers working towards this full scale government takeover.
Zib, you wanted to go next.
I wanted to add, like, with the 13th Amendment, is the fact that slavery is in fact still legal, and that's why they are making it a criminalized act to become homeless. And with everything that's frozen right now, that means your housing applications are frozen. Which, guess what tomorrow is? The 1st. So we are about to have a bunch of unhoused people getting arrested for being unhoused so they can have their free labor. Right? And this all goes hand in hand, a part of, I don't even like calling it a conspiracy theory at this point, because I feel like this is where we all know this is going. To force people into slavery, so we will always be working into feudalism. Like, that's what I wanted to add. And now I'm gonna manic laugh.
I don't think it's anywhere close to conspiracy theory anyway, because even if you just look at everything that's in P2025, it, like, they literally laid it all out, right? So it's not like it's a far reach. And I mean, all of us even say that it's going to end up something like Handmaid's Tale, right? And even if you've watched Handmaid's Tale, they have labor forces which are based off of people who have committed crimes, according to what they say on there, right? So I know Bloop wanted to respond and frontline afterwards.
Yeah. So just to the whole, like, homeless people being arrested, like, yes, the 13th Amendment does allow for unpaid labor if you are convicted of a crime. And that is a loophole that has existed since Jim Crow and Reconstruction, and it is already exploited to, like, most of the time the way it's exploited is they pay people like $2 or less to do some sort of very hard manual labor, whether it's manufacturing products, or there are some places like uh, the state penitentiary in Louisiana is like is basically a self-contained plantation where, like, they grow most of the food. It's wild. So there's already a lot of that going on, I would say. It's just not quite as either or as you would need it to be to convince people across the board that it's going on, if that makes sense. And then
Wait, can I add
also,
something?
yeah, sure.
Also, it's something people also need to be aware of is the fact the difference between US and Canada in this system is the fact that if you can't pay bail, you're going to jail in the States, whereas here we don't do that same thing.
You
You
don't do
have
cash
bail,
bail.
but it's different. We
Yeah.
have bail, but it's different. It's not going to
So
be something that you can't afford.
yeah, for sure. So on the homelessness part, that's still very, like, localized how the laws work. What happened with the Supreme Court last year was that they made it legal for states and municipalities, so like cities and towns, to decide how they want to handle that issue. They made it legal to make camping on public land illegal. So different cities and states are handling that differently still at this point. Some southern states mostly are being more aggressive about it. but in most places at this point, still, it's like a misdemeanor. Most people don't have bail or that they have to pay. It's kind of like a citation that they have to bring you to jail for. In a lot of places, and that is dystopic and horrific. I do want to say we're like not that far down the pipeline quite yet. And then one more comment: I see the labor force also potentially coming largely from these so-called wellness camps that RFK would like to put anyone who is on any sort of SSRI or mental health medication or anyone with like complex or chronic illnesses in. So, and this is something that I'm not as well versed in the like history of stuff in Canada, but I'm assuming that y'all have some shared history with this too. Like we have seen sanitariums, we have seen labor camps for like mentally unwell people who are still able to like do physical labor. Like this is all over U.S. history. It would not be the first time. So I am very afraid of those things, and those are kind of the two matters that I am tracking like most closely because I work with a lot of homeless folks. I actually was homeless for 4 years myself, and just got out of that last year. And I've got a lot of friends who are not mentally well. So I'm paying a lot of attention to those things, and we're not quite over that precipice yet, but it definitely is where they want to push us. And I think there's going to be a lot of resistance if that push does come to shove.
Frontline, you can go ahead.
I mean, you pretty much said everything I wanted to say. To be honest, is that yeah, it's not happening yet. They're trying to find loopholes, but that is what will happen if they continue to stay in power for a long time. Yeah, it's really really unfortunate that we are where we are today.
They
But
can also just ignore the judicial branch entirely, and then we're in a whole other fucking ballpark. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, it's okay. Aren't they already ignoring the judicial branches right now?
On a couple things that I'm aware of, but they're like, I'm having a hard time keeping up with that, to be honest.
Because from everything I've
know
seen, they don't care about the courts at all right now.
they have followed some of the orders. I know that for sure, and they have not initially followed some of the others. But there's like so much walking back of stuff that Doge has done in the last month happening this week that I am struggling to keep up with it. Really struggling.
Yeah, I've been paying a little bit more attention to Europe because, you know, I'm an Eastern European myself, so it hits really close to home, and that's kind of where my attention has been. But I got to catch up on all of Elon's little crony activities. Yeah, that's something I got to look into. But is it okay if I wanted to bring up a thing earlier, and it kind of does fit into this, but it's about Canada versus the States. I wanted to know if you guys saw Pierre's tweet this morning at 10:50 a.m. this morning.
Your time or Eastern?
Sorry, Joe, say that again.
Which time zone?
I have no idea. I just see 10:50 a.m. So I'm thinking that it's probably putting it in Pacific.
I'm not on that.
Okay.
So he posted a tweet today, and this is what it says. I have to read it out. Mr. President, it is true. I am not MAGA. I am for Canada first, always. Canada has always been America's best friend and ally, but we will never be the 51st state. And then he posted a picture or a video from his Canada First rally. I just think the hypocrisy in that tweet is like unreal. He's like, hey, I'm copying your slogan, but then telling you that I'm not you. But I'm copying your slogan, and I'm even posting a video of a rally that looks like your rally, that even has the same color schemes as your rally. But don't worry, I'm not you. But we're really good friends. But we're never going to be the 51st state. But we love you. Like, there's just so much contradiction in that tweet. that I had to point it out because we haven't heard from him a lot. As you guys know, he's kind of been in hiding. We haven't really heard too much from Pierre lately. And this was the first thing that I've seen him actually like come out and say in the last little while. And I just thought I had to bring it up because, he's a threat.
He's been dragged hard for that tweet too. I've seen a lot of responses to it, and it's like, yeah, okay, bro. What about? And then just so many responses, which are just brilliant because you're right. Everything you just said is absolutely true. I mean, I haven't seen this like something this hard to swallow since friggin' Chrystia Freeland trying to say she's the outsider to the Liberal Party in her running for leadership. It's just doesn't connect. Like it's just you can't have just showed how much love you have for Trump and then turn around going, yeah, I'm not him. It doesn't work like at all.
Red shirt or red hat, brown shirt.
Exactly.
Yep. John, I think you wanted to talk a little bit ago.
No, I don't think.
Okay,
Nope.
never mind.
I was just talking.
Anything you want to add?
Well, it's like with Trump, I think he's got like going back with the whole, dictator talk. I think Trump's gonna be like kind of like a Putin, in my opinion, because it's like somebody tells me he's got like take notes, like, okay, hey, if this person doesn't listen to you, just have someone push him out the window, kind of deal, like what Putin does. If he doesn't like, well, if you disagree with him, you gotta face punishments. You know what I mean? So yeah, I got a feeling that he's gonna do that whole like, well, hey, I don't agree with what you said there, so you know what? You're fired, and something's gonna happen, and yeah, it's gonna be game over.
Trump's had a lot of practice in saying you're fired, so
right. That's what I'm saying. The whole like
you're fired.
That's what it cracks me up because watching him like pick his people, I'm like, man, is this Apprentice happening like season what? The new Apprentice coming out?
It's not Celebrity Apprentice.
Well, it kind of is. You have what's Linda McMahon from like
Linda McMahon. Yeah.
Linda, you're fired. Linda, you're fired.
Oh my God! Don't do it. Frontline.
That's not bad.
I just I wanted to maybe and you guys can help me out with this too because we have somebody in the comments that keeps bringing up the WEF thing again. So I just want to understand like what is people have this they've been eating that conspiracy for so long that the WEF is this shadow government that supports the Great Reset and forced climate policies and taking away individual freedoms. And I don't know why conservatives act like the WEF is some sort of like conspiracy. No, that's okay.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Okay. I was looking down at my drink.
At the end of the day, it is just an economic conference. Everything you think you know about the WEF, it's been fed to you. It's propaganda. Leaders from every country, including conservative politicians, have attended the WEF. Stephen Harper has attended. Pierre Poilievre's, former boss has all been involved with WEF. Like, I don't understand what this crazy conspiracy is all about. Like somebody made a documentary or a conspiracy documentary about it, and then it got shared so many times when like the whole Great Reset thing was just an economic recovery idea after COVID-19. It was not a global takeover plan. It was about investing in green energy, new technologies, and economic stabilities. The WEF does not control policies. It doesn't control policies in Canada or anywhere else. It's just a conference where leaders and economists discuss ideas. Canada makes its own laws. Like, if conservatives really believe in a global WEF conspiracy, why do so many right-wing politicians attend and work with them? Like, the real reason that conservatives push this nonsense is just to distract from the fact that they have no real economic plan. Because instead of talking about what they're truly going to do in terms of the regular citizens, in terms of jobs and wages and affordability, they just want people scared of imaginary villains. So I need people to realize that what you've been fed is not real. It's not real. It's a scapegoat for everything that conservatives don't like. They push baseless fear mongering because they don't want to talk about real issues. And if you really want to look at a global platform, which is actually full of far right politicians with much scarier plots, then look at the IDU. Maybe take a moment and go research the IDU, go research its members, look at their policies and what they want to implement, look at what Stephen Harper has done, look at how much money he has sent through different companies to Israel. Maybe do that instead, rather than constantly going off about the WEF when all you have is just conspiracy videos that you probably watched on YouTube. Sorry, I had to say that piece because this comes up all the time. And, you know, we need to understand what it's all about because these people just bring it up 24/7 and it's wild.
Hey y'all, I gotta head out. Thank you so much for having me up here though. I did want to leave you with one parting thing to maybe look at or just know that it happened. Zelenskyy did tweet, or I don't know what they call it on X anymore. Like right after the meeting, he tagged POTUS and like said the White House and everything, and like just said thank you. Like he didn't say anything, no shade whatsoever. Just said thank you, and then like as all of the countries were tweeting in support, he was just responding thank you. Which I think is just like so sassy because that was the thing that they were like chastising him for, was not saying thank you.
That's
So
funny.
he's like, here's your
That's
thank
funny.
you.
I freaking love that. Thank you, Leonard. Leonard, you have been like super generous with your gifts tonight. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you can drop me. Thank you, everyone. It's really nice
Yeah,
talking to you
absolutely.
all.
Thanks. I gave you a follow from my
Thank
regular
you.
account. So, oh, what was I gonna say? I love that. I love that. I love when they get cheeky. And the thing is like Trump probably doesn't even get it at all. Like he probably doesn't get it. Oh, the cheering crab! I love this guy. Look at him. Oh, no. Hi. Thank you. Aw, thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. I was just here. I appreciate that. Joe, you wanted to talk?
Yeah, I want to sponsor the front line. The WF talking point, I've heard it for quite a while. I have a particular video clip I'm going to go dig up. I have to go find it on my laptop. I'm hoping I still have it. And it was the first time I actually heard about the WF and Agenda, at the time, Agenda 2025 was actually what it was called. And this, because this is back in 2022. And I decided to, while I was going around on Wellington Street here in Ottawa, I was talking to a lot of these guys who were just right down in the rabbit hole of, like, you know, anti-vax conspiracy, and I found these two guys that were just so deep into it. And I kid you not, it starts off with a WEF and Agenda 2025. It goes to the conspiracies of the banks, and it goes, and they're telling me that it is all connected to the pharaohs. I shit you not. This conspiracy that they were trying to explain to me was the most insane, bizarre, wild thing that just makes no sense. And yet they believe this thing. Like, this is, it was beyond it. But it goes back to the idea that these guys like to enjoy these conspiracies because they feel they know something that the rest of the world doesn't. So the more bizarre and twisted and insane it is, the more they feel it's right because everybody else just doesn't understand it the way they do. And it is insane. And I'm going to dig it up because it is a classic. Like, just insane, unhinged shit. Yeah, they've been doing it, I'd say, even before COVID. So it might have been started a while back, but but it definitely, I remember correctly, it started even before 2020.
Yeah, it's been around for a while. Like it was around even back in 2015 when Trump was running for his first term. They were already talking about it. Remember all the talks about lizard people being part of the WF? Remember those conspiracies? Yeah,
Oh yeah.
they've grown and they've molded into something else these days, but it all started with the shadow government full of the lizard people. It's, I
Oh yeah.
mean, it's ridiculous to say out loud, guys. I'm sorry. It's just so ridiculous.
You're absolutely right. Like these guys, you listen to these guys. And I've talked to these guys in person while I was filming them, and they are absolutely committed that this is the thing. Like this is the truth that just it's all been kept secret except for them who were able to crack the code and see through it. And it's just it's bizarre, and it is a test to yourself to be able to stand there with a straight face to listen to this because you're you want to look at them like, oh my God, are you like are you for real? Like is this truly what you believe? And they do. They absolutely do. They are convinced that people have been replaced with some lizard people in positions. They believe there are pharaohs running the banking organizations and telling people in power what's going on. And it's just unhinged. And they vote. Just they vote.
Hmm.
I have a question. I think maybe Frontline would be able to answer this. Have you been able to connect the theories, like the lizard people versus the Aryan race theory?
Say that
Um,
one more time.
have you been able to connect their conspiracy theories? Right. So we're talking about how they're all lizard people, but the Aryan race, like, I've been looking into like the study, like comparing again, uh, Trump to the Mustache Man. But in his theory about the Aryan race, that they actually are in fact aliens. So I was wondering if you've connected their theories at all, like their conspiracy theories.
Um, I'm not 100% sure. Like, I mean, there's the Aryan race thing has been around for a long time. All right, like the Great Replacement theory and all that. But what are you asking me to connect? Like to connect the WEF or what? What am I connecting? That's what I'm a little bit confused on.
Okay, so what I was reading was that they believe that the Aryan race is aliens. Now, is that connected to the theory of lizard people running everything?
To be
That's
honest,
what, yeah,
I
that's what
have
I was
no
wondering if you've
idea.
connected those two theories.
I have no idea because it all sounds absolutely nuts. I mean,
Valid, because I'm like, it's crazy when you start getting into their theories. You're just like, y'all actually believe this?
like I believe that maybe there is aliens. Like I believe that there's maybe some species from, maybe they're not in physical form. I don't know how to describe that, but we definitely know that there's something out there, but not in a conspiracy sense. Just from what we've heard, from our actual governments, from people's different experiences. But I've never connected that to some sort of like evil plot. If anything, if there is aliens, I kind of feel like they'd be on our side. I believe that if there really is any aliens, they're probably like, ooh, these guys are these guys are really messing up their society and messing up their evolution. I don't know if I want to touch it right now. I think they're looking at us laughing and going, "Oh shit, they're on the downfall right now."
They could be like those little guys from Mars Attacks, but they only go after like the MAGA.
Yeah, I mean, the only people that could connect that would be the conspiracy theorists themselves. You know what I mean? um, I don't, I don't, yeah, that's all I gotta say. I think the only people that can create these kind of connections are the people that actually dabble in those conspiracies.
The closest to the right now, there's been a bit of research in that. The closest we have to that is in 1999, David Icke combined various conspiracy theories, including ancient aliens, the Illuminati, and quite a few others, with lizard men. While David Icke seems to think that a number of Jews are lizard people, it seems to be because those particular people, Jewish people, are in positions of power, not because they're Jewish. So there is some links there, but it's not in regards to because they're Jewish, they're lizard people. It's more because these are people of power, and therefore they've been replaced by Jewish people. Now, there's also some anti-Semitic tropes, sometimes giving demon eyes, and sometimes it appears like lizard eyes. So that could be a bit of it, but there hasn't been any. I haven't noticed any there, and I haven't found any research just quickly right now in regards to possibly people of Jewish descent being linked as lizard people beyond just individuals themselves. Now, that could change. We could find something else because, again, there is 1,000,001 conspiracy theories out there. Not all of them are followed, though.
I was just there. Thank you. You said you were done. Thank you. I have nothing to add to the conversation aside from the fact that we can't be the only life forms in this entire universe.
Agreed.
Joe knows you. You know I was just there. Joe?
Yep.
Hello?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we should we're not the only we're not the only creatures in the universe. We can't be. Go ahead, Frontline. Oh, Joe, Frontline. Whoever speaks first goes first.
Joe, go for it.
First. All right. Yeah. Okay. Mine's gonna be quicker. Yeah, I agree. We can't be the only life out there. I'm not to say what that life is, what it isn't. We're probably never going to know in our lifetime, just because of just the vastness of space and what's involved to be able to go through that. We might get lucky. We might see some other life in regards to a smaller evidence, but it is arrogant. I truly believe it is arrogant for us to believe we are the only life in the entire vastness and infinite size of the universe.
No, not E.T.
No. So I'm just kidding. I was gonna say no. I believe in that. I believe in aliens 100%. Like I don't think we're the only ones on this planet. I think there's. I do believe in aliens. Like I've never seen anything, but I do believe in that 100%. Like all the stuff you hear, like from like back in the 80s, from like unsolved mysteries to now, it's like everything's like it's out there. There's something out there for sure.
Okay, Mulder. Just kidding.
Sure would
Just
explain
kidding.
a lot of the U.S. government.
You're talking to a person who totally believes in the paranormal, so yeah.
Hey, unsolved mysteries used to give me nightmares back in the day with Robert who was that? Robert Stack, wasn't it?
Yes,
Yeah, Robert Stack. Yeah.
Just that voice.
I don't think I ever really watched Unsolved Mysteries. It was kind of boring to me when I was a kid.
I used to get nightmares.
What did I watch instead? I don't know what I watched instead.
Goosebumps.
No. Oh God, no. I was too old for Goosebumps. No. Even reading, I read the Fear Street books, not Goosebumps. So. You humans are smart. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I'm an alien spy. Yeah, Fear Street was good. I read Fear Street, and I read the Sweet Valley High, Sweet Valley, and then Sweet Valley Twins and Sweet Valley High. But anyway, we keep on getting like sidetracked with those little things, which is totally fine. I could do a whole live based on the experiences that I've had with ghostly encounters. So yeah, apparently I make people fall asleep with my ghost stories. So yeah,
I'm so in. We should do another live with ghost stories.
Excellent. I will. Maybe I'll do like a nerdy Beaver special, and we'll do like ghost story stuff.
I'm sick of that for sure.
Yeah. Frontline, you wanted to say something afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the moment, I mean, the moment has passed. I don't even know if the commenter that kept leaving the comments in here about the WEF is still here, but I know that there's a lot of people that'll be like, oh, well, the WEF said that the vaccines are unsafe. Again, that is not true. The WEF has never come out with a statement saying that the vaccines were unsafe. It is absolutely unfounded. It stems from misinformation. And if anything, they consistently supported vaccination efforts. They never said that it was dangerous. Like, we knew from the very beginning when they were testing it that there are some very rare cases where there are increased risk of myocarditis. I can't say it right now. My Invisalign makes certain words hard. Myocarditis. But the risks were very, very rare, and they outweighed the risks of actually, unaliving or getting long COVID from COVID. Also, that was only for the mRNA. So if people didn't feel safe to do that, they could always get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that was not mRNA. So when people give me that as an excuse and say like, oh, they were unsafe because of the oh my God, I'm having a brain issue. Yeah. Myocarditis risk. It's like, okay, well then don't get that one. Get the Johnson & Johnson one. We had them available. Like, it took a little bit longer to roll those out, but we had them available.
The J&J was actually removed after a little while because there were some issues with it. But AstraZeneca was the other one that was not mRNA.
Okay, AstraZeneca. Sorry, I didn't know which one, but the non-mRNA, right? Because I have friends with some autoimmune issues, and their doctor said like, hey, just for safety, because like I have one of my girlfriends has ALS, which is very, very rare. And they just said, we don't know how your body's going to respond to it. So just get the non-mRNA one. And she did. And she was fine. And she's been getting it like once every 2 years to keep herself safe, because she especially, works with the elderly and has her own health issues, but she's been fine all along. And if we pull out the actual statistics, there's a lot less people that suffered from any sort of vaccine injury than people that actually suffered from COVID and passed away from COVID. But yeah, the whole WEF thing saying that, oh, they admitted that they were dangerous is completely untrue. And it was a conspiracy theory that was spread all through the internet.
Make sure you say C19.
Oh, C19, sorry. I didn't know that was a...
It's on my list.
Okay.
It's on my list of words.
All right, C19. That's all I'm going to say from now on.
Yeah, no worries. And that's why we do like P2025, because it's like certain words, like it'll get your life triggered for like misinformation and hate speech. It's really sad. So, yeah.
Okay, good to know. I will be more mindful.
We're at 66.6K likes right now. Good job, guys. I like that. Oh, damn it. Somebody liked it. Thank you for liking the live. I have a no word list. I do. I created a no word list for our lives just to make sure, so we don't get, because I'm in these spaces all the time, so I know what the trigger words are. And just to be on the safe side, can I get some hashtag TikTok shops in the chat, because that'll help a little bit. Also, the TikTok shop, thank you. The TikTok shop is where you can get any of your American friends that you'd like to get. We love the TikTok shop here in Canada, even though we don't have access to the TikTok shop here in Canada. But we do have access to it now. Did you guys notice? You probably noticed in your inboxes or your notifications, thank you, that you get a lot of notifications about Lemon8 now, because Lemon8 is now available in Canada. Yeah. They basically just link your two profiles together. But yeah, TikTok shop. American friends, go check out the TikTok shop. Yeah, I'm certainly so annoyed with how Trump treated. Yes. Zelenskyy, Zelensky. Zelenskyy. Like Zelenskyy. Yep. Oh, two eyes, yes. like
Yeah, I
sky high.
yeah, I was
Go
talking
ahead,
a
John.
lot. Sorry, I was talking a lot of my Ukrainian friends today too, and oh man, they're so emotional right now. It's like they're like, now are we gonna get hope, or do we give up hope now, or do we just continue to hope, or do we just give up our hope and hope for the best? They're destroyed. They are just so destroyed. They're like emotional destroyed, depressed. Like I can see it in their eyes every time they go live. I can see it in their eyes now. It's like, yeah, it sucks, and I feel bad for them. And I gotta tell them, I said, oh, don't worry, I'll still be there to volunteer and help you guys. Don't worry, you got nothing to worry about. So you still have a lot of people around the road helping you guys out, so you got nothing to worry about.
Oh god, I don't know who requested first. That's okay. I'll expand the boxes again. Hello, Canadian. Oh, you're not loaded yet, but hello, Canadian, when you load. Hello, friend.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Hope everybody's recovered from yesterday.
Not really.
No, me neither.
Yeah.
This whole Ukraine thing that's going on, is that what we're talking about now, or what are we?
Yeah, we've kind of been back and forth on it all night. We've kind of like just been bouncing around on it all the time. But yeah, you can totally add your 2 cents. Then I'll go frontline and then TT.
Yeah, well, I've come up with this idea that I'm trying to get some traction on, where when things happen, like happened today, we go to the Facebook pages of these people that are pushing this propaganda and these lies and commenting, and going on there and blasting. I went to the White House page and absolutely said the things I think Zelenskyy should have said, but didn't, because he was keeping his composure. And I absolutely blasted them. And then I went to the JD Vance's page and blasted him for what he did, and even put up a video. Like, we need to do this. We need to confront these people at their doorsteps, or this is just going to spread like wildfire. It's going to spread to the youth. It's going to spread to the young adults. They're going to all get off on this and go, yeah, we can all be like this. And we got to stop it, and the only way to stop it is with our words and with our keyboards and with our videos. And, when they go to their pages, what I would like to see when they go to their pages, they won't be able to see any of the comments from the people that they're trying to hook in, because there's going to be so many of us commenting all at once. That's what I want to achieve here. I want to show them the strength of the world and the power that we all have together with our words. So I started Canadian Keyboard Warriors to do this. I'm just designing the Facebook page right now. I'm visually impaired, so I'm having some problems. But this is my plan. This is my idea. And, depending on who here supports Ukraine or the other side, if there is somebody from the other side, I'd like to hear it. But, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I really think we need to.
Sorry.
I just think we need to put our voices out there. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you going to be on any other platforms aside from TikTok and Facebook?
I'm gonna see, that's what's complicated for me, especially with my ADHD. If I have to stay focused on is 2 things, maybe 3. And if it gets more than that, then I get jumpy and then I can't focus and then I fail. So I'm
overwhelmed.
Right. I'm trying to get this going so I can have some people that will help me do this for the times when my mind scatters and I'm not focused on it. That's my main complaint against Facebook, because when I try to do this work, they keep putting up pop-ups. You can't do this right now. Come try again later. And it really throws me off. I can't, it happened to me today when they started, as soon as I put that post up on the White House page, it blew up. People started commenting and bombarding me and saying all this crap. So I was responding, being polite, just pointing out the facts, and here's the proof. And then it pops up, you can't do this right now. So then they just ran a narrative of negative things, and I couldn't get in there to say, hey, you guys are wrong. And it just went string after string supporting the president, but nobody was in there supporting Zelenskyy. So when people go there, they see this false narrative of all support for Zelenskyy, or sorry, for Trump and not for Zelenskyy, and Facebook blocks me. So I need help. I need help for other people to get in there and do these posts and stand up, because in Germany, when this started, nobody stood up. They stood by, and it just overwhelmed the country. And wow, I just don't want this to happen in our time and age. And I think with our words, and our words are our weapon, and we can use it to fight back against what's happening in the world. I land my plane.
Oh, look, the other Beaver is in here. Who did I say was next? Frontline, and then did I say Frontline then TT?
Yes.
Okay, Frontline, TT, and then I'll go to Lee.
I was going to say something else, but I really wanted to touch on something that Canadian Keyboard Warrior said, because I think it's super important and it really deserves for us to talk about it and to talk about some strategies around it. But the youth, they are being targeted in the masses right now. They are so susceptible to believing this propaganda, because a lot of them don't have any knowledge of history. They don't have any knowledge of, political alliances, and they don't understand the geopolitical tensions of the world right now. They're super easy to target. And I wanted to bring up last night's election because I was looking through the statistics today. Oh gosh, my Invisalign makes it really hard to talk sometimes. But I was looking through statistics today, and a lot of these conservative voters and a lot of the people that went and voted for, Doug Ford, are actually, young men under the age of 40. That a lot of this base is coming especially from young men. There's a lot of young women that get dragged into it too, but it is especially dangerous with young men. And these are the guys that are being targeted. Yeah, these are the guys that are being targeted by Musk, by the Trump administration, by Vance, by all of these Silicon Valley tech bros, by all the alpha bro podcasters that constantly spread missing.
Yeah,
Who, by the way, the Tate brothers are back in the United States.
I know.
They arrived in Florida.
A really quick thing: DeSantis said not in Florida. He doesn't want them.
Yeah, DeSantis said that, and Trump said he doesn't know anything about it. But, come on, man. They landed in Florida. There's a reason for that. They give unwavering support to the Trump administration. And it's not like I'm going to believe anything that comes out of the mouth of a Republican or the Trump administration right now. So I think we need to be very honest with each other and say, we know how they got there, right? But it's something that we have to figure out how to tackle. And I really do feel like there needs to be a rise, a movement of strong, progressive men that can make these younger men understand what it truly means to be a man, what is positive masculinity, because so far they have been infected by this toxic masculinity virus that is making them incredibly susceptible to all of this propaganda, and it is weaponizing an entire group of people. And it's scary. And one of the other things that I wanted to bring up in accordance to this, I was doing research earlier today on the rise of violence against women in the UK. You guys have probably heard that since 2022, the numbers have been skyrocketed for how many women have been attacked in the UK. And so I was doing my research to try to find out, what is it that created this uprise in violence? What is it that made women become targets? And what I found out through all my research is that it all comes back to the same thing: online propaganda and misinformation. It comes from the push towards violence online, and it's young men that are eating it up. And it is so incredibly dangerous for our society, for our future, for the next generations, for women, for marginalized communities. And we have to figure out a strategy to start tackling this, because the internet is absolutely overrun right now by these extreme right-wingers. And we need some good, positive role models on the progressive side. I know that they exist, but there's not enough of them. There needs to be more and more and more of them. So maybe that's something that we can kind of open it up to the panel and talk about what our strategies could be to tackle these sort of things. Because as a woman, I don't really have much of a say. These young men are not going to be listening to me, that's for sure. I can influence women a lot more than I can influence men, let's be honest, right? So we need men to really step up.
So I had TT next, then Lee, then Joe can go, and then Kingston. You can address the other stuff and then this as well if you want. Because
Yeah,
you probably have
I
to say about
don't.
the other part.
Well, no, I don't really have something prepared. My mind's
No
kind of
worries.
swirling.
That's
I got
okay.
off
I can
work
come back to
and
you.
no. I do have things on my mind, but I
Okay.
won't be very succinct. But I got off work, and on my way home from work, I just watched the Zelenskyy debacle, and Canadian. I was curious when you were talking about it, what you said. My brother's wife had posted in a group chat about how, like, she equated what she saw with just any misogynist, like, mansplain in a meeting that anyone's experienced ever, and I thought that that was apt. And like, just the point, like the hostility and the point to diminish and disempower and bully from like the get-go, just it really, like, I need to decompress on that because that's just wild. And I'm glad, frontline, that you tied it in with just the toxic masculinity culture. It reminded me of this episode of this podcast, A Bit Fruity, with Matt Bernstein, I think is his name. And I heard it a few months ago, and they were talking about the manosphere, and the how, like, incel culture, like, that was a fringe point of view at some point, and then turned into sort of more of a popularized thing with people like Andrew Tate and like finance bro, like, investment culture, what's it called, stocks, crypto bros, that's what I'm trying to think of. um and its ties with, just this sort of loving off with the oligarchical, like, I'm gonna make big money, I'm gonna game the system, I'm gonna like game the women, this thing that is just, it is a virus, that it has taken over. And I don't know, yeah, that I feel like that what I watched was, that exemplified, like, the word cuck comes to mind when it's wielded against people by, like, that was that they were just hostile. And I don't know. I don't have anything super positive to contribute about that right now because, like I said, I'm still just decompressing, and like my mind is really blown about what I watched. So that's all for this moment.
Okay. No worries. Lee and then Joe. Oh, you're muted. Also Lee, oh, you just there should be a, here, I'll give you a invite to unmute. Usually at the bottom of the screen, there's a little microphone button down there, or if you touch your picture, then there'll be a microphone button there too. Lee, I haven't had you on here before, have I?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Can I just grab age, province, and federal political party that you're going to vote for?
Okay. I'm 58. I live in Saskatchewan, and I'm undecided.
Okay. Like undecided ABC or undecided everybody?
Undecided left leaning.
Okay. So ABC. Anybody but conservatives.
Let me give you a little bit of a quick bit here. I'm originally from the United States. I'm a dual citizen. I've lived here for 20 years. I grew up most of my life in the United States. I moved here. I met my wife here in Saskatchewan, and that's why I'm here in Canada. I've been here for 20 years. I'm learning your system. I know the United States system much better than I do this.
Yeah.
I don't know how my voice is coming out, if it's too loud or too soft or something.
No, you're good. You're perfect.
Yeah. I simply wanted to touch on the Zelenskyy thing today. Two things I wanted to talk about, but this is the big one because
What I really believe, what I saw today was the most disgusting thing I ever seen in the United States history. Because I'm 58 years old. I've watched a lot of presidents and I've seen a lot of dignitaries come to the United States. And I've seen a lot of dignitaries that were friends and some that were not so much friends. And I've never seen any dignitary in my entire life be treated like they were today by Trump. Never in my life have I seen such disrespect for another dignitary. There is a unwritten rule when it comes to being a dignitary that there is a respect amongst each other when it comes to public appearance. And it is absolutely disgusting what I seen Trump do today. Trump showed exactly what he was. He is nothing but a mini Trump, or a mini Hitler. He's a mini Mussolini.
Mustache man.
Sorry.
Either mustache
Sorry,
man or
I
you can
forgot
say
about that.
Shitler. That's okay.
They're a bunch of snotsies. Snot-nosed little brat snotsies. That's what they are. And they need to be treated as such by everybody. The entire world needs to treat them like that. But I was so disgusted by what I saw today. I never thought that we'd ever stoop to that level. It's gotten me to the point where I'm like, why did our troops even, maybe the reason why we lost all those wars is because they all wanted to be Russians all along. I don't know. It's really that disgusting to me. It's blowing me away. But tonight I had a bit of hope. I had a conversation with my son in the States. And I know they kind of leaned a lot towards the whole Trump side. And I really know they both voted Trump. And tonight I had a conversation with him where he explained to me that he was disgusted with what's going on, that he couldn't believe what he's seeing. This is not America. I was blown away by his whole response. And it gave me hope that maybe more people are waking up to this insanity, this ridiculous, unbelievable cult that was created by these insane people down there. I can only hope that was a sign that things will get better. But today was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm glad that there was a gleam of hope.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it was pretty huge. For me, it was very huge. But so thank you for letting me say my piece, and you can move on to the next person. Thank you.
Can somebody do me a favor? If anybody has enough coins to do where is it? What is it called? What is it called? Where is it? I bet you somebody can read my mind right now. Oh, Tom's Hug. Oh, no, Lee, turn your camera back on, please. Does anybody have enough coins to do Tom's Hug and send it to Lee?
Oh, that's not necessary. Please
No, do it, because you need this. You need this, and it's cute, and you need it to happen to you right now.
Cheers.
Does anybody have enough? It's a $3.99 one. Does anybody have enough coins to send Lee Tom's Hug? Yes, yes. There you go. There you go. Is it gonna do it? There you go. Yay! Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
You needed a hug, and that's the only way we could give it to you right now.
Give it back. Thank you.
All right.
Peace to you all. Have
Thank
a good
you.
day.
Thanks, Lee. Joe.
That's tough to follow, but thanks, Lee, for coming
Oh.
up to say that. I mean, it's definitely a difficult thing, and it's actually kind of a nice thing to see at least one of us seeing a little bit of hope in regards to that. And hopefully it spreads. I want to go back to frontline feminists in regards to toxic masculinity, because you know what? As a guy, I need to speak of it now. But more so, I wanted to address, because she brought up some excellent points, because she always does. But one of the things that I saw in regards to a video recently, and I found it, and I want to play it if it's okay. It's only about 2 minutes, and it's actually from The Daily Show, and it's an interview with an author, Richard V. Reeves, and he talks about sort of why sort of the right seems to be capitalizing on regards to the masculinity. And I wanted to start with that so that we can sort of say, this is where we can, where we're kind of having problems, and this is where we're kind of ignoring. And I'll start by playing the audio here first.
Okay.
What do you think the conservatives are getting wrong?
Their view is that, well, to be fair, what they get right is they have noticed, in some way, some of the struggles that men have. And they then make the move of saying, and we know why. It's because of women's rights, it's because of feminism, it's because of the rise of women over here that we've seen the fall of men over here. That is completely untrue. Like, we rise together, or we don't rise at all. Like, we're going to have families together, we're going to make TV shows together. As a society, we can't flourish if either men or women are floundering. Right. We need both to do well. And so what the conservatives do is identify the real problems in many cases of boys and men, and then completely falsely and inaccurately say that's the fault of women or the rise of women, and so we have to go back.
Right.
And so the problem is that so many people feel like there's a reactionary right that says we need to go back to the way it was when your father was around, your grandfather. Let's go back.
Make America great again.
Let's make America male again, right? Let's bring back the breadwinner male and women who know their place and all of that, because it was kind of simple then. So they hearken back. But on the left, there's a sense of like, well, actually, maybe we don't need men, maybe men are toxic, and so maybe you should be more like your sister. And actually, if men are given the choice between becoming their father or their grandfather and becoming their sister, then no wonder they're lost. And so we have to find a way to talk about masculinity and men and what's happening to them in a way that is entirely compatible with gender equality, that doesn't give any ground at all on what we need to do for gender equality, but also doesn't say, and I'm afraid people do this, they say men don't have problems. Men are the problem. And if we continue to just see men as problems, rather than also having problems, then it's going to be a very, very difficult time for us over the next few years.
So it's a weird thing to kind of think about. And again, not saying that men aren't problems quite often in regards to certain situations. But there's also going to be those men that don't find themselves in a particular place. And if we want to find a place and build a place, a way to get men to be equal and everybody's equal in regards to this, we need to make sure we have a strong male messaging in regards to exactly as Frontline Feminist was saying. We need to have positive messaging saying, you can be a man and the woman can be just as strong as you, and she's going to have the career, as you're going to have the career. You guys are going to work together, and it's going to be a balance. And it's having that particular voice as to kind of like a third sort of voice and saying like, no, because right now these guys are capitalizing on the fact that they're, men are feeling struggles when they're getting older. There's pressures, there's big pressures, everything else, and nobody's addressing that. At least that's not what they're not seeing. The louder voices are saying, yeah, it's all the women's fault. It's easy scapegoat. We need to have a loud enough voice to say, no, you are good, you are strong, so are the women. You don't need to step on people. And it's to try to work from there. It hopefully came out right.
Yeah. Gotcha. Hello, Kingston. Welcome back to my panel.
Well, thank you very much to welcome me. Actually, I wanted to talk about that response to in follow-up to Frontline Feminist. because on my site I put so many videos, but the videos, I don't know if you've seen any of mine, are focused on feminism and, believe it or not, mostly even educating men, because I still think, maybe I'm one-sided, but I still think that the problem is that we have mistreated women for the last, I don't know, 50,000 years. And we had a patriarchy, and we permitted men to do it from the times were ancient time. And we haven't really progressed as much. And a lot of the males' behaviors are just as bad as before, even though they don't realize it. And educating men about what's the proper behavior, what is the proper thinking, is still very important for me. And I'm continuing to do that. And a couple of times I was on TikTok live listening to different issues. And each time I got on the discussion, my first reaction was that I humbly acknowledge that we, the men, have not treated women right for centuries. And they have every right, they, being women, have every right to be upset. And we need to change that. And I said it several times in several different citing about, or live talks on TikTok. I do think the misogyny continues, and I do think that problem with women, in other words, discriminating against them, violence against them, sexual assault against them, domestic abuse against them continues to this day. And as long as that continues, I still like to voice my message to men about these problems and educating them. So that's as a male, I'm doing the best I can do to reach out to men and educate them. On second topic, of course, on Ukraine, I was upset all day. My wife is Ukrainian from Kiev. She was upset, and I was just disgusted with what I saw on TV. And I have been watching CNN for the last couple of hours. And I was disgusted with what I saw on CNN because all the American pundits were supporting Trump and saying it's all Zelensky's fault. And that was on CNN. So I think it's time for us to say it what it is. Trump is evil. MAGA is evil. Anybody that supports or adores Trump must be evil. And the whole world needs to isolate United States right now and send a message that we do not approve of what you're doing. And where it's going to go, I don't know. I don't know what else we can do. But I think at least we need to acknowledge that it's a what I call Christian nationalist, misogynist fascism in this government. And there is no redeeming quality in either Trump nor in his followers. And Canada would be better off to go without US at this time. And by the way, people like Poliev would be disaster. People like Poliev would be disaster. I would rather see ABC, anybody but conservatives.
ABC, baby.
You're going to
ABC.
have a hard time finding an argument to hear.
TT, you had your hand up. Unless you were waving.
Yeah, I just have my hands full of bacon. Late night breakfast, baby. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I just caught the 7-minute hostility exchange, so I don't know what's been said about this otherwise. And I'm not informed of the whole situation. But I did afterwards watch a quick clip where somebody, I think it was a senator, was grilling Zelenskyy about not wearing a suit. And I can't remember if the commentator or him himself was like, somebody acknowledged that like he's fighting a war. I think actually maybe it was him in his response. And it reminded me, I was on another panel where just this random man from Ukraine popped in. I heard he went to a couple of panels that day, and he was a general and he was fighting, but at that moment he was on vacation from fighting in another part of Ukraine. And he just talked to us, and it was heartbreaking and really wild to excuse me, hear his point of view, and then also listen to people, very well-intended people, speak to him hypothetically about what the situation was. And I I don't want to like point fingers, but like there were moments when I think maybe the compassion or acknowledgement of his experience lacked, because I think it's a hard thing to imagine if we are over here in a place where we've never experienced that. I certainly have not, and just it was just really wild about what he had to say. And like somebody asked him if he felt that he could win the war, and he was saying, yes, I have to. Like, I have to think that we're fighting for our lives, and it just really heartbreaking. So I think that there was like some element in what happened today that was like that, like with JD Vance speaking about pandering to the media, and trying
Pause
to
you for
throw.
one quick second.
Oh,
Sorry.
sure.
I want to address
I'm
Ren.
rambling.
We don't allow any kind of like homophobia or bigotry or misogyny in here. Any kind of like any of that. So you now lose your freedom of expression, just so you know. And also, you also lose your entitlement to, your apparent conceived entitlement of being here. Peace out.
Oh, that sucks.
Banished.
I wasn't even watching. That sucks. Thanks for dealing with that.
I gotta
Sorry,
do
I
my
was.
I had
thing.
my paddles here. I would have like whacked you away, but that's
Anyway, I was rambling, so I needed that interruption. But yeah, just
no
that was I think that there was some kind of quality of that about what happened today as well, and so that was part of what was so heartbreaking to watch. Imagining what Zelensky's reality is in that situation versus like just the politicking and bullying that they were doing. I mean, it's just unreal. But going to the other topic, thanks for who said that? Kingston, was that you speaking about the men?
Yes,
Kingston
it was me.
Yeah, so I appreciate what you said, and yeah, I think, and also I have with you were talking, Joe.
Oh.
I think
That's not just me, is it?
Are you wearing 1 second? 1 second. Are you wearing earpods? If you're wearing earpods, they're probably dying right now.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, had to switch them off.
You kind of went like
robot
RoboCop there on us.
Yeah, I've never heard it myself, but it's happened many times. I've heard from many people.
It sounded
very robotic, and it was very disturbing.
Actually, it was even worse. It like literally. Have you ever seen the movie Lawnmower Man?
Oh yeah, way in the
That's
past.
kind of what That's what I picture in my head when that sound happens. Is like, I don't know, or
I just pictured it.
Did you? Can you see
I
what I'm
did. I know the
saying?
movie.
When
I
I
did.
when
I know exactly the scene. I know
okay,
like when they're just coming out of the
yes,
computer. It's just the
yes,
whole
thank
thing.
you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're
Okay,
not.
good. That's what I
You're not
picture
alone.
when that sound happens.
Go ahead. It's exactly that for sure. It's that or Neo being pulled out of the Matrix the first time.
Oh,
Or
okay, yep.
if you've ever seen Superman 3, the robot woman when she's getting like all those wires and stuff like that put across her, that's kind of like what I see as well. Anyway,
Okay.
there's a reason I'm called nerdy. I'm just saying.
No way. That's coolie. Come on. That's awesome.
And I'm catching every single reference.
Excellent. I love it. I love it. Okay, continue.
Yeah, so sorry, just to sum up anyway, about the toxic masculinity point, like I well, for one, I do think that men need an alternative to that conditioning, and I think it's up to men to help men create that, because unfortunately, like that the oppression or misogyny goes hand in hand with that oftentimes. So women aren't really in a position often to help out with that. So and I think that Frontline was saying something of the sort. So I appreciate, Kingston, that you're talking about like helping educate men, and like I think self-reflection is a really good tool, because part of the script about what it means to be a man that creates these situations is a really binding sort of narrative that, like, the at a young age, like, don't have emotions, don't show emotion. There's something weak about that. You have to be strong. And a lot of other narratives get tied into that. Some of them that aren't even necessarily bad, like it's your role to be the provider, or it's as a man you need to be this thing, that thing, whatever. And what I find that, like, as far as men I know who have successfully dismantled some of the patriarchy on themselves, is just like challenging their own beliefs about what they've been taught equates manliness. And and in that process you can pick and choose. You don't even have to say all of those things are garbage. Like, if you want to be in a relationship and be the financial provider or whatever, like something like that, and you're with somebody who also agrees that that's the role, that's perfectly fine, right? But I mean, the other things, like, don't have an emotion about something, like, that is just, I think, generally toxic. So I think it's really about dismantling just any sort of what it means to be male narratives that come from your family, your culture, whatever, and looking for alternatives, or just challenging, does that need to be true? Does that need to affect how much I feel like a man? Because ultimately nobody can take away being a man from a man. A man is a man. You know what I mean? So that's like, and I think it's empowering to define that and try and define that in a healthy way. So maybe that's a path through. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, Frontline, you're next. Don't worry. I got you guys. I got you. When you put your hand up, I write it down. But give me 1 second. One thing that it sparked was when you talking about being like the pressure of being the provider and stuff like that. It's thinking like that actually, like, it increases self-unaliving rates of men as well, right? So how long is the notepad? It's all over the place. I write everywhere on this thing. There's no rhyme or reason to it. But yeah, it helps. It like, that's what's increased. That's what leads to increasing, like, self-unaliving rates as well, like, among men. So yeah, like, deconstructing all of that is imperative. Mike has a resource that he put, nextgenmen.ca. I'm surprised TikTok let that go through. They don't usually let you put links. So nextgenmen.ca. All right, Frontline's next. And then I have John. Not John. Joe. John. And then Joe, I think. Joe, did you want? I don't know. No, Joe. John.
The
Yeah,
talk
number
There's too
3.
many of you.
is really long. Sorry, guys.
You're good. Frontline. And then Joe. Frontline, John, Joe.
Okay. I wanted to bring up just a couple of points to keep the conversation going. Number one, when we talk about Zelensky's non-existent suit, where is everybody's outrage on the fact that Elon Musk doesn't wear a suit? Where's the outrage on
We talked about that a little
that?
bit earlier. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. It has to do with like who Trump sees as his equals and who he sees as less than. And people that are less than, he wants them to dress appropriately before him.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But I just wanted to bring that up because if anybody ever says that or brings it up to you and goes, "Oh, well, you know, he wasn't wearing a suit," you should be like, "Okay, well then why is Elon Musk never wearing a suit?" But anyway, to go away from that and back onto the masculinity topic. The number one thing is when I was doing my research, as I said, when I was looking at what's causing this uprising violence against women in the UK, and when I was looking into how these young men are getting radicalized online, they were saying in all the research that it starts as early as 11 years old. So there has to be some sort of component there that is, yeah. So this is the reality, right? With capitalism, parents are a lot busier. They're way busier. And I see it in my own friends that have kids. A lot of the times they're so busy, they have to make the dinner and clean the house, and they're single parents. So they just put an iPad in front of their kid and they go, "Here, busy yourself with this." And those kids are going to reach those, you know, more kind of extremist rhetoric online very easily. It says that it's like you're 3 clicks away all the time. When you're on social media, you're 3 clicks away from getting into one of those spaces. So it starts as early as 11. And I don't want to put the blame necessarily on parents. I know that obviously there is some blame there, but the fact is it's capitalism that's making people work so hard, and they don't have the time to be able to sit there and monitor everything. Even when they have parental controls on these apps, it's still not enough. And these apps are also, they know what they're doing. They want to get kids when they're young. So even with all the parental controls, there's a lot of things that slip through, and they start them off with symbolism, right? Without outright saying things like, "Oh, you're better than a woman," and whatever the rhetoric is. They start off really small, and they start off with all kinds of toxic symbolisms that you don't really understand. Kids don't really understand, right? They start when they're, for example, playing a video game. And one guy will say a negative slur, and then another guy will be like, "Ah, don't worry, bro, it's not that big of a deal." And these young boys that are playing these games, and young girls, because girls play video games too, they'll be like, "Oh, okay, I guess it's not really that big of a deal. It's just fun and games. It's just fun and games." So that they have that when they're growing up, and then the more they get, you know, older, the more radicalized they become. And what I was going to say in terms of needing the right male influence, and this might sound bad, but this is just what I've taken in from my years of looking at this change and looking at this shift, is that because they've been indoctrinated already by a lot of these guys that go to the gym and work out and look really strong because everything is about strength, 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 they need those type of men to be able to kind of switch them out of that, because those are the only men that they're willing to listen to, right? They look at a lot of other guys and they call them like beta males and stuff like that. So they need to hear it from some of these quote unquote stronger guys. So there needs to be some men on the progressive side that, you know, are these dudes that go to the gym and lift weights. They need to be the ones to really start talking about it, right? Some good examples would be like Bradley Thor, right? The guy that chops wood without a shirt on many times. But he's actually, you know, a big progressive. And one of the things that he does on his platform is...
You're talking about Thorne Bradley?
Yeah, there you go. I knew that there was a name. There you go. Shows you how much I really know.
But yeah, Thorne
Okay.
Bradley.
But a guy like that, or, you know, the Canadian, I know he just changed his name, but he used to be the warrior philosopher, right? Big power lifter guy. Again, very progressive. Great way for these men to kind of start going to the other side and seeing that there is positive masculinity out there. Because when they see those guys, they're like, oh, they're strong. And all of a sudden they have some credibility there, right? I saw a beautiful exchange in Good Trouble's live probably a good week ago. I think I already talked about this in one of the lives, but it was absolutely beautiful. This 18-year-old kid from Canada came up to talk about his relationship issues. And it was a really nice, beautiful, vulnerable moment between two men where Good Trouble gave him some really, really good advice. And then he was sitting there reflecting, going like, I should really dedicate some of my lives to just talking to these 18-year-olds and 19-year-old guys that need advice and they need friends and they need to be listened to. They need to know that vulnerability is okay. And what's really cool too is that the 18-year-old that went up and talked to him in the live, he was 18 from Canada. He was a Canadian. It made me so happy. I was like, yay, an 18-year-old Canadian man who's not radicalized. It was beautiful to watch. But I think that's kind of the entry point. And I know that might sound bad because they shouldn't have to be strong or look a certain way, but we have to kind of meet them where they're at. We have to give them examples that quote unquote strong men can be progressive, can respect women, can respect marginalized communities, can fight for them, can be educated, etc., etc. So I think that's kind of the entry point we need to take, where a lot of these more progressive, strong men need to really dedicate themselves to educating the young ones.
John, your turn.
No, I was going to say, I guess earlier today I was reading about this independent reporter that was watching the whole, Donald Trump going after Zelenskyy. I guess this independent reporter, he even walked out with Zelenskyy, I guess. He just had enough and, he just felt awful. And this is just like an independent reporter that, doesn't care much. And the follow up with Frontline too, is that the person's name on here, I think? Yeah, Frontline, correct. Just to follow up with that too, like if you haven't trouble, saying about Elon, and people will say, oh, when you said about Elon Musk, just tell them, say, hey, Winston Churchill, he wore a military suit like back in World War II, and like he was at the White House, and sure enough, yeah, he was wearing just a military suit, and there's no problem with that back then. And for King, I just wish you and I hope your wife's family in Kyiv are safe, and yeah, I just want to leave it at that.
Before you go, Joe, TT, I just want to check in to see if you are okay with comments that are being made in the comments.
Oh, I haven't been looking at my phone. Are people coming at me?
Okay. One specific person.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you for bringing my attention to it.
Mm-hmm. I just want to make sure that you're okay with it, because if you're not, I'm more than willing to remove that person.
You guys can go on talking. I'm just going to review here.
Okay. All right. Joe, go ahead.
Thank you. Following up on Frontline, because I guess it's a fascinating, absolute topic because it's actually an important one. So, as we were discussing this, and I was listening to Frontline and to everybody else, these men, especially we were seeing in regards to a lot of these guys like the Andrew Tates and the other ones trying to do this. And while they're saying that this is the view of men, in the back of my mind, I'm sitting here and understanding and remembering this is very much, they're very much confirming the idea that gender is a construct, because everything they're saying is they're dictating as their perception of what that particular gender is. And it's not to a point of discussion. It's just kind of one of those weird little novelty things I picked up. Continuing on.
Gender's a construct?
Well, not that so much that gender is a construct, but it's just one of those examples of gender being the construct in regards to what they're dictating as what men are. versus what other people view as men could be a larger range as to not just something toxic that these guys are trying to push, but also much more balanced in regards to a man can be and should be pursued as being equal to a woman and to everybody else, and does not need to be toxic to exist in the world. I think is another way I want to put that. But one of those things, the other thing that the frontline was also mentioning, like there is some great examples out there. Side note, Warrior for Philosopher being fantastic. I totally agree. I don't agree he should have changed his name though, because I feel he built such a following on that particular name. It just felt kind of weird he changed it, but that was his choice.
I just followed him under that name on my, because I was following him on my MTP account, but my regular account, I wasn't following him. I just followed him under that name like yesterday though. Did he just change it?
As the Warrior Philosopher, he changed it a couple of days ago or a week ago. Frontline, do you recall when he changed it?
He changed it about a week and a half ago, so I would really check and make sure that it's still him. Make sure that he's got like more than 60,000 followers. Otherwise, it might be a copycat account.
Weird.
That's an excellent point. It's one of the other reasons why I'm wondering, like, why would you want to change it when you built such a following and a name recognition to it? And it's not like a business branding as much as just he's, a Warrior Philosopher describes him, and it's also just what he, what he sort of built the people that follow him with. But yeah, I mean, great examples as you were mentioning. Warrior Philosopher, Good Trouble, and many others, and they are doing fantastic work in regards to being a very more positive kind of role model. But the problem is they're doing, and it's nothing to do with them being the problem. The problem is that there is such a louder. How did I phrase this? The toxic megaphone is much louder than any other megaphone. Is much more rapid, is much more easy for the Tates in the world to say the dumb stuff, and it spreads to them faster. It's easier, it's quicker, it's cheaper, and people gravitate to it. And it's much more work for us to try to come out with a positive message. And I think we need to also concentrate in regards to maybe work on the messaging as to and in regards to some of the guys saying that all their stuff is negative, this is the only person saying positive. We need to make sure that we're saying no. There's a lot more positive role models, and we need to also help these people in regards to people like I said, Good Trouble, Warrior Philosopher, all the other ones. These are more positive role models. You could be there. You could be the positive influence in the world. You can make a positive change as opposed to a change that's just about you and not going to be helping you as much as you think it is. That's it.
One thing I was going to say, because I was going to say this when Lee was here as well, is because he was talking about like back in the day, and how things used to be, and like if you look at, and I talked about this like sort of earlier, but I'm just going to touch on something different about it. But like back when we were watching elections, like the person who was in the highest office, like the president, that was always somebody that you like looked up to, and somebody always wanted to be like, that's who I want to be when I grow up. You know what I mean? And they were like they were a dignitary, right? Like, and now it's like a it's a popularity contest. It's a sports game. Like that's how people are treating it. They're treating it like sports games all the time now. But it's not like it used to be. And I don't know where I'm going with this, but I don't know.
It sounds like it used to be. Sounds like an old person.
No, but I hear you. Like you're right. Like there's this element of celebrity that is sort of taken over.
Yeah, because it used to be like dignified. You know what I mean? Like you look, and this is when we were talking about this earlier too. Like if it was the times of JFK and like the scandal with that. Thank you for the naughty chicken. Look at him. Thank you. You look at the days of like JFK and stuff like that, and like the scandal with Marilyn Monroe and whatnot. It was like that was a big thing, right? And even George Bush made more. That's true. It's true though. Like it's it was something that kids could look up at and be, this is who I want to change the world for the better and be this person. And that's who the head of the country was supposed, like that's what they represented, was somebody who's going to make things better all the time. And now he just wants, like, you're looking at it and people don't want to make, and I'm not just talking about Trump here. I'm talking about people just want to make things better for themselves, and they don't want to make things better for everybody. It's this sense of entitlement and a sense of like things that are owed to you and what you want to take and not give back, right? Like there's no give and take anymore. It's just take, take, take.
Which
It's
is
like
really
it's like
wild because it's like the politicians seem to have forgotten that they are publicly representing. Like they are working for us. That is what the system is.
Mhm. I got a Rocky Horror Picture Show quote in my head. You just take, take, take.
I've got a
Columbia.
crazy tinfoil hat theory in regards to it. In regards to, and none of it's gonna be based on too much on fact, just some touches of facts in regards to sort of how we got to Trump. And I think I blame capitalism and just the disparity that we grew with it. And when we grew the disparity to it, we also grew a disparity between the elected officials and ourselves. And just the distance as they start to grow more and more, and somehow it got to a peak when we got to Obama. People, in a sense, kind of rose up and decided, no, we're completely detached from the politics. It doesn't represent us because we don't see ourselves because we're not the educated, because the education system has been repressed in regards to the US. We're not the educated people. We're not the entitled people. We're not the ones going to be making enough to live. We're not going to be getting that. So they started to throw wrenches at them. But unfortunately, the wrench was in the shape of Trump, which just made it worse for them without realizing, because, again, the education didn't show them that this is a terrible option.
Well, and Trump started shoving himself into it. He started shoving himself into it before he even ran for office. I mean, he ran for office ages before that anyway. Where are you going? Hey, sorry, the dog. I don't know where she's going. But he shoved himself in there even when he was talking about like Obama and his birth certificate. Like he was already pushing himself in there by speaking on these things all the time. So it's not even that it happened right when Trump like ran. It was happening before, like all of this was happening before that too.
You know, when I was living in America, when Trump came around the first time, a lot of people were saying, like, oh, Trump is doing this stuff. Like, look at the way, Mexico schmurders and rapists, like, commentary like that straight out the gate. And he's making people racist and he's making people this way and that way. And my take is yes, and he's terrible. And also, he's empowering something that already exists. And part of the appeal of him is about this, like, yeah, like I feel powerful. And these people are misled into believing that they can be like Trump. And now Musk is sort of the new version of that, the 2.0. But like they foolishly believe that, like, oh, if I act like that, if I'm just gonna get mine, and I have that attitude, then I'm gonna do better. And so that is at the heart of the MAGA movement, I feel like. And yeah, and he's empowered and unveiled things that were already there. And a lot of my friends in the States who are people of color, when he came around on the scene, like the YT people were freaking out about things, and a lot of them were like, yeah, but I knew that, Like, that was already happening. Like that is already my everyday experience.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's kind of an agent of chaos, but also an agent of exposure.
It's like he gave them permission to say the quiet parts out loud, the stuff that they'd been thinking for so
Yes,
long. And then they were like, we can finally say this because he's saying it.
100%.
I know there were some other people trying to unmute and say stuff. I saw the light, the mics going on and off. Let's talk. The past 2 days are really catching up to me. I'm almost getting a regular sleep schedule again. No, nobody wants to talk.
Almost.
Almost. It won't happen. I'll still go to bed at 3:00 in the morning tonight. Tomorrow morning, whatever it is. It's tonight. All right. Well, we have 55 minutes left.
Okay, I can chat. All right, so obviously we're at the point where we really have to think about how do we move forward, right? And I don't know. At one point, small town lefty that was in here said that the election is he heard that the election was gonna be held in October. I don't know if
I
that's
saw that.
true or
October
not.
27th.
I don't know if that's true or not.
October is if no collapse of the federal government happens between now and October. October is the automatic date. It's the last date.
Yeah. I just know that small town lefty is really, involved with politics and news. So I figured maybe he heard something that we didn't. Because everything that I know, and that's what I was going to bring up, is that most likely the Liberals are going to call for a election as soon as they pick their new leader.
Well, there was a leaked memo by the NDP that said that. So just to back up your point, yeah.
Yeah, and
Sorry, I
so
didn't mean to
that was kind of
interrupt.
that's okay. That's okay. My question to the panel and to everybody that's here, do you guys think that I'll tell you my opinion after, but then I still want you to give me your opinion. Should we be calling an election right away, or should we be waiting longer? And these are the pros and cons in my eyes. The pro of waiting longer would be to just see all the disaster that's going to happen in the States. But the con of waiting longer is giving conservatives more time to smear Carney because it's already happening. Sorry. They've been coming out with, like, already they're starting to spread lies about him. They're smearing him all over social media. They're saying things, like Mark Carney's a WEF puppet, or, what was the thing with the conservatives that said about him? What's it called? Something about moving his company into New York. I don't know. I remember I read into it, and then I read that it was just completely taken out of context. And, again, it was just the regular smear campaign that they did with Trudeau. So they're going to do the exact same thing they did to Trudeau to Carney, right? And again, that could be a good thing if we call for an election right away, to not give them so much time to do that and spread a bunch of misinformation. And then the con would be, as I said, that we wouldn't have the time to see all the disaster and destruction that's going to be happening in the States to the everyday people. So that's my opinion, pros and cons. And now I want to hear from you guys.
Let's start with women. Fran.
Hi everyone. Fran here from Vancouver. So I think I agree. Well, I do agree with you, Frontline. I just met with my local new Liberal MP, because I'm in one of these ridings that got rejigged because of population. So I have a new MP, and I met with him this week, and he basically told us that the Liberal caucus as a whole would like to call an election as soon as once the new leader is selected and Parliament's supposed to open. They don't even want to reopen Parliament. They just want to go straight to election. So that clicks with what one of the other speakers here said. And again, he said, of course, it will depend on the leader, but I personally think they're better to go sooner rather than later because of the misinformation. I saw a conservative operative today, someone who's quite high in the Conservative Party. I'm not going to say their name. They actually wrote on Twitter today that Carney's a pedo. And I was like, holy shit, he should be sued for that. But anyhow, so they are starting this really ugly misinformation campaign about him. And those campaigns unfortunately work, as we saw with Trudeau and we see all over the world. So I think if Carney gets in, just go to election and let people decide and see if you can motivate people to get you. I'm hoping for a majority government, even though the polls don't show that yet. But go sooner, because they're just going to go after you for months and months and months if it does go till October, and they'll bury him in the court of public opinion like they did with Trudeau. So I say, or I'd like to see it go early.
I think the PDF claim that people are making, like the rumor that it's actually somebody asked about it earlier, and we looked it up, and it's because there's AI pictures that have been generated of him and Epstein and him and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Totally. But this was a guy, the person who said this on X is somebody who's quite well known in the Conservative Party. And he used the full term, and he didn't relate it to Maxwell or Epstein. He just used the term. We know this about Mark Carney. And I don't know if Carney's going to be like Trudeau and not push back on this stuff. He's being very, very careful in terms of his comms, or I shouldn't say careful, methodical in terms of his comms campaign, because he needs to win this thing first. But, and I get it on my comments all the time on this page. Or on this account, the Maxwell thing, the Brookfield issue that he moved his company to New York so he could make more money. None of that is true. It wasn't his company. There's all sorts of again, that propaganda is really powerful. And unfortunately and disappointingly, Canadians are just as susceptible to it as everybody else. So I think they're better just to go early and get it done. And I was just going to say, I agree with the gentleman, and I'm sorry, let me get my glasses on. I think it was Kingston who said, Polyev would be a disaster for Canada, especially in these times, like an absolute disaster. So, anyhow, sorry, I interrupted you, Nerdy.
No, that's okay. You were still going, so you didn't interrupt me. You're good. I think personally that I was almost of two minds about it, but I really do agree that I think they should call one sooner than later, because the polls are showing like a tighter,
Yep.
My brain's not working with the words right now.
A tighter gap.
Not a big gap, small gap.
Use your word.
There's a smaller gap between because the gap has shrunk between Polyev and Carney compared to what the gap was between Trudeau and Polyev, right? So I think having that, it's a momentum that's going with Carney in that respect, right? So I think that having an election sooner than later and not having to deal with all the smear campaigns and stuff like that would probably be a better thing. But I do think that he needs to do what he's already been doing before he did the leadership race, and that needs to be still standing his ground and saying the things out loud that needs to be said, right? And growing having the backbone that Trudeau finally started growing in the last couple months now that he's resigning, right? So
well, and I think if he gets out there with media, and I wish they were more into this social media stuff, but the Liberals just aren't right now as far as TikTok goes, but that may change. He is definitely, when I've seen him interviewed, he does push back, and he does it in a very methodical, clear manner. So, but again, this propaganda is going to be so ugly, and I'm on Twitter still. I'm staying on Twitter till after the election, because it gives you good information along with all the crud that's on there. But Polyev posts all day long, and it's just lie. Then all his minions get in, and it's powerful stuff. And like Frontline was saying, with these young men who, I think we've talked about it before, maybe on gaming sites or whatever they do. I'm not a gamer. I'm 62 years old. I know nothing about it, but that Polyev is sitting on those sites as well. These guys know what they're doing. It is, and they're effective at it. And I don't personally believe that there's time to change that in any meaningful way for the Liberal Party. And they need, I just think do it. What is it they say? Do while the iron is hot, or whatever.
Yeah, strike while the iron is hot.
Strike while the iron's hot. Sorry, thank you, Nerdy.
You're welcome.
And then we have to see where we end up. And I personally do not believe that it will be conservatives that elect a Poilievre government. It will be the non-voters, just like it was in the States, like it was last night in Ontario. It'll be people who don't vote.
Yeah.
And that's absolutely breaks my heart. So
Who else wanted to respond?
I wanted to say something, if that's okay. So what I really want to point out is that if we look at last night's election as any hint, if you take the Liberals and the NDPs and the Green Party and you put them together, they had a bigger base than Conservatives. It is because the vote got split.
Yep.
The vote got split in a really bad way, and I took my time this morning and I looked through all of the individual ridings that were fully counted, and a ton of them, and I mean a ton of them, if the progressive parties were just one party, they would have won. There are so many ridings in where Doug Ford won simply because the other three parties split their vote. And if they didn't, it would have been an absolute landslide loss. So when all these conservatives are constantly saying, we're the majority, no, they aren't. The progressives are the majority, but we keep vote splitting.
we keep vote splitting and we keep not voting. And those are the two things that kill the progressive movement.
Yeah.
Not the movement,
See, I
the
would
win.
Yeah, I would say that the non-voters are neither, because they genuinely just don't understand what's going on. They don't know when elections are happening. They don't pay attention to it. They know nothing about it. I deal with these people on an everyday basis in my regular day-to-day life, and there are hundreds and thousands of Canadians that have no clue what's going on. They do not even, some of them don't even know that, Trump talked about wanting to move Palestinians out of Gaza and build his Trump Towers and his Riviera. They don't know that people are getting deported. They don't know that he's doing all of these executive orders and then ignoring the courts. They don't know that the database was destroyed for bad cops. They don't know that Elon Musk is absolutely destroying and gutting the government, and he has access to the Treasury and the personal information and social security numbers. They don't know that Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security are probably going to get cut. So there's so much that people don't know. So those people, I don't look at them as progressives or conservatives, because unfortunately it's like they don't exist. And it's sad and it pisses me off. It makes me honestly so angry. Like, those are the people that I get mad at all the time, because if they were informed, they would most likely be progressive, because they never ate up the propaganda, right? But they just don't want to get informed because it's too much, it's too overwhelming, they're too busy, it's too negative, blah, 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 right? So we have to deal with what we got. And if what we got are the only people that turn out to vote, it's still the progressives, though, that are going to have the majority. And if they can stop vote splitting, it would be the most amazing help. And, to everyone that's listening, we're not asking you to do it all the time, but we are asking you to get informed at least this one time, because this is one of the most important elections in Canadian history as we sit here on the brink of giant conflict in Europe. Yep. Right? We have to be aware of that. We have to do our research. If you don't want to use smartvoting.ca, then do your own research. Look at your own riding. Look at past elections. Look at recent polling, and make your own decision about how you can best take away the vote from a conservative party, because that is our only chance right now. Because if we do what Ontario did last night, we are cooked.
We're cooked. Yeah, and I think I totally agree with you about the non-voters. How they think, I have no clue, because they don't vote. But they solidify more the fact that such a great swath don't vote gives more power to the conservative vote, in my view. And I think because I don't think that the majority, I don't know, but I don't think the majority of those people would be conservative. I don't think that's sort of how Canadians run. And so they can, by not voting, and having these low voter turnouts, you give more power to those votes. But I agree with you that for me, I'm going to vote. I mean, I'm a federal Liberal, but I would vote, I would never vote Conservative. I would vote NDP if I lived in an NDP riding, which I don't. Total smart, smart voting. I think Vote Well is another one. There's a bunch of them that you can look at, but I believe actually this is the most important election in our lifetime or in the history of Canada because our sovereignty is at stake. And what's happening in Europe, but our own sovereignty is at stake, excuse me. And I mean, they're trying to renegotiate our border with the United States right now. And Trudeau has refused to negotiate, which is the right thing to do, but they want to actually renegotiate our border. Like they're going to keep trying. So, and Polyev will do it in a heartbeat if he gets the chance.
Who did we lose?
Kingston.
Kingston, yeah.
I'm not sure who the people are that you're speaking to frontline. And like I'm sure it's legitimate. Your situation. I have a little bit of a different experience because of all my jobs, which have nothing to do with politics. I have several jobs, and I'm working with a lot of my colleagues are just apolitical and uninformed. But what I notice when I'm speaking to people like that is that they still hear the headlines. Like everybody is talking about Trump. And some of the rhetoric spills over, but it does in just a headline way. Like, for example, one of my coworkers the other day said, like, there was a discussion about taxes and first-time home buyer savings account. And one of my coworkers said, well, nobody can afford houses because of the immigrants. And in those situations, because, you know, I know him and I know that he's apolitical and I know that he doesn't have biases like that. So it's just something that he's sort of passively absorbed. And so what I'm trying to practice doing in those situations is figuring out ways to just sort of summarize the rebuttal points and in the simplest way possible, because I know that if I try and speak in depth about it, their eyes will glaze over. They're not that interested. So, you know, I just tried to give him a few highlights to plant some seeds to let him know that, okay, this is a misnomer and this is rhetoric, but actually this is why we can't afford housing prices, XYZ. You know, and I think that is like a really good tactic, is to just, and especially in the way of speaking to people about issues that affects them, where I can just throw in a little political, hey, did you know that like these parties, for the upcoming election, these parties care about doing these initiatives? Like, oh, you're talking about healthcare right now. Did you know that, you know, because the reality is that even if somebody is not engaged in or understanding how the political sphere is impacting their lives, it is. And it's really likely that they'll have something to say that will, you know, be tied in. And then the other thing is, we mentioned smart voting, but I think political compass is a really good thing to send people to if you can, like if you do see a spark of interest, just to like have them go through the exercise of like plotting themselves out to learn where they might stand, right? Because that's like a really good tool to that takes them out of doing deep research about like what are the differences between the parties, and instead it just asks them what are they interested in, and then lets them know which parties they're closest to. So those are two tactics I'm trying.
Treaty, I'm going to get to you next. A little travel mug. Can I just grab some information from you first, and then we're just going to go back to Treaty? Can I grab age, province, and your federal political party?
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yep.
I'm 18, I'm from Ontario, and I'll probably be voting Liberal.
Okay. What year were you born?
2006.
Okay, cool. I'll come right back to you. I'm going to let Treaty speak first, then you, and then it'll be Frontline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening,
Trudy.
friends. How are you?
That's
You?
good. Good. You look awesome.
Thanks. It's been a long 2 days.
Yeah, right. I was like, you look just fresh. Like, I love it. You got so much energy. Okay, I think listening to everybody, you've all swayed me a little bit because I have been freaking out about the potential of an early election to the point where I've written to Jugmeat and I called twice and I actually spoke to someone today. And what's freaking me out is the Liberal government has started some really awesome initiatives under a land back banner that actually gives authority to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit over land and resources, and delegated legislated authority, which I know conservative governments would never support. And they're only in nothing moves quickly with Indigenous, right? Because there's so many voices around the table, and to try to consider everybody meaningfully and to do it right takes time. So there's one project that I actually am involved in, and it started already 2 years ago, and we still require at least another 18 months to get something where it can be taken to cabinet. So what scares me is the potential loss of funding for these initiatives. And if we could get another to go to fall, that's another, potential 6 months that we can get further down the path and more invested in some of these initiatives. And it makes it a lot more challenging for a next government to roll back and start taking it away. So this is where I was like, no, we can't have an election because then all that work stops, right? Until there's an election and we know who's the new government. So that means everything that we're doing comes to just a screeching halt. So, but I understand what you all are saying too, and I'm perplexed because I don't want to risk having Polyev ever win. And I'm just looked at the polls from 5 days ago, just on the CBC poll tracker, and I see that the cons were 40%, Libs 30, NDP 14. So just there, that the combined the left leaners are in the lead. And again, we think about to that splitting the vote. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that in so that folks have a little bit of an understanding of some of the things that are happening behind the scenes. I've been a public servant. I've worked closely with government for many decades. So there's a lot of things that's at risk and at stake that average Canadians don't know because these things aren't public, or they're not complete, and there's not a lot of information out there about what's happening as we move through some of this new stuff, right? Anyway, so I just wanted to share that, and I'm still I think I'm kind of in agreement that maybe it would be risky to wait till fall.
So I want to show you something actually, because I'm looking at the polls for 338 right now, and I do want to show you something because this is what I was talking about that happened. Let me just flip my camera around.
Yay.
So this right here, this line right here is when Trudeau resigned. See how big that gap is? And then see how tight it's gotten over here. That's what I mean. This is what we want, and we want this to keep going and that to keep dropping. But he's been losing ground, and the Liberals have been gaining ground. The NDP have gone down though, because I think a lot of the NDPs have gone Liberal and a lot of the PCs have gone Liberal, and that's why they're gaining so much ground right here.
There's
and you look at the other ones over here, they've pretty much stayed the same. The Bloc is the only one that's kind of wavered a little bit, but PPC and the Green Party have pretty much stayed the same.
Okay.
There's two stories when you look at that, and both stories really sort of call a lot of attention. And this is something I'm planning on doing a lot of sort of discussions post the federal election, because there's going to be a lot of takeaways after it. But the particular one between the blue and the Conservatives and the Liberals, as to the entire dive of the Conservatives right now after Trudeau, and the increase with the Liberals right now with the conversation in regards to Carney, because he seems to be a front runner, is very much telling of people aren't voting for Pierre because they want to. People are voting for Pierre because they feel there's no other choice. And the two conversations there is, one, because since Carney came back in. That kind of proves the point in regards to Pierre. But number two, and it's something that was brought up by Steve Boots, which is during this entire time where the entire drop happened with Trudeau, NDP failed to capitalize on this. They were unable to get anything higher than what they were around, which was exactly once the change in Liberals turned around, they had their drop, but they weren't able to make a significant gain over the Liberal or the Conservatives, which is a very challenging story that they need to sort of discuss after this next election.
Yeah, the Bloc has only lost 1%, and the Green and PPCs are the exact same. And then this is
the story is pretty much with the three. It's there's a discussion to be done with the three. Yeah, the Bloc's always going to be the Bloc. The Bloc's always been the same. It's always going to be a weird place, and I know the province well. Tabarnak. It's hey, I'm from the South Shore, but and all the way up past Quebec.
Oh,
City,
I was laughing at Nerdy, not you, Joe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Fine.
it's because the thing was really big. That's what she said.
Nerdy, can I just add something? Oh, sorry, Joe. Sorry.
This is like a 1970s movie with the circle and it's getting big and small.
Kind of like a Bond thing.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Nice.
There you go. Nerdy's our Bond girl.
Oh, totally. It's like Goldeneye. Okay, I'm done playing.
Amazing.
We have way too much fun with these things.
We're loving it.
Can I add something, Nerdy, if you don't mind?
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll just finish up with treaty, and then I'll go back to little travel.
Sure. Just two very quick points, Joe. I think to your point about the sort of the surge in the Liberals, what I've been reading is that they talk about these blue Liberals that were Liberals to start, and then they bought into whatever they didn't like about Trudeau. They flipped to the Conservatives, and then they came back right away once he left. And especially in Ontario, I understand that's been the case, which is really good for the Liberal Party, obviously given the population there. So that's kind of what they think they're seeing there. And also, I wanted to just ask you, Trudy, or say to you, because I think maybe we've had this discussion in other lives. Polyev is a bigot. He is a bigot on every level. And if he gets elected, I don't think it's going to matter if he gets elected in October, if he gets elected in March, April, May. I don't think it's going to make one iota of difference to the fact that he's going to take everything that he can away from Indigenous peoples in this country because there's so much to be had. He will not respect the Constitution. He will not respect the courts. He won't respect any precedent. He won't respect the peoples. And so I, for myself, and I'm not Indigenous, so obviously I would bow to your opinion on that, is that I think he will, it really doesn't matter when he gets elected or what has been put into place. He will do everything he can to claw that back. And I think what we've seen with Trump is how quickly that can happen with these crazy types. And the one difference here being that Polyev doesn't have the courts in his pocket. So hopefully that wouldn't happen to the degree. But these guys will do whatever they want. They'll be very emboldened, especially if he gets a majority. So my thought process is that I don't think it would make a difference for what's happening with the government currently and these Indigenous agreements or processes. He will do everything he can to strip them away. I wouldn't trust him. He's a total bigot. Everything that he says about people is disgusting and racist and sexist. So he is not a trustworthy individual, regardless of where you are in the process, in my humble opinion.
Yes, I don't disagree with that at all. The one thing is that the further we get down in through these processes and each gate we get through, then we get more Treasury Board funding. And once that Treasury Board funding is committed, say it's even committed for the next 3 years, it is committed. So whoever comes in, it doesn't matter. They can't take it away. So that's where, like, because if we can just get through a little bit further down, then we can demonstrate to Treasury Board the value for the money that they've invested into these programs. And it gets harder and harder to claw them back. But I don't disagree with you at all. Perry and I went last night to a roundtable with our MP, and who is a conservative, Mike Lake. And I cheekily said to him as I was leaving there, I turned back and I'm like, "Hey, Mike, what's your stance on land back?" And he just like stopped dead in his tracks, and he kind of rolled his eyes, and he's like, "I have a feeling I'm going to see more of you, aren't I?" I was like, "You betcha, buddy." But anyways, yeah, no, I agree with you. I totally do. They'll do everything they can. So, but the thing is, if we can get that funding commitment, then we can continue at least doing little pieces while they're in power, if they do get. But it's I know it's just a really sticky place to be right now.
Awesome. Thanks for your comments. I appreciate them.
Yeah, thank you. That's it for me, Nerdy. So you can pass it over to the little travel mug.
Okay, perfect. And then okay, yeah. Little travel mug.
Hello.
What's up? What's your take? What's up?
Well, I was initially going to join to add to, or I guess comment on a comment made by Frontline earlier about, finding an 18-year-old that wasn't radicalized, but I guess I technically am in some way, just not that way.
On the
But then
right.
you're talking about, like, not voter fraud, but like, people kind of fixing the vote. And I feel, I don't know, I guess kind of bad for the people my age that don't care enough.
Mm-hmm.
I find most people my age don't care enough, don't pay attention. Um, and I hear a lot of people from the right talking about schools, especially universities, being too liberal and trying to indoctrinate. But I haven't experienced that in my, one semester in university. Um, it's actually been the alternative. My macroeconomics teacher, he plays us peer videos, an interview with Jordan Peterson on the first day of class. And
Oh my
it,
God.
it's it's
Sorry,
nuts.
that's crazy.
And he's telling us he's not trying to indoctrinate us. But like if you weren't trying to indoctrinate us, I feel like you wouldn't have to say that. He talks about Adam Smith a lot. Seemingly his favorite economist. Um, and he's like praising Trump and the Department of Government Efficiency, saying that it's so great, while also saying that he likes free trade, and it really doesn't make sense to me. But I feel bad for the other people in my class who aren't paying attention on their own, aren't doing their own research, because I mean, I have, and I even heard people talking, and they were like, it would be crazy if this guy was hired by the conservatives to come in here and push for votes, and they said that they would vote for him if Pierre was doing that. And I just don't understand where the idea came from that schools are indoctrinating people to the liberal ideology.
1 second, Joe. Because people on the right, because they tend to people on the right usually tend to live in areas that have uh their education isn't as funded and isn't as focused on. And because of that, they don't have the critical thinking skills to think about those things, right? And they're easier. Their minds are easier to manipulate. Whereas you look at, they think education is a bad thing. They think education is indoctrination because they haven't been taught that way. Does that
Yeah,
make sense?
yeah. Around here, there are a lot of conservatives. It's really unfortunate because I got to vote for the first time just this past week, and
Mm-hmm.
it's almost meaningless because it's I live near the Green Belt in Ontario, but I prefer to call
Mm-hmm.
it the Bible Belt because there's a lot of um you know religious people, a lot of Reformed churches
Yeah.
around here, and they all that actually the MPP in my area, goes to a Reformed Dutch church, and he kind of like rallied his family and friends to all vote for him.
Mhm.
So even if there's less than 40% turnout, he got more than half the vote. I don't know how, because all he does is stand in front of ribbon cutting ceremonies. He hasn't actually done anything around here.
It was a
And
45% turnout, 45.4%.
yeah, I think like my
Yeah.
ridings was a little higher than like the
Okay. Gotcha.
overall.
Oh, you're your
Um,
guy. Okay. Yeah.
and it's just odd. I've never heard anyone say a good thing about Doug Ford, not once in my life, and he's been elected again, and it's upsetting, honestly. I don't
So I
know
want to say
what we're gonna do.
yeah. Before Joe, I'll let Joe go right after me, just to address you, and then we'll go to frontline. But I want to say, I know it seems like it's pointless and hopeless, but your voice matters no matter what. So don't ever stop voting for who you want or who you think would be best um, for your area or for you and your like the people in your area, right? Or for Canada. And two, congratulations on voting for your very first time.
Thank you.
I was super excited to vote when I got to vote. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun because my
But,
girlfriend doesn't care about politics either, so I get 2 votes.
oh, well, there you go. Are you so you get to educate her and be like,
Yeah.
this is who you need to vote for these reasons.
She actually asked me why people don't like Trudeau because her parents weren't giving her a sufficient
Mhm.
answer. And I made a 14-point list. Even after
Okay,
adding all those
see?
14 points up, none of them
Mhm.
added up to the amount of hate that he gets. I really don't understand it.
No, not at all. And it's literally just him. They don't like him. That's
Yeah.
it's a lot
Anyways,
of Albertans don't. My province hates him. But okay,
thank
Joe,
you.
if you want to address really quickly. No worries.
Sure.
Joe, if you want to address really quickly and then frontline. And then we'll go to
Yeah.
Zibby.
So I mean, yeah, two quick points. One, hey, I'm not a crazy fan of Trudeau either. I'm far more leftist than many leftists, but I'm also with you in regards to there's many things to not like about Trudeau that you don't need to make up hate for him. You don't need to hate him. You can disagree with the policies, and that's where we should be in regards to no, I don't like your policies for this, as opposed to no, I hate you because you're evil. Like two very different languages. But number two is in regards to your professor saying, not trying to indoctrinate you, but feels like the same energy of I'm not racist, but, and I'm like, yeah, you're using but, and that just negates everything you said up to that very particular point. That's it. Front light start.
Yeah. All right. Frontline.
All right. So
You're like me. You're like me with your notebook, taking
You
notes.
could hear it, right?
You could hear the papers.
There was wrestling your toe.
So I mean, what I wanted to address a bunch of people, but I'll start with a little travel mug. Have you talked to your school board about this? Like, have you talked to your university about what kind of information your teacher is pushing in class? Because to play a Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre video in a macroeconomics class does not make any sense at all.
I have not. Maybe I should, but he claims that it's to educate us because technically it is talking about things related to macroeconomics. But I'm sure he could find some kind of nonpartisan, non-political video that explains it even better than these.
He would definitely, like, I don't know, you're probably in school for business, right?
Yeah, I'm in accounting.
Yeah, I went to university for the same thing. So I remember, when I was in university, there was like, none of that was happening. Nobody was pushing like right-wing propaganda in class. You could find many videos that have a professor literally just talking about economics. They don't need to involve talking about women or, transgender opinions of these guys. Like he's pulling information from a video that talks a lot about a lot more topics than just economics, and even the stuff that they do talk about in terms of economics is actually incorrect.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even, if you take what you learn there and you try to apply it to the stuff that you learn in your textbook, they're not going to match.
Absolutely not.
So that needs to be brought up with the school in my eyes. Like that's a huge issue. It's a giant red flag. If that was my teacher, I would be talking to my school and making a giant big deal about it because that is insane. Like it's insane that nobody has done something like that. There's no way that you are the only person in there who sees through that. I can guarantee you there's probably more of you in there. You guys need to find each other and talk to the school about it because that is completely unacceptable. That's not university. Playing YouTube videos of a popular, you know, he wasn't fired, but he got his license taken away to be a psychologist. Like there's a reason that he got his, counseling license taken away. So why is he playing that in a university is beyond me. And just playing Pure Polyev videos also beyond me. As a university professor, you have a responsibility to be unbiased. So if he's going to play those videos, he should also play Mark Carney videos, which is, he's a top economist. Why not learn from one of the world's best economists rather than from a guy who has no experience with economics? What was his bachelor in? Nerdy, do you remember? What's Pierre's bachelor in? Wasn't it like a Bachelor of Arts or something?
Pierre?
Yeah.
Does he even have one?
Yeah, he's got a bachelor's in something.
Of Arts. Yeah, it's a Bachelor of Arts.
Yeah, so there you go, right? Like, why are we not actually, if you're going to bring up politicians, they should bring up all the politicians. They should talk about what they've all talked about. Jagmeet should be in there, talking about his economic policy. Carney should be in there talking about his economic policy. Not just one politician. That is the responsibility of a university professor. Like that goes, in my eyes, from everything I know, that goes against university standards. That is a very biased take and it should never happen.
Can I, but just add to something to that real quick, that it's ironic also because Jordan Peterson is a disgraced university professor.
Yeah.
And the only reason why he wasn't let go was because of his tenure. But other people within his organizations were writing letters to try and push him out because of his problematic behavior as a professor. So yes, I agree with you, Frontline.
Yeah. So anyway, I wanted to bring that up because that is a huge red flag to even hear that that's happening in a university classroom. It's wild. Okay, next, what I wanted to quickly, actually, this is for Cabin. When we were talking about, I do talk to people. So in my everyday life, I know that people still read the headlines, and I do actually always try to do a little bit of education and just feel out kind of how much they're willing to listen to me and try to stick with simple facts. And if they seem like they're open for a longer conversation, then I'll go into it. If they seem really closed off, then I won't. But I do that in my personal everyday community. I just never know if anything I say is going to make sense. I don't know if those people are going to go home and do their own research or if they're just going to be like, oh, that's a crazy lady. I'm just going to go back to doing whatever I was doing, right? But I try. And then the other thing about the political compass, I actually, as of next week, I'm going to start doing some political compass lives. So I'm going to be doing lives where I just pull up.
Your idea.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, seriously? I'm sorry.
You wrote me that about half an hour ago.
Really?
I was gonna have a customized version with the equation. I was gonna get the whole thing so I can actually bookmark it and have it act.
Okay, well we can do it. We can do it together, Joe. It can be a group project.
Absolutely.
Hey, Joe,
because I've been thinking about this since last week. Actually, I have been mulling over this for the last week because I know for a fact that if a lot of these, if we don't even talk about like what party we're voting for, if we don't bring our political biases into the mix, and we go, I'm just sitting here to help you figure out where you are. I'm not going to say it's bad or good or anything else. We're going to be completely non-biased, and we're just going to do these tests together. We're going to go through the questionnaire. I'm going to show you where you are on your little graph, and that's it, and just go through it with people.
JB did it also last week. Sorry, Joe.
JB did it before. I've also done it with a couple of people. I did it. My first one I did it with was actually Matthew Venn. For those who know who that is, that was a fascinating result to do with him. Matt Venn.
Oh no, Venn. Matt.
Yes.
Venn.
I did it with Matt Venn. Yeah. Squidbeard. Yeah, I did it last year with him, and it was a fascinating result with him. He's a leftist with some authoritarian in him.
I want you to know
But
that
it,
I'm gonna watch both of you guys do that because I think you'll both bring different takes to the table, and that'll be just awesome. Like I think it'll be educational.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I wanted to do it because I know JB, I know JB does it, but his lives are not dedicated to just that. Whereas I wanted my live to literally be called like Political Compass Live, where
I
people
love
just
that.
come in and they figure out where they're at. It might not get a ton of viewers, but it doesn't matter. We're going to go one by one and try to just show people what their actual ideals are because they don't know, right? So I think that's important. And then
You
finally,
remember, can you send me like if you remember, like please shout us out and just let us know when you're doing that. And also like Frontline, I definitely wasn't trying to like call you out about like it's not your
I'm
job
not,
to
I
talk to
wasn't
people.
thinking you were at
Okay,
all.
okay. Okay. But I think
No,
that's
I just, I
awesome.
thought it was a good opportunity for me to talk about what I wanted to do, but that's all.
Nice. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, because when you mentioned that, I was like, oh my God, I've been thinking about this for 7 days straight. Okay. And then finally, is anybody, I know a bunch of people in the chat asked earlier, vote splitting. There we go. There we go. There's one of them. So I'm going to talk about vote splitting really quickly because I know a lot of people don't really understand this concept. I'm going to try to simplify it. If I'm wrong about anything or if you guys think you want to add something, by all means, jump in. Just try not to talk over each other. So we have different ridings, right? We have different ridings, and in those ridings, depending on the population, those ridings are worth a certain number of seats. Okay. Now, what happens a lot of the times, and here I made a diagram. I'm gonna turn on my camera here.
Paper flicking is really loud.
What? Oh, my paper. Sorry,
Paper
that's.
flicking is really loud in the microphone.
Sorry, I'll try to mute myself if I do any more paper flicking, but it's done for now.
Okay.
Okay. Let's.
I was just here has been like incredibly generous with the gifts tonight.
Okay, so
Can you make it
here we
big
go.
screen?
Sure, if you want. So this is a hypothetical, and this is actually how a lot of ridings end up looking like, both federally and provincially. Okay? Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect.
I was gonna try and
So,
this, but
so this would be for a hypothetical of what riding voter turnout could look like, right? So 41% of the votes went to Conservatives, 24% went to Liberals, 31% went to NDP, and 4% went to the Green Party. Okay? So if then we take a look at who actually wins the seats, it's whichever party has the highest percentage. So it's going to be Conservatives. But Conservatives are only 41%. If we add these three up, then we get 59%. So 59% are actually the progressive voters, but the Conservatives win just because they're one party going against three others that split the vote. So that's where vote splitting, the term, comes from. So if people could understand their ridings better and go, oh, okay, so NDP's got the highest chance of winning, and all of a sudden,
can you do me a favor? Can
Mhm.
you zoom in a little bit on there because you've got some stuff that TikTok doesn't like seeing.
oh, the thing that creates fire.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know that was bad for TikTok. Okay. All right. There we go. I took that out of the frame. So, yes. So if somebody understands that NDP has the highest chance of winning in this riding, and then you get a bunch of the percentages from the Liberals flowing in here and a bunch of percentage from the Green flowing in here, then this has a much higher chance of beating out that 41%. So when you vote strategically, you're just trying to give your vote to the party that has the highest chance of beating this percentage. Because if you think about it, if all of these three decided to go NDP, NDP would win. And then it would be an easy goodbye to the Conservatives.
And also an important point to point out there is, in that particular example, is Conservatives have 41%, so you don't need that particular party to get 50%. You just need to get 41.1% or 42%. It's really, really not that much.
Exactly.
And it's not always the same. So like knowing, I mean, you said this already, but knowing what is happening in your riding, because it, like, each riding has its own
thing. So it wouldn't be helpful to look at overall numbers and be like, oh, this party is number 2 across Canada, so that's what I'm going to do because the riding matters.
Yes, you have to get to know your own individual riding. They all look very differently. So does that kind of answer your question for the people in here that wanted the explanation, or is there anything else that you still need some clarification on?
I think Rose said thank you.
Okay.
Ash said
Cool.
no. Good. Yes, I think
This is
so.
also why ranked voting would help.
Yeah, ranked
Yes.
choice voting would be
Yeah.
way better. Yep.
I'd love to have
You're
a
welcome.
whole conversation in regards to proportional representation versus ranked ballot. They're both fantastic, but proportional representation has a lot of questions I'd love to go through with people who know or have a perception of what they see as a good implementation for it. Again, I'm not against it. I want to know more about it.
Ash, guys, give me just 1 second. Ash, please don't say that you're slow. You're being ableist towards yourself. Please don't do that. Don't say that you're slow. Just say sometimes you have a hard time understanding, right? That's all. That's it. So, I want to give Zibby their chance because we're ending pretty quick, and then I'll give everybody 2 minutes to go through their final thoughts and stuff like that. But Zibby, you have the floor.
Okay. That's perfect timing because I'm like, I need to sleep. Anyway, in regards, I forgot who said it, but the talk, because there was a TikTok going around saying that they're going to redraw the Canadian-US border. I looked that up, and this is my reminder to everybody to look up things as they come out because we are getting bombarded with news constantly, is to look up facts, like to look up the story before you start saying that it's a factual thing, and which I can also be held accountable for that. But there was only one news source that was saying that that is an actual thing, and I don't even think that they're credible, which is like Telegraph, I think.
Telegram.
Yeah, Telegram. Thank you.
Telegram is it's like Twitter, but it's like right wing, very right wing, very right wing.
Yeah, they were the only one reporting that. So that, as far as I know, is not a fact. And I looked that up before I came on the live. I looked that up earlier today. The next one is when it comes to universities pushing you to be more right wing, left leaning has to do with the fact, like, if you are in a social science, you should be pushing the pieces together to critically think. At least for my program, we had to take critical thinking as a course, which I also got mad at my college for not properly explaining what racism is, because we talked about it in our class like it was this big thing, and then I was like, you realize that these kids are much younger than me, and they are not putting these things together. Like, sometimes things need to be spelled out. And you should be complaining to your university about the right-wing stuff that you're seeing in your course. As I will tell you, as somebody who's had to drop out of my crim program, that business to minorities is not nice as a program choice because of the isms that are tied into it. And on that note, racism to me, and I've said this before in this live, I'm pretty sure, not the one that we're doing today, but on Beaver Politics, I have said racism, when people are racist to me, that tells me the reason why you would incite violence upon me. And that is something to keep in mind when you are hearing these things, that they're not just something funny. They're actually a reason why somebody would inflict pain upon somebody else.
I think that's everything because I am on the verge of passing out. I've been up since 5 a.m.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. Thanks, Emmy.
Good night.
Night. All right. We're going to do our little thing here. Get rid of this countdown. End it now. End it now. All right. We're going to do our 2 minutes for everyone. Yes, I went to exit countdown for a while. I already said that. 2 minutes each for everyone. We're going to start at, oh, it's already doing it the right way. We'll start at Joe and I'll go back up to Fran, and then I will have the final saying. Just a reminder to the 49 people that are still in here before everybody speaks. Videos are posted usually within 24 hours on YouTube. Sorry. This one might be a little bit late because I'm still working on the ones from our 29-hour live that we had over the past 2 days. And lastly, don't forget to check out our other shows. Breaking the Dam is tomorrow. All of our shows are in a pinned video in our link in our bio. I think that's about it. Oh, Discord. Also join our Discord. The link is in our Discord, link tree in our bio. If you need any assistance, then just message me directly. It's nerdy. I've got to tag myself in the bio. Joe, you are going to be first.
Totally unprepared. I don't like being first, but you know what? I'll see what I can do here. So, theme for tonight for me, at least what resonated is, that's not even the theme of tonight, but one of those things that kind of resonated, which was in regards to toxic masculinity. It is a ever-present problem that doesn't seem to be going away. And I feel that it's one of those things that's never going to go away because we just aren't addressing it and giving it some attention in regards to, we need to recognize it's there, we need to acknowledge that it's there, and we need to sort of address it straightforward. As everybody's mentioned here, everybody's got some wonderful ideas in regards to talking about it, addressing it, giving space for people to, for these men who could fall into this area that will lead them to something that could be toxic masculinity, because it addresses their insecurities while giving them a healthy way to address these insecurities that will not turn them into something toxic and something terrible. And I think we should work on focusing more on that. And that's it for me.
Fantastic. Frontline, you are next.
Okay, I'm going to end off by saying that I saw a TikTok video that talked about how fascism begins, why people get sucked into it, and what we can do about it. And basically, the conclusion of her message was that we need to be able, the progressive side ended up losing a lot of support due to the fact that we kind of maintained the status quo instead of creating a new, motivating and inspirational vision of the future. And I think a lot of us, when we think about that, we think, well, just love and compassion and community, which are all great things, and we've been talking about it for a while. But I think to really create an inspiring and motivating vision for the future so that the progressives can, reel people in and make them kind of wake up to the love and compassion, is to actually create a vision that has details and give people specifics on how this vision would work, right? Because a lot of people go, yeah, that sounds great, but how do we get there? So I think it's really important for us to really think about what this, society that we want to achieve, what does that look like? How does business work? How does economy work? How do social programs work? How do we actually get together and create these beautiful societies that people care about each other, they have empathy for each other, they work together, it's about community and partnership. So I think that we really need to figure that out and be able to word it and show it with videos, diagrams, whatever it is, to get people to understand how it would actually come together and how it would actually work, and choose the right wording around all of it. Wording that's not scary to people and wording that doesn't use the status quo. I'm done.
Nice. Thank you. TT, you're next.
Oh, I couldn't figure out my microphone. Great topic, Frontline. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Great topic. I wish you maybe we can do that as the late night on your other on your Political Compass live. So I didn't know what I was going to talk about, but I will talk about that, like, because this is something that I've also looked into a lot, is not necessarily how fascism happens, but how populism leads to authoritarian governments. And so I think there's a lot of warning signs. Some resources that I often mention that people can check out if they want to learn about that. There's a documentary called Me the People that's fairly recent, that draws current examples, and also a podcast called The Real Dictators, which goes through some of the most famous authoritarian and dictators. And we are prime in a moment in time for that to be on the rise, for some charismatic leaders to step in and say that, people are aggrieved, people are having rough times financially, and that's when that happens, that somebody steps in and says, I'm the solution to the problem and I'm about the people. And then they foment anger and separation. And so, a path forward to the future is also about being aware of when we see othering happen, and when we see that narrative being manipulated. I'm running out of time. I'm too rambly. It's late. Anyway, check out those podcasts.
All right, little travel mug, your time.
Hi, it's gonna be hard to follow up those. I don't really have any final topics because I tend to ramble, so it'll take too long. So I'm just gonna say thank you for having me. It's nice to be able to talk about this because I don't have many people to talk to about it. My dad tends to get angry about the stuff, and my mom sometimes likes to stay ignorant about it because, it can be upsetting. So
Yeah,
I'm happy to be able to come on here and share my ideas.
absolutely. Thanks. I'll explain something afterwards, but when I wrap up the show. Fran.
Hi, thanks. I'm just so happy to hear from everybody here, especially you, the young gentleman, little travel mug, I think your name is. Here, really good to see young people engaged like you are, and please keep coming back to these spaces. Oh my God, there's a huge spider on my wall. Anyhow, sorry, I'll talk and I'll grab a tissue to get it. Oh God. What I think for me, just what Frontline said too, I saw that video. I agree with it. We need a message of what this movement will do for people, because they sure seem to be willing to believe the far right wing who does nothing for them, that they're getting a benefit out of that. So we need to actually talk about the real benefits for them. And what I'm going to really look forward to seeing, other than our own federal election, is what is the tipping point going to be in the United States where they finally say that they're going to get rid of this government? And I don't mean in an election, which God knows if we'll ever have another one. Like, will there be a tipping point? Oh, gross. Sorry. With that country, as this keeps getting worse and worse, where they say no more, and that will be violence, I think. Or are they just going to sort of schlump along for the next 3.5 years until they hit it, if they get another election? Like, what is the tipping point? Because there is nobody that is going to save them. And that I look forward to with sadness, obviously, but also with great interest to see what will happen in this so-called democracy now that it's been dismantled. And when people are going to say enough is enough. So, and I really appreciate hearing from everybody else here. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Um, all right. So, what I wanted to say was, don't forget, we have shows 7 days a week. And we have 10 shows, 7 days a week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we have 2 shows 2 times a day. We have Breaking the Dam with Jana tomorrow. She does a lot of mental health talks. And then tomorrow night is Radicalized with Radical. He usually talks about the gray side of politics, sometimes putting religion and how it affects politics as well. And we also, on Sunday, Happy has his new show that he just started this past week, A Damn Happy Life. And then Monday night, we have Indigenous Matters with Treaty, Treaty Six Birder. Tuesdays is Frontline Show, and that is News Hour. And then we have the Mossy Side with Progressive Moose, who's in the comments right now, on Wednesdays. Thursdays is the Misses in the afternoon with Navigation Station. It's an educational show, just talking about different how to make the personal political. And then we have Truth Through Discourse with Frontline and Mrs. Radical in the evening. And then Fridays we have Canadian History with a Purple Crayon with Pixie Lee in the afternoon. And then I'm here every Friday. Every Friday night for 6 hours, you have me. So that's what I was going to say. Little travel mug. Those are all the shows. They're all listed in our bio. There's a video in there with the promotions and shows you each one of the shows and each one of the beavers. And the moose. Pumpkin spice latte. I'm ending right now. So, yeah, I thank you everybody for being here. Thanks for the likes and shares today. We hit 124K likes today. That was fantastic. And I don't know what our shares are at because it messes it up on mine. So if somebody could tell me what the shares are at, that'd be fantastic.
358.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. And thank you for the gifts, guys. Like, seriously, this was like a wild gift night. I was just there, I think is the name. They were just going off on all the gifts there. Lee and Leonard and oh gosh, who is it? Cassandra, you were up there too. So yeah, thank you for all the gifts, guys. Appreciate it. They all go towards helping and supporting the channel, and goes towards future like things with tech and with conferences and stuff like that we plan on doing. So that being said, John's not here to say his little thing. He said it before he went anyway, so I don't have to worry about that today. But thank you again for being here, and I will see everybody next Friday. Have a fantastic night.